very good morning to you. Welcome to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Wonderful to be here. It is very cold here this morning, so you can see we're very rugged up. But this is the 5th event of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships, incorporating the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Championship, which is making its 2nd visit here in as many years. My name is Callum Brannigan, and I'm joined alongside by Dan McCarthy. A very good morning to you.
Morning, Callum.
Yesterday we saw a highly energised race, it must be described, but Dan Wells and Emilian Carde doing a spectacular job to take out the first race of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan Wells made a great start from the second row, led down into turn 1, and from there they really controlled the race.
And also you had Jonathan Cecotto and Gavin Huang in P2 as well, so it's another podium position for Jonathan Cecotto. He's certainly very fast around this circuit, so he'll be one to look out for this afternoon's race coming up a bit later on today.
Absolutely. In the championship leaders after round 1, Giltrap and Osborne, they had an absolute shocker yesterday, involved in 2 incidents, so they'll be looking to really recover from that, and they'll be starting from pole position later on this afternoon.
So it's not just the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia that we've got going on. You can see probably behind us the Hyundai XLs making their way out for racing underway this morning. But we do have a high quality support bill as well.
Absolutely, yeah. We've got 4 national categories: Australian Formula Open, Australian Formula 4, the Australian Prototype Series. They put on a real show yesterday, and Radical Australia Cup as well.
So we'll let Dan McCarthy get to the commentary box because he is a busy man this weekend. So without further ado, we'll hand over to Darren Smith and Mark Nancaro.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Very good morning to you too and everyone joining us right around this big world of ours. There's our program. We'll start off with the Circuit XL Trophy Series on track right now. The Masters will roll out at about 8:25 and straight into the Australian Prototype Series race number 2. Very exciting racing they turned on yesterday. Australian Formula Open, incident-free yesterday. Talking to their category manager, everything ticking the boxes. The Porsche 944s have travelled over from Victoria, and they gave us some great racing yesterday. Can Cambella continue on his merry way there, or will there be some challenges from Chris Lewis-Williams and others at the front of that field? Australian Formula 4 race 2. And then, of course, right on 12:05, the second race for the weekend, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series will be on track. Then we do the whole program all over again. Cars are on track. I'm Darren Smith and Mark Nancaro. XLs are the opener for today.
They are certainly the curtain raiser dazzler. And here they come. Big field. This, of course, is race 2 for the trophy class. And, of course, the victory yesterday went to Joel Johnson. Pretty convincing victory yesterday as well. Got a nice little break, but it was the pack behind him that were doing all the work. Let's have a look at the grid. This is how they finished yesterday. Joel Johnson, who did start from pole position yesterday, took the victory, and he'll be back on pole for race 2. There alongside of him is the young Victorian driver there, Ty Hodge. Then we go back to Brad Vaughan, coming back from the Super 2 Series here this weekend. And alongside of him was a guy that qualified 3rd yesterday, another young teenage driver there, Fletcher Lewis. There's some great battles behind the lead car yesterday. Then there's Cisco Morales, another Victorian here. There's a few Victorians involved with the local South Aussie Brigade. Aaron Oliver had a bit of work to do yesterday, qualified pretty slow. We start from position 6, and we go back to Brodie Dominic, Darcy Hine in the 83 car, the high-speed excavations entry. Then we go back to Adam Curry in the Devil Race Karts entry. Alongside him, rounding out the top 10 is Isaac Sparks. We go Mrs. XL Garage entry there, Shane Nowicki. Cruz Foster in the Rye Industries entry. Delivery on that car too this weekend. And we go back to Jake Gallia, Aidan Brand, Jack Wallace in the Warren Mining entry, then Braden Cowell behind alongside of him, and the Mount Gambier base driver there, Bailey Perryman, Leo Anella in another one of the Mrs. XL Garage entries. Curtis Hinks in the GH Haulage entry, Jackson Sullivan, the car number 45 in position 20. Go back to the Hampstead Auto entry of Jordan Johnson, Adrian Gallia in car 11, and then we go back to another couple of young guys back in the field. The youngest driver in the field, car 77 there of Jet Zerk. Ayn Morrison in the 983 car, the old big triple number there. Then we go back to Jacob Lings, Sam Woodland in the TCM Race Services entry, and at the rear of the grid there will be Ethan Whitehead. Didn't have a very good race yesterday either, had a few dramas. So he's back at the back of the bus there. Nice chilly morning here this morning.
Certainly is.
Very good morning there, Dan, too. Just slipped into the seat there.
Yes,
great racing. We saw some great racing here. Obviously, the dominant victory was Johnson, but there was the pack behind him that developed into a very intriguing battle. And I think we might see a bit of the same. Start important, and away they go. Pretty even start, too. Hodge got the upper hand there for Johnson going screaming down towards turn 1. We'll get a head-on shot here in a minute. You'll see how they all fan out here at turn 1. Here they come.
Best start from Dominic in the 22 machine on the left-hand side. He's already got a couple of places as they head down into turn number 1. It's side-by-side between Johnson and Hodge. There's a bit of a lock-up further back as they try and find their way through, trying not to make contact with the other cars around them. And it's still side-by-side into turn 3 between the two drivers that started on the front row, Johnson and Hodge. As we look a little bit further back at Gallia in the Perkins engineering-inspired livery. So many P-plates on these Hyundai XLs. Great to see so many youngsters jumping aboard these machines. And look, Hodge has taken the lead and Vaughan has followed through as well. And in fact, Vaughan might go for the lead here up the inside at turn number 6. A great move up the inside. There's almost contact, rubbing door panels side by side as they exit turn number 6 and head down the fast sections of 7, 8, 9 and 10. The ever tightening right-handers. That means that Hodge will have the inside for the next 3 corners. Can Vaughan stay around the outside? The answer, no.
And Johnson hasn't got it his own way. It's what we saw yesterday. Got out in front and just drove away with the victory quite convincingly, but now he's got some work to do. 2 cars in front of him, and this is another young up-and-coming superstar, Tyre Sarge, the Victorian-based driver here this weekend. Got a few of them amongst the pack. Bit similar to what we saw the same corresponding meeting here last year. Bit of an interstate challenge. So it's Hodge, Vaughan, and the Anguston Motors entries coming back from Tickford Racing, of course, racing in the Super 2 series. This is actually where he started his racing career, in this very same category.
Loves to jump on aboard anything, doesn't he? Loves to steer whatever he possibly can, just driving anything. He does a bit of speedway driving as well, doesn't he?
Actually, there's a few guys that do a bit of that. Adam Curry certainly does. I guess he comes from a speedway background. So it's Hodge. We got, Vaughan, Johnson, and then Fletcher Lewis. And that's Aaron Oliver. That's the Penrite entry just behind. He's a bit closer today too. So they might put him into the fray.
Yeah, he had a quiet day yesterday, didn't he? I don't expect that to stay the same today.
No, I don't think so. He had to start off in position 8 on the grid yesterday. So he picked up a couple of positions during that race. He got involved in a bit of a couple of scrimmages as well. We saw a few packs develop yesterday, and I think that's about to happen again. Let's go down the long main straight here at Shell V Power Motorsport Park and down towards turn 1. And Vaughan around the outside. No, he's not close enough. Looks a bit close there on the head-on shot, but as he wants to turn around, we can see how the gaps have developed. Hodge just started to get away. Gee, look at Johnson breathing down the tailpipe there of Vaughan, just on the end of that shot there. Everyone trying to get a little bit busy there. There's Adam Curry there, the speed division entry. We just mentioned his name. He's behind Darcy Hine there. And a much improved driver in this series, Brodie Dominic in the Robilia Racing entry. He's come leaps and bounds, certainly from last season. So he's been certainly a lot more competitive in this series.
Coming under pressure at the moment from Hayne in the number 83 machine. Looks like that car's had a bit of damage. I'm not sure if that's from this race on the side panel, left side panel, or in a previous race. But look at that, it's a lot of black marks on the side of it.
You've got a few donuts there. There's been some very close racing somewhere involved with that car. Tyre rub up the side. 64 car, there's the Roy Industries entry there at Cruise Frost. Geez, when you look at that packed edge, there's some very young guys there. Just teenagers. And here's Vaughan under attack now from Johnson, looking for second position. And you know that Vaughan is a very talented driver, a very experienced campaigner. Much his pack here, so he'll drive fairly defensively. And certainly keeps the door well and truly shut there, or does he? Gee, look at Johnson now rubbing. Oh, Vaughan's pretty aware of it, driving very defensively, keeping that door well and truly shut. No gaps developing there whatsoever. Hodge has just started to skip away to in front. And also look at the orange and red car behind. That's Fletcher Lewis and the High-Tech Walls entry.
Immaculately presented machine, that one, the High-Tech Walls, and so's the Penrite one behind. I always say the South Australian XL drivers really do present a nice Hyundai, and we're seeing it out there on the racetrack there, the 59 machine as well. They really are immaculately presented race cars as we see them come across the line. Dominic just ahead of the number 83. They were battling all the way through that lap as they drag towards turn number 1. The 83 going to the inside. He's later on the brakes. He's gone very far to the inside. Dominic's come back to the traditional racing line to try and get a good run through there. That'll give him the inside for 2, and he holds on. That was great wise thinking there from the number 22 machine, although he cops a little bit of a shove, a little bit of a tap down there at turn number 3. That was all fair though, all play on, no bump and run or anything. So in fact, I think it's actually probably cost the 83 a bit of momentum out the corner, because he's now coming under pressure from the number 59 machine of Curry, who's going to try and swing it around the outside down at turn number 6. A couple of little puffs of smoke, but they get around safely. And after all that, they remain as they were at the start of the lap.
They are. A little bit wide there for Adam Curry there. I'll get the pass done. That's a great shot looking at turns 8 and 9. They're down there. It gives you a great perspective of how that hill runs down there. Just a camera there at that position. But terrific innovation. There's Wiki and Cruz Frost there. There's a lot of the Mrs. XL Garage entries evolved here in this group. It's purposely, of course, Mrs. Mechanical, of course, set up a purpose-built XL Garage. There is a caller. To engineer a lot of these cars involved in this field. Shane the Wiki there, a little bit wide there, gave Cruz Foster an eyeball there.
His eyes are lit up like dinner plates there behind, thinking I'm on here, but manages just about, did Nowicki, to keep it all together and not actually put any wheels through the grass. So it remains as it was there. Out front though, Hodge, his lead has been decreased in the last couple of sectors. Margin down to just 0.4 of a second, but we can't take our eyes off this at the moment. This is a great battle for 7th position, just behind the leading group. And this was another battle, wasn't it, yesterday? We saw those top 6 break away in the great battle for 7th yesterday, and it's very much the same again. The top 6, the same 6 have broken away, but again, it's these guys fighting for 7th.
Up alongside the concrete barrier there down the main straight. Now let's have a look here. 5 car there at Johnson on the inside looking for the pass there, and he goes to the front down there at turn 1. So very patient, and he gets in his favourite position. We know how hard he is to beat once he gets out in front. He's done a great job there and fought back. So now Hodge has got to stick to his guns here and don't let our race 1 winner get away. Couple of young talents here, isn't it? Mildura base driver there, Joel Johnson, the Autobahn and Mildura sponsored entry. There's been a lot of talent come out of that area of the world, yes, as far as drivers are concerned. There might be another one on coming through the ranks. And Dominic on the inside of Darcy Hine there. In fact, he's trying to get the switchback move down there at turn 6. Not quite close enough. You can see Adam Curry in the Speed Vision limited tear-off entry. He's certainly very close as well, so that's turn 7 and 8 there. And have a look at now, Brody Dominic all over the back of Darcy Hine. The young guns here, there's a lot of young talent here when you look through the field.
Said about Mildura drivers, of course, the Kelly brothers, they were both from Mildura, and Cam Waters as well, who'll be making his NASCAR Cup Series debut in the early hours of tomorrow morning. So that'll be exciting to see how he goes. Of course, the Supercars front runner is the Mildura man of Johnson, coming under pressure from Hodge out there at the moment. So he took the lead at turn number 1, but he's certainly not been able to break away. The 185 machine is staying right on the bumper. In fact, couldn't be any closer if he tries. You couldn't get a piece of paper between them as they head down towards turn number 17, and Johnson feels the need to defend that position down there into the tight turn 17. It's a lot tighter than it looks, isn't it? It's quite a deceiving corner.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's just the indicator light hanging out, the 50 car of Brad Vaughan there. That's a common occurrence in this category. You've got boxes of indicator lights down there trying to just strap them back on. So this is starting to pair off here with Johnson, Hodge, and the pair behind him of Vaughan and Lewis. Pass happening here. That's Braden Colwell around the outside of Aidan Brand. And the newly livered, or brand new car there for Jack Wallace. The previous XL off in the previous round, and a bit of slipstream there. Beautiful work. Pass Brand there and just separates those two like the ham and the sandwich there. great job and gets himself positioned beautifully down to turn 1 and up on the inside, and not quite. Caldwell around the outside. It's going to be a busy car because we've got the Masters coming up after this race, and that's going to be occupied by his father in the next race, so it's going to be a quick change around.
Boot on that number 18 doesn't look, it looks like it's copped a whack in the rear. It all looks a little bit out of whack, does that grey number 18 machine. But as we roar down in towards turn number 6, you can't miss the Warren Mining sponsored machine, can you? Bright yellow and green certainly stands out on this overcast Sunday morning here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia. Even though it's over the backside of the course, you can see that very clearly. It's like wearing a high visibility jacket.
It is, isn't it? Jack Wallace there, second generation racer, of course, son of Adam. He did quite a bit of V8 supercar work in the sports or the development series back a few years ago. Raced Porsches and multiple other things that went fast. I think he's still got a lot of those race cars in his garage. So he's been probably taught very well, I would suggest. Pretty aggressive. He just got behind Braden Coble there. Hayden Brand just behind him in the all silver machine there. So Mount Gambier based driver involved in this field. Parts of the state really, and also the state here this weekend. So Braden Caldwell there on having their first season XLs here in SA. This of course is round 3 of the state championship in Circuit XL SA.
Yeah, current championship leader is Aaron Oliver. He sits 5th at the moment, so he's made up another place compared to where he finished yesterday. But Joel Johnson came into this round 2nd in the championship, won the race yesterday, and he leads again today. This is what the reigning champion really wanted in the 3rd round. He wanted to make up points, and he's doing so. Although he's coming under pressure here from Hodge, he pulls to the inside, but Hodge is already there, so he has to pull back out to the racing line. Through comes Hodge. Johnson will still have the inside for turn number 2, but it'll still be the outside for turn number 3. So Hodge reclaims the lead.
Side by side, no one wants to give an inch there. Johnson very aggressive around the outside. Just tucks it behind there as they get up towards the climb.
Oh, he's gonna go for it. He's going up the inside.
And he might get it done.
Yeah, very good move there from the Autobahn entry.
Yeah, turn 5 there. Oh, a little bit of a brake lock up. Got to hold his nice tight apex down there at turn 6, and he does that beautifully. That's a nice bit of driving there. Nice and tight. So once again, these two are at it.
I noticed behind him, there we are, Brad Vaughan coming under immense pressure from the number 56 machine of Lewis down there into turn 6 and 7. And in fact, at the last timing beacon, it was Lewis who was ever so slightly ahead. But I think that with the inside line around the sweeping right-handers, Vaughan should reclaim that 3rd position and has done so. So Vaughan back up to 3rd ahead of Lewis. I just caught, there it is. And then in 5th position, just behind them, is Aaron Oliver. It looks like they're beginning to drop the 187 machine now of Cisco Morales. He's just dropped off that trio ever so slightly. Great run from Hodge out of turn 13, forcing Johnson to defend into 14.
Oh, it's a nice tight line again. He's very aware, Johnson. So up the climb, turn 15 and 16, into that ever tightening turn 17 precinct down there. There's been seen plenty of passing here at previous meetings, certainly in this category. I don't think Hodge is quite close enough. He's just tailing through the final turn, which is 18 here on this track.
We saw a thrilling finish to the Masters race there, didn't we, yesterday? A bit of contact at turn 17, and it really was a drag race to the line for 2nd position in the end, out of the final corner. It's so good, this racetrack. It really does lend itself to great racing. It was designed with good racing in mind, and it's produced that over the years, and we're seeing that here in this motor race. They have commenced the final lap of the race now. Johnson goes defensive down into turn 1. Hodge really late under brakes, goes all the way around the outside. That was really good. Oh, a lot of grass, a lot of debris on the inside there of turn number 2. That didn't affect him too badly. He would have always been on the outside at turn 3, so has to file back in line behind. was almost a replica there in the first 3 corners of the last lap, but Johnson this time was on the inside. Exactly.
Yeah, Hodge was trying to do the same thing as what Johnson did on the previous lap, so didn't quite happen. Here we go. Aaron Oliver's going to pick up a position here alongside of us, Brad Vaughan.
So
and Angerson Motors entry, and have a look at Morales on the inside. Nice tight apex. And the 187 car there, another Victorian driver. Oh, Oliver got pushed slightly a bit wide there, a little bit of dust there. Not much room down through that between turns 6 and 7. So Oliver there, you know, Morales has found a bit of pace too inside this last lap. He's out of the man now, also leading to Alan Oliver to drive a bit defensively.
Big slide though around turn number 10 it was, but he's got it back in line. Oh, a bit of a twitch from Lewis, and Vaughan's going to get a great run out of turn number 12 towards turn number 13. Super 2 driver up the inside. Can the Penrite liveried machine of Oliver follow him through? No. Vaughan himself is going to struggle to do it. Oh, there's a bit of overlap still. Forces Lewis to take 2 wheels through the grass. Lewis responds. He's locked up. Vaughan's locked up as well. They're both wide. This is great racing, and there's a fight for the lead as well. Hodge really having a look up the inside of Johnson. There might have been a little bit of contact at turn number 15 as they head down the hill. This is great racing down to the penultimate corner.
Charging the light brigade behind them. Have a look at them. So Vaughan and Lewis now alongside of each other. There's our lead pair. They're about to, oh, very wide there, Fletcher Lewis. He got pushed there by Morales. Just ran out of track space there.
So
there's been a lot of rubber. There's a checkered flag too.
Johnson
will get it.
Takes it by 3/10 at the line. It's the drag race for 4th though, and it's gone the way of Aaron Oliver. So Vaughan took 3rd back at turn number 17. He was followed through by Oliver. Lewis was running out wide through the grass at turn number 17 and fell to 5th. And then Morales came home in 6th. Really exciting stuff there. A bit further back, we saw this battle early on. Colwell held on and beat Wallace to the line, and Brand just behind them in the fight for what was 13th place. But that was hard fought throughout between those 3. And really great battle. A couple of PB sectors in there on the final lap. So they were pushing hard. That was a really good race up and down through the field. I thought mid-race, I thought it was they were sort of saving it for maybe later on in the day, but as the laps went on, the intensity lifted, and this was the final lap battle for that 3rd position. So Vaughan got back up the inside of Lewis. Lewis tried to hold it around the outside, but found himself in the grass, out 2 wheels, even 4 wheels wide. Tried to cut back across, but both Morales and the number 70 were already there. So Aaron Oliver filed through up the inside to take 4th position. And then it was the drag race to the line. Morales had a bit of a better run than Lewis, but couldn't go anywhere with it and remained in that 6th position. Well, that certainly, Mark, was a great way to start the day.
Certainly was. That's what we call a real curtain raiser, isn't it? So there's the results. Johnson, Hodge, Vaughan, Oliver, we're just talking about Lewis, Morales, Darcy Hine, Brody Dominic in 8th position, down to Adam Curry, Ozark Sparks to round out the top 10. Shane Nowicki just out the 10 there in 11. Then we go back to Jake Gallier, Braden Cowan, Jack Wallace will be having a battle through that race. Aidan Brand also involved in that scrimmage. Go back to Jackson Sullivan, Cruz Frost, Leon Onella, Curtis Inks, and inside the top 20 there, Jack Zirk, good drive. Then we go back to Jordan Johnson, Adrian Gallier, Ain Morrison, Jacob Leggs, and last one to finish there was Sam Woodland. Unfortunately, Ethan Whitehead's weekend has not started off very well. He's failed to finish that race completely. And we also lost Bailey Perriman, another young driver there that didn't finish that particular race. So those 2 young drivers have got a bit of work to do between races to rectify their issues. And we won't be too far away. We're going to be the more senior drivers in the XLs. And of course, there'll be the Masters, and we'll be coming up with that in just a few moments.
back at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and what a venue this is, built back in 2018. A real amazing venue, of course. Last week on the Speed Series, we're using the shorter version of the circuit. This weekend we're using the international circuit, aren't we? The 4.95 kilometre circuit that's been regularly used by supercars and various other race series over the years. And then later on in the year, in November, Mark, we're going on the full GT track, 7.77 kilometres in length.
That's a big track. That's a long way. 30 plus turns in that track too, so going to keep you handy on the steering wheel. We're really coming up to the XL Masters we're waiting for. There's a couple of drivers that are ready to be strapped in. Obviously, there's a couple of driver changes to happen here. This, of course, is round... here we go. We bring up the series. We've already completed 4 rounds, and this is now round 5 or part of the South Australian Motor Racing Series, or SAMS, and, of course, involving, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series here this weekend. Been great. We saw that yesterday. It was some great racing in that series. Have a look at the coming up. We've got Malalar Motorsport Park as well. We head in a month's time in the 2nd and the 4th of August. We go back to the old historic track for round 6 of this series, and only 2 rounds to be completed for this series at that particular track. And we come back here in the 20 and 22nd of September at this very complex at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park for the following round. And of course, the round you were just talking about down there on the 23rd and 24th of November, it's going to be the Enduro.
Exactly, the Enduro event, isn't it? The 777 Enduro Crown, and we've got many endurance races over that weekend. They've announced in recent days it'll be headlined by a 4-hour endurance race, so very much looking forward to that. But XLs are out there now, so we will run you through the grid, Mark.
So this is for our XL Masters on pole position, and our winner yesterday, Sean Panowich. Alongside of him was Kim Anderson, and back to Brian Smith. He's had a great battle, those 3 yesterday. Vaughan Kywell's just been strapped in the 186 car. Just had Braden in there, so that seemed to be nice and warm for him. They're out the top 4. Let's go back to position 5. Shane Chancellor back here for this round, the Nalunga Auto 4x4 entry. Adrian Gallagher in the Castrol-inspired livery there in car 11. Darren Swain in the AE Electrical entry. Of course, our official round sponsor here this weekend, AE Electrical. Then we go back to Aaron Semler in the Golf Livered inspired car. It's a beautiful, pretty little race car too. Then we go back to Graham Hinks in the GH Haulage entry. Graham Hewitt in the Black Ball Racing entry. Darren Matisky and Alan Hawkins also in a new car here this weekend after he rode off the P&H entry at the previous round. David Zolo in the Hampstead Auto entry, having his first round in this competition this weekend on debut. And then Sean Berger, and I'll just to see if we're going to see Rob Zoanetti out there, who had some mechanical problems yesterday and failed to complete his race. So I'm not too sure whether they'll get that car repaired in time this morning. We'll have a look in a minute. We'll see him at the back of the bus here, which of course is the Evolution Crash Repairs entry, and I think it is there. Let's have a look at the back of the pack. There's Sean Berger, and there's a car behind him. It's got to be Rob Zoanetti, I would suggest. So good to see him back. So he'll be screaming through the field here.
Yeah, absolutely. There it is, the green and white machine. Started from right near the pointy end of the field, but a mechanical problem at turn number 1, lap number 1. His race came to a very abrupt halt, sadly, and caused the safety car to be deployed. But great to see that machine back out there, and expect that car, always the front runner, to charge through the field in this race.
A couple of newer drivers there. David Zola, good to have him on board here this weekend on debut in the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry, which of course the car he's sharing with Jordan Johnson, who's racing in the Trophy Series here this weekend. Did a pretty good job in his first race too, was fairly competitive there. He didn't finish last, so picked up a couple of spots as well. There's Vaughan Kywell, Bordertown base driver there in the Stonehaven Wines entry. Only part of the world down there at Stonehaven, of course down at Pathaway, down there in the southeast or upper southeast of South Australia. Not too far away from Bordertown there. Sean Panowich, who got back on the winnings list yesterday. The 2 blue machines that were really competitive. We saw this at the previous round as well, of course, of Kim Anderson in the Air Everywhere entry. and Brian Smith in the high beam car wash at Gawler entry. They were the ones that are having a go. Brian Smith goes into this year's series, of course, being the champion from the Masters Series last year.
Cars beginning to pull into their grid positions. Great shot this, showing the start line as they come across the finishing line to greet the checkered flag. A good field of Masters cars, as we say. A few of them have been handed the keys by their sons, and they're jumping in themselves now in the Masters category. And you can see all the cars lined up. Smith comes out of position number 3 in the number 99. It was a great battle between he and the cars on the front row of the grid. Panowicz in the orange and yellow number 39, who has got a great start away from the line. Anderson bogged down ever so slightly in the number 42 car, and he could be potentially vulnerable down on the long run down towards turn number 1, with Smith making a good start. I don't think he's going to quite be able to get up the inside of Panowicz, but definitely a good start from the number 99. He's up the inside of Anderson as they file in 2 by 2 into turn number 1. Anderson sweeping around the outside at turn number 3. Is he going to hold on? No, I think it's going to be a drag race out the corner towards turn number 5. It's generally a single line groove around turn 5, so who's going to yield? Who is going to give way? The answer is neither. Neither of them. They're both willing around turn number 5. Good fair racing. Oh, sideways. Oh, Semler, that was a good save. That could have been very awkward if you made contact with the grey machine just ahead, as Hinks comes up the inside of the Benson and Hedges inspired livery. In fact, the Benson and Hedges cars run very wide there, the number 76, allowing a couple of cars through. That's Hawkins there, making a little bit of an unforced error down at number 6.
He would have been a bit concerned too, Alan Hawkins, there with that car slipping and sliding in front of him, because he's on built a brand new car for this round after riding off the previous car in the previous round after hitting the wall down at turn 1.
It's a big hit, wasn't it, that one?
Yeah. So there we go. Panowicz gets himself in front. Nice clean air. So it's Anderson. So pretty much what we saw there was Smith in 3rd position in the early stages of this race. And now we've got Adrian Gallia up behind Vaughan Cole, I should say, not Braden, his previous race. Both those cars have been shared. Have a look at this. Let's have a look at that golf coloured car. Oh, big lock up. It's got to get all crossed up there. And it was what as we confirm, is quite a major tank slapper there.
Yes.
So pretty lucky to save that.
If in doubt, power out, and I think that's exactly what he did. And it was a good save, that is for certain, in the golf-inspired livery. Of course, synonymous with endurance racing and many other categories, as well as up the inside he comes. Quick recovery up the inside of Hewitt, who was in the thick of the action yesterday, and is in it once again. Semler looking up the inside now into turn number 18. Oh, it's hard to make a move there, and it's going to affect his run now. He didn't make the move, and because he took the compromised inside line, that's going to affect his run all the way down the straight. He's already, in fact, lost the place to the number 78 machine of Hinks, and Zanetti behind could follow through as well. And it's been a good start from Zanetti from the back of the grid. We said watch him charge in the 29. He is up to position number 11 already at the end of lap number 1. And he's looking for more. He's looking for blood. He wants to move further up the field. There's a little bit of a look at turn number 3, but no way through there on this particular occasion.
Rear field, the 29 car there of Rob Zoanetti. Matt, big supporter of this category. With his own business, of course, the Evolution Crash Repairs. And he's now up behind Aaron Semler. Well, Aaron Semler is actually looking for a pass here around the outside there of Graham Hewitt. Hewitt much tighter line there, so we'll just tuck in behind him on the exit there at turn 6. And the Black Ball Racing entry up behind Graham Hinks. The big flames down the side there, the GH Haulage entry.
Oh, good move up the inside there into turn number 7. You don't see that very often. So he took a bit of a wider line on the entry into turn number 6, got on the power early, cut back and got such a good run off the corner. He'd already made the move by turn 7. Gallia running a little bit wide there. He's right behind Cowell in the 186 machine. This is the fight for 4th position on the racetrack. As we look to the front, Panowicz and Anderson have actually pulled away from the reigning champion in Smith. He's just a couple of car lengths back, certainly not ruling him out of contention. There's still 9 minutes left of this race, but early on it's the 39 and the 42 that look that little bit stronger.
Certainly do at the moment, just starting to get away from Brian Smith there. Now, Panowicz has a big look in the mirrors there to see where Kim Anderson is. I mean, he's struggling to see because he's right on his tail at the moment. Might be looking for a pass down to this section somewhere.
Oh, nice run from Anderson, really good run. You can visibly see him close around that corner. Great camera shot. Turn number 18 from Blendline TV, just showing the run that the number 42 got, and he's going to go around the outside on the run towards turn number 1, but I don't think he's quite got enough momentum to be ahead by the braking zone. So if he wants to make the move, he's going to have to be later on the brakes and swing it around the outside. That's what he's going to attempt to do, but Panowicz is going to be wise to that. Can he stay on the inside for turn 3? Just about able to do so, and swings it back up the inside around the cambered turn number 3. This is awesome racing between these guys. We saw it yesterday, but these two battling has allowed the reigning champion Smith to close the gap. He's there, and in fact he's up the inside of Panowicz at turn number 5, and he might take 2nd position at the hairpin turn number 6.
Here we go. Nice and wide down there. Much better line there for Kim Anderson, and pushed Smith a little bit wide there. So Panowicz back on the inside or the outside of turn 8. That's where they'll be heading at the moment. So this is what we come to expect. We saw this yesterday. There was a lot of changes here. Oh, look at them rubbing doors there. Very close to Smith. Gets himself up in a 2nd position in front of Panowicz in that move. That's terrific racing. That's a nice little pass there of that section of the track. Not a lot of passing opportunities down there. So he's very lucky to get through. Now Smith on the charge. You'll try and chase down, as we've seen in previous rounds, Kim Anderson. The 2 blue cars out in front. We've seen this throughout the series. We'll have a look at Adrian Gallo, all the back of Ford Cowell there.
In the last round, Gallier ended one of the races on his side, didn't he?
Did.
Turn number 15, which is about where we're going. So turn number 14 here. He got all crossed up out of the corner, running wide, lost the rear end, and ended up spinning to the inside and just tripped over about there on the inside of the course. Oh, look at this shot. Out of turn number 16 and down the hill towards turn number 17. Number 99 defending. Was it a defence or attack mark? I'm not quite sure.
That was pretty close. So it's going to be Kim Anderson to lead them through down there at turn, where are we, 18 down there? Yep. Here they come, so that's where they are. You see the screen just behind them there, which is down the main straight.
Yeah, really great that the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park has put a couple of big screens out around the venue for spectators to see all of the action.
Panowicz on the inside. Sorry there, Dan, but it looks like he's going to try and pinch the lead here. No, he won't, but he'll get up underneath Smith. And once again, another position change.
How good is this?
So it's like a game of drafts out there at the moment. And so here we go. So that's Aaron Semler and Graham Hinks there. Currently in 8th and 9th position. In fact, Semler's actually got in front of Hinks there by the looks inside of that last lap. That's really very much a Hot Wheels inspired livery on that car. And they're part of the Black Ball Racing team along with Graham Hewitt. Does a great job, the Hinks GH haulage, because they transport a lot of these XLs interstate and put them on the back of Graham's truck. So he's responsible for a lot of the haulage of these race cars around, especially when they head to Darwin a little bit later on. Well, that's not too far away at all. But so Semler and Hinks there at the moment. Hinks just peppering away there on Aaron Semler. Quite close enough here at the moment. So as they go down towards back of the circuit here. So they're currently fighting it out for 8th and 9th position. There's Graham Hewitt. That's the other one of the Black Ball Racing entries there. And he's way back in position at 11. Here we go. So now Graham Hinks all over the back of Aaron Semler here. A couple of long-time stalwarts in this category. Trying to outsmart each other to get themselves sort out position 8. Here we go. Oh, nice little bit of wheel lift there. See that a lot in this category. Very light on the rear of these cars. Obviously being front-wheel drive. So you'll see a lot of that little wheel lift. Doesn't matter. Great shot on the catch fence there.
Certainly is. Great job by our cameramen as we go down in towards turn number 17. The penultimate corner on the circuit. Great racing further forward between Colwell, Gallia and Chancellor. This the fight for 4th position that we're seeing on the racetrack. They come across the line. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Here comes Smith back up the inside into turn number 1. He's locked up, squirreling under brakes, front and rear, I think, blocked up at some stage in the braking point. And that allows Panowicz to get the cut back because Smith just ran that bit wide. So Panowicz cuts back, goes around the outside at 2, has the inside for 3. This little fighting, this little duel has allowed 42 of Anderson to break away. He set a 2-minute 26.3 last lap. It was the same as the guys behind, so it was just, again, Smith diving up the inside, and again, Smith is going to run wide. These dives and these lunges are costing them time. There. Yeah, very wide.
That's a high beam lawnmower right there.
Trying to
a long way, and that's really made him drop off the back of Panowicz there. That's done him no good whatsoever after all the hard work he's put in there, Brian Smith.
Tried to turn it into a Hyundai rally car, didn't he? Thinking he was Thierry Neuville out there on the racetrack. Sadly, the XL.
That's Graham Hinks. He's in a moment.
From inside the top 10, and is Zanetti being involved in that? Because he looked like he was recovering off the racetrack as well. There's been contact because
the bumper's hanging off that car. There's been some contact there somewhere by the looks of it.
Both he and Zanetti have fallen down the field, well outside now the top 10, the two of them, and they were comfortably inside the top 10 prior to that. So I think those two may have come to blows down there at turn number 6. Oh, Hewitt's lost the rear on the approach to turn number 12. He did that yesterday.
Exactly the same position.
Yes, and he's taken the Joker lap through the gravel on the inside of the corner. You could say track limits, but I don't think he's gained any time advantage from that. I think the Benson and Hedges car very much lifted out of that, but another good save from Hewitt. But that's not the first time we've seen him lose the rear midway through turn number 11. And take to the inside loop at turn number 12. I tell you what, it's going to put a lot of grass and debris on the racing line down there at turn number 12 for the next lap.
Certainly will. And we're still holding off the challenge. Smith back a bit further. There's the other group. Same chance there on screen. Car 87 and a Lunga 4x4. Here's to explain what's going on here. And this is the Graham Hewitt incident. Just got it a bit locked up there. And yeah, just got it all wrong. The whole approach there to that turn was completely wrong. So he's got himself under the grass, but to live to fight another day. So he gets through there. Gallia inside of Colwell there. And here they go. So this is back for 4th and 5th position on track.
And 6th as well, because Chancellor is right there behind as well.
Yeah, he's right in this fray. Done a great job. We haven't seen a lot of him in this series, but good to see him back here this weekend. Now here they come. 4th, 5th and 6th position on screen at this very moment.
Despite them fighting, they all set PB laps last time through. So, and they've obviously closed in on Smith, who made that big mistake at turn number 6 last time. And he was a bit wide there as well. So I don't think they're going to catch Smith before the end, but Smith, the reigning champion, will certainly not be too pleased with the couple of mistakes he made last lap through. As we look at a replay of turn number 16, that brilliant camera angle down there.
Chancellor looking for a move here on Gallia. He's right up behind him there, just out of the shot there that went over the crest.
Oh, Smith, another unforced error.
He's out there by himself again. Goodness me, what's happening down there? And have a look. I'm looking at Shane Chancellor up alongside of Adrian Gallia there. And so it looks like he's going to get the pass done. Nice work. Gets up on the inside there. And the Lunga 4x4 entry heads down and he picks up that position in front of Adrian Gallia, and he gets himself up into 5th position. Headlights ablaze. Saw plenty of those headlights last night. It was very dark here. Late in the getting towards sunset yesterday.
I think it was beyond sunset. It just wasn't quite pitch black at the time. It was very late when, well, not very late when we finished. It was just an early sunset yesterday. Of course, we're heading very soon to the shortest day of the year, aren't we? Not too far away, only a week or so down the track. So that's the reasoning here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, coupled with the fact it was so overcast yesterday, and similar conditions really today. Pretty chilly this morning, but it will warm up as the day progresses. Here comes Gallia. He wants to get Chancellor back. He, of course, was trying to attack the 186 last lap. This time he's making a successful move on the inside of Chancellor down into turn number 1. Nice move, well executed, takes 5th position back, but unfortunately I think that he might have had his chance at P4 taken away with that exchange with Chancellor in the last 4 or 5 kilometres. We're hearing it's the last lap of the race. That's good news for Anderson. He leads by 2 seconds from Panowicz and Smith. They really have all separated those front 3, and this is the fight on the racetrack in this one. Fight for 5th position. As we look a bit further back, the recovering machine, number 78, who was involved. 78, who was involved in the incident down at turn number 6 before. Hinks up the inside of 49. Zolo on debut.
Oh, geez, better lose that bumper bar too, but it looks like it's hanging on for grim death, that bumper, after the contact earlier on. And here's our race leader, Kim Anderson, right on cue. That's a nice little break. This has been quite a convincing victory in the end.
Well, how dirty is it down there at 12? I think that's why Smith went off, you know.
And you did a bit of the same there again. Wide again there, Smith. Kicked up a little bit of dirt. So it's made that section of the track very slippery down there. Now Smith looking to get past Panowicz, get himself up into 2nd position, so, which he's already done. But now he's back to 3rd, so he's trying to get back his 2nd position.
This is a phenomenal lap from Smith. He was 7 tenths quicker in Sector 1, 6 tenths quicker in Sector 2. This has come out of absolutely nowhere. The number 99 has got all the momentum at the moment. He's gained over a second in the first 2 sectors. He's going to go up the inside into turn number 17, is he? No, darts back to the outside. Surely he's not going to go the long way at turn number 17. He's going to try. No, too late under brakes. A bit of a twitch mid-corner and 4 wheels through the grass. Meanwhile, Anderson exits the final corner, and he's going to take, in the end, it was quite a comfortable race victory. Anderson takes it from Panowicz in position number 2. Smith threw everything at it on the final lap and came home in 3rd, 3 tenths shy in the end. Colwell 4th, ahead of Gallia and Chancellor, so they remain the same on the final lap of the race. Swain comes home in position number 6, ahead of Semler, who recovered well after that big slide on the opening lap, a big twitch of oversteer at turn number 5. It could have been quite an incident, that one, but it was a great save, and he recovered to finish in 8th, ahead of Matiski. And then the Benson and Hedges car, my favourite liveried machine out there, in position number 10.
Which is Alan Hawkins. As they all come through, Hewitt, Rob Zoanetti, who did a bit of hard work early, but he got tangled up, so he drops him back to the 2nd to last. But looks the thing there's Sean Berger. He's not quite 2nd to last. He's got a couple behind him. He got the Hinks car that looks like it might be struggling a little bit.
Definitely.
Looks like it's twitching, and looks like he might have a steering issue in that car. And then Dave Zilo at the rear of the field there.
Yeah,
so he's lost a couple of positions back as well, so he didn't finish off as strong as what he would have liked.
So Hinks and Zanetti were the ones that made contact at turn number 6. They both fell outside the top 10, but as you say, Hinks was certainly a lot slower post-accident, and fell to 14th, but we could see that car was crabbing all over the shop down the pit straight at the end of that race. Here we are, the results from that one. Kim Anderson taking it by just over 3 seconds. Brian Smith threw everything at 2nd, but it was Sean Panowicz who came home with that position ahead of the reigning champion in 3rd. Vaughan Colwell led home Gallia and Chancellor in a great scrap for 4th. Darren Swain came home a very lonely 7th position ahead of Aaron Semler, Darren Matiski and Alan Hawkins in 10th position. Beyond that, it was Graham Hewitt who had another big moment at turn number 12 and threw a lot of dirt and debris onto the racetrack. He finished ahead of Robert Zanetti himself, had the incident at turn number 6. Sean Berger came home in 13th ahead of Graham Hinks and David Zollo on debut in the series. Really good race once again in the Masters, particularly in those top 3 positions. We're going to take a break in commentary. We'll be back with one of the real strong categories yesterday. It was a great race in the Australian Prototype Series. I expect the same in just a few moments.
Welcome back trackside here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. The Bend to its friends and has been for since 2018. Great inclusion here with Shell, naming right sponsor of the entire venue. And this is race 2 for the Australian Prototypes Series. And just a bit of chat between myself and Dan McCarthy. We reckon this was a pretty good race yesterday, don't we?
It was an absolute cracker right up to the checker flag. Polakis was leading on the final lap. Ross Polakis, but lost not 1, not 2, but 3 positions in the final 5 kilometres. So the reigning champion, John Paul Drake, took the victory and will start from pole position in this one ahead of Jason Macris. Miles Lacey will come out of 3rd in the first of the Praga cars alongside Ross Polakis in the number 20 machine.
Back to Julian Newton in the turbocharged Radical SR10, to Tom Hughes in the Hughes Supercar Services Racing Radical SR8, to Ben Cheney in the West WX10, a real traditional type of prototype racer here in Australia. Mark Lauke in the Lauke Flour Mills Jam Motorsport Wolf Tornado, the brightly yellow and black liveried car just coming into a screenshot now. Dyson Song And Scotty Ballman at the wheel of number 7, not number 69, his normal car, the Wolf F1 Extreme out there, out of position number 14. Great to have Scotty in the field. Does a lot of work here doing rides for charities and things like that locally here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. So it's good to see him get wild and free amongst the prototypes as they start to line them up. It'll be Jason Macris right alongside the pole man, John Paul Drake. He gets straight out of his prototype into a Formula Open car after this. And then at 12 o'clock, he'll be getting behind the wheel of a Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia car, also entered by Jam. So I'm really ready to see how these two on across the front row of the grid. This is a real traditional rivalry. Queensland Raceway 18 months ago, John Paul Drake in the ha-ha-ha car there came down the inside and took both of these guys out. And they're mates. They are. They muck around like a couple of old buddies. And just getting word in that there's a little bit of a misty rainfall happening out there, or a light shower. But it's Macris that gets away brilliantly. John Paul Drake left standing still. Down the inside goes one of the Pragas there, and that'll be Miles Lacey in the number 9. He drops down into P2, and John Paul Drake has gone back. Have a look at Thomas Hughes in the SR8, the V8 powered 2.7 litre. He drops in behind the English-based driver Miles Lacey. Loves to travel down under. It is a long way to come for only a 5-lap race yesterday. He was looking forward to getting some more racing now, but Thomas Hughes, have a look at that. The yellow lights ablaze on the Birra Baraka number 42 outfit, and a big dive bomb there in the number 20. That is Ross Palakis.
He made
down in turn 5. He did. He hauled it up there. So Thomas getting a ripping start and just losing a couple of spots in that 3-4 complex. Great bit of racetrack is down here. That constant right. No one really gets alongside each other here in these faster cars. It's a bit of a line-up, line-astern type of affair as Mark Lauke starts to look all over the back of the youngster from the Brayside Hughes Supercar Services entry. And he is a youngster. He's only in his, I think, 3rd weekend of racing. Done no other racing other than Australian prototype racing, but certainly comes from an extremely strong pedigree. You want to talk about motorsport and the technicalities of it, sit down with his dad, Phil, and he'll give you a lesson in it as much as you want. But here we go. This is the 15, the turbocharged car of Julian Newton. He gets off on the dirt there. Bit of a wobble, loses the momentum he had, and there was someone off at the top there.
It was Hughes, got crossed up and lost the rear end, spinning at least 180 degrees backwards through the grass. So costly mistake from the youngster, but what a great start it was for him. But sadly, it's come undone at turn, and another spinner around the same section of the course, I believe. Or is that the run to turn 17? It is. So this is a little bit further down. Oh, that was quite close. So the number 3 of Cook has got it back facing in the right direction, but it's been a dramatic end to the lap, and the drama is continuing down into turn number 1 as Newton moves up the inside in the radical and takes position number 2 from Lacey. But Lacey's looking keen to take that one back. I noticed on the warm-up lap that the number 15 of Newton came from the back of the field, and he was overtaking everybody on the warm-up lap. So they must have had problems starting the car, but it's been a good start to the race, although he's been re-overtaken and falls back down to 3rd. One Praga goes through, and he's got the other one right behind him. Palakis has run wide, just as I say it. I think the rain, Darren, could be increasing. I think I can actually see it.
It's getting greasy out there, and it's just catching a few of them out. These guys would be well aware of it, because the screen in front of them would be picking it up. Maybe the open top cars is coming out the top. So let's have a bit of a look. They've completed one lap of racing, and Tom Hughes didn't come around, so that may be why we've got the safety car here. He went off, I think it was a turn 16. 16. I was right around there.
Yes.
Okay, so he's come off there, but Jason Macris certainly getting away very, very nicely there indeed. Miles Lacey has lost a spot to Newton, so he's gone into P2, and there is young Thomas Hughes. That's a real shame. Doesn't look like too much damage, but once you bottom out these prototypes on a sand trap like that, it's very difficult. And as I said, only moments before he went off. Very inexperienced, and they're a very rapid car with full aero to get used to. And it's a shame because him and his father work very, very hard. It's essentially a two-person team, and it's those two. It's his dad and Thomas, and they work on it. And to say they're boffins of motorsport would be an accurate description, but top blokes as well. So Phil is like you. He's an expat Englishman, has made his name with Ferrari racing cars over a long time, over many years. Came out here to work with Prancing Horse Racing and worked with all of the guns through that era in GT racing. And his great mate Alan Simonson, who he bought his first Radical with, and they were going to go and do some racing together as just a couple of mates, a little bit informal type of stuff. And sadly that didn't occur, but Phil has continued on, and now bringing his son into the team, which is a fantastic way to go racing, I reckon.
Let's go through the field then while the race has been neutralised under safety car, because it was an incredibly frantic start to the race. It's Macris that leads in the number 44 machine, ahead of Miles Lacey in the first of the Prague cars. He just retook second when the safety car was called. Newton sits in third position, ahead of Polakis, who's had a couple of moments already in this race. He ran very deep at turn number 6. John Paul Drake, the reigning champion, dropped several positions in the opening couple of laps. He sits in 5th place ahead of Lauke in 6th. Song is moved up to 7th position. Cheney in 8th. Borman 9th. Rashid 10th. And Cook, who also had a spin at turn number 16, out of turn 16 and on the run down to turn number 17. So he is at the back of the field in 11th. Knowles has just come into the lane. Not quite sure why that is. And then the reason for the safety car, the car stuck in the gravel trap, Thomas Hughes. So it's been a pretty frenetic start to this race. So, oh, there's a car stopped. I think that's Polakis out there on the race circuit on the run out of turn number 6 into turn number 7. Look at the top right of the screen. You can see them all sliding, but just there he is. Around goes Hughes. Just, you could see though, everybody was sliding around that corner. Normally it's flat, you don't need to think about it. But in these greasy conditions with the rain just starting to fall, all of them were losing the back end, and Hughes, with less experience than the others, was caught out in those conditions.
Sadly, that is exactly what happened, Dan, there. I think he was all by himself. An unforced error, I think that goes down to, and we'd only just finished talking about how new he is to race driving, so I think we'll excuse him that one, and let him come back out later on today for race number 3 for the weekend at 2:35, and well, he'll be coming from the rear of the grid, but certainly get back into it. It's like fall off the horse, get back on the horse and ride away, and that's exactly right as what we say. Interestingly enough, Miles Lacey got himself a ripping start and has got himself into P2. There goes Thomas now. He'll be, I would suggest, might come back into the pits just to let Dad Phil have a bit of a look at it, and all the gravel just exiting out from under the car. Miles Lacey was nice enough to give us a bit of a run through the Praga R1T Evo, 365 horsepower coming from the Renault engine, and as opposed to the Peugeot, as I named it yesterday. Have I said it right, or have I got it wrong again?
No, you said Peugeot correctly today.
Okay, well, I have. And Renault, and so that's a 2-litre turbo Renault engine, carbon fibre monocoque, 3G lateral G-forces cornering on that there as well, and he's a ripping car. And Miles himself is actually a development driver, engineer by trade, and a factory driver for Praga in the UK. So Rick Campbell brings him out to drive in this team, the Praga Racing Australia New Zealand outfit. The guys from EMS Euro Motorsport down there on Princess Highway in Clayton keep this outfit running very, very nicely indeed, and they're of course the factory dealer and factory team and dealer here in Australia as well. So well and truly doing a terrific job. Pretty important role to be flown all the way out from the UK to drive a Praga in the Australian Prototype Champion, just like having Dan McCarthy here to commentate all the way from the UK.
I just saw though, you saying about the Praga where Polakis has come in the lane. We saw that car come to a stop on the exit of turn number 6 on the run to turn number 7. and clearly that car's not quite running on song. He got it restarted, but he has brought it into the lane, so that's a bit of a shame. But of course, there are still relatively new cars. You know, they're going to have these teething issues on these new machines. You see that all around the world, don't you? People release their new machines on the road and also on the racetrack, and there are always teething issues to start with. I've brought up the radar, the bomb weather radar, and I can see absolutely no sign of any rain on the radar, but yet there is no doubt it is raining on the race circuit.
Yeah, it certainly is. These drivers are experiencing that. It's like Mount Panorama. You can have sunshine down on Pitt Straight, but at McPhillamy Park it's pouring down rain. This track is immense, so it does cover a number of postcodes, and it is that's probably what we're seeing here, a different weather pattern to one part of the track to the other.
The point I was going to make is if they can get through this race and keep it on the road, it should be all right. It really is an isolated shower, so hopefully they can get through this period of dampness on the circuit. Certainly going to test out the bravery and the skill of all of these drivers, and the safety car is going to come in at the end of this lap. So Macros, who finished second yesterday, will start out, or restart I should say, when the safety car comes in from the first position. And then the man who finished behind him on the road yesterday in third will be second on the restart. That's number 9 of Lacey. Newton will come out of third, and John Paul Drake, the reigning champion and yesterday's race winner, wasn't quite so confident in those damp conditions on lap number 1. He will come out of position number 4 when the race resumes. We're hearing, yeah, it's certainly raining more in certain areas of the track than others. It really doesn't look like the track is actually wet. It's just got damp bits here and there, I think.
Last time the Australian Prototype Series ran here in its national championship, guys, it was Mark Lauke that won race 2 from Scott Pullman, John Paul Drake, Miles Lacey, Alex Gardner rounded out that top 5 here. Jason Macros is going to use the distinct advantage of the Wolf that he has at his disposal here this weekend on this restart, and he is just banking them up so that he has got the maximum advantage under acceleration here. Jason, a champion of this category in his F1 Extreme, 5 litre on board here, and I do like the message on the rear of this wing here that says there, don't need boost. It's a normally aspirated outfit. Pretty much everyone that's lining up behind him has got turbocharged power. John Paul Drake just looking out from the lineup there. He wants to get line astern there for the restart, but he was trying to have a bit of a look. And there is Mark Lauke, as I mentioned, the guy that won this particular race, race 2 last year.
Someone's gone early.
I'm not sure who's dived out there, but is that Dyson Song?
He's from 5th. He's charged all the way. That's, I don't think there's any doubt that's going to receive a penalty. He went very early. I think it was a case of, I might as well just keep going now. Oh, double brake lock up down into turn 1. Both wheels fully locked up down there, but you can hear him tiptoeing on the power. It is wet down there at turns number 1, 2 and 3, and around goes Lauke. Around goes.
Oh, and there's Dyson Song as well. Not only did he get himself all G'd up for the restart, he's managed to go around. Thomas Hughes goes through. You can see Thomas has rejoined the field. He did go through the lane, had the car checked out. Dyson Song gets back underway in the 88 Wolf F1 Mistral turbocharged outfit, and the field all banking up now behind Jason Macros. And as you would expect, Miles Lacey, who comes from a country famous for its rain, is getting very, very busy on the back of Jason Macros at the moment in that magnificent looking little Praga. They're a very pretty little car, aren't they, the Pragas?
So treacherous out there though, just on the straight out of turn number 6. Lacey's just fighting to keep the car facing in a straight line. Look at this. John Paul Drake's trying to take the go-karting line. I'm not sure if it was deliberate or not. He put 2 wheels, I think, through the grass. But this is really challenging conditions, and it's almost going to be a case of who can keep it on the racetrack, because these 4 have pulled away from the rest, who have slipped and slid all the way through the first few corners and up the inside. Oh, there's a bit of contact there. They just about get away with that, but Lacey showed the nose and really went for it, but the door was closed in his face. Macros shut it, at turn number 15. He's doing the same again at turn number 17. He's run a little bit wide. The door is open. Lacey swings up the inside but didn't get the traction out the corner. And the number 44 holds on.
He does, but he gets a bad run off the last corner, and the Praga streams on by. There was no waiting around that anymore for Miles Lacey, so he leads. Lap number 5, heads out under the Adelaide Bridge. Car number 9 gets into the lead of this race. The trip from England all of a sudden is starting to become well worth it. Interestingly enough, any of these cars, any sort of contact nose to tail is always going to be a problem because they have such complex diffusers under the rear of the car, and then on the front, the trim tabs and the dive planes and all these little different pieces of aerodynamic aids. As John Paul Drake seems to have found his groove now, and he's all over the back of Julian Newton. In fact, he's starting to challenge with him. John Paul Drake had a massive program here this weekend. Has to do it all again today across 3 different categories. This is, of course, the category that he has won the national championship in, so he knows it well. He's been around for probably near on a decade racing these cars, and a very, very successful race driver and businessman away from the racetrack as well. So starting off the front row of the grid just doesn't seem to have the impetus he had in the prototypes yesterday, but that Julian Newton car, the turbocharged Radical, is very, very quick, and Julian knows exactly where to put it on the track. Miles Lacey's gone.
Yes, he has absolutely bolted in the purple first sector, purple middle sector. He was the second faster in Sector 1 alone than anybody else, a further 7/10 faster than anybody else in Sector 2, as John Paul Drake's certainly trying different lines, trying to see just where the grip is. The sort of go-kart wet line is what he's going for, using the high bits of the road to get a good run out of the corners. Here we go, around turn number 17. He's got a great run out the corner. He's going to fire up the inside into turn number 18, the final corner, and takes 3rd position as our race leader crosses the line and takes the win. A great drive in the end from Lacey. He just brained them in those tricky conditions. Macros came home in 2nd, just ahead of John Paul Drake, who took 3rd on the final corner, and Newton will did finish a disappointing 4th in the end.
Well, I tell you what, these races, you've got to make every corner count. You get a safety car and it takes a lap and a half away from the competitive aspect of the race. You've got to do it. As part of the conversation I had with Miles Lacey this morning was, looks like a bit of diffuser damage there. Looks like to be dragging on the ground out the back of the Bureau Baraka supported car of Thomas Hughes. The father and son got a bit of work to do there by the looks of things between now and later on in the race. To the line, Tim Cook gets Foreman.
Got a great run out the final corner, enough so that he was able to take the place by the time they got to the line. It's a pretty short run, isn't it, Darren, between the final corner and the actual finish line here at the bend?
It is, yeah. That's not like a long run to the line there, but it is. It induces that dive bomb into turn 18, really, doesn't it?
Yes,
You'd make sure that you're committed to that so you can get the run out. Provisional results, there they have it, 3.2 seconds. A really good win there by Miles Lacey. He only had the lead of the race for the last lap. Jason Macros brought home into position number 2, defended Lacey for the best part of a lap and a half, but he finally got through. John Paul Drake struggled, I would say, in that race for JP. He got home in 3rd place. Julian Newton just had the 3rd place taken from him by JP on that last couple of turns. Sam Rashid, Dyson Song, who I dare say will have some questions fired at him after his safety car restart. Mark Lauke, can't wait to see the 55 get hooked back up again and get Mark out there. Tim Cook, Ben Cheney, back to Ross Polakis, Thomas Hughes, and Terry Knowles, who took no further part in that. He's going to have a bit of a look back there. Miles Lacey actually, 157.48, has done a ripping time. This is the restart. And we're watching actually where we can't even see, but we're watching for a flash of green, black and yellow. There it is. It's not only is it a flash, it's a zoom by. Wow.
Yeah. What do they say? No overlapping on the restart.
I think he had a phone call he had to take. He was in a hurry to get back to the pits.
Well, technically he wasn't overlapping. He'd already overtaken everybody before the
There was
line.
no overlap.
That's
left.
right. Yes.
He's read the rule book. There's no overlapping, but
It's found a loophole.
No one said no overtaking at all. Coming up next here at the 2024 South Australian Motor Racing Championships at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park is the Australian Formula Open Series. We'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia weekend here as part of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And we have got the GT Australian Formula Open cars on track, making their way around to the grid. Ryan McMillan, who started yesterday on pole, will start today on pole. A bit of a change in second position is Miles Bromley. Yesterday it was Bo Russell. Bo Russell goes back to P3 for this one. Kyle Evans is the next on track in the KCK Lubricants Racing Dallara. Then it is to Trent Grubel, the number 1 driver, last year's champion, who has struggled this weekend with electrical gremlins in that car for Tim Macro Racing, but Trent will reprise that. He will absolutely come alive in this race. Chris Slawarski, the South Australian, the local guy there, defending for the state. Lachlan Evanet to George Casasas. Hamming Huang, Matthew Rosler is the next one there out of position number 10. And we go to Jarrett Ruff in the DiBiase Cabinetry TARDIS. And then it is the TCM Racing Services car, Matthew Woodward, car number 53, that will round out the field today, also a South Australian. So keep your eyes out, keep your eyes peeled for those South Aussies on their home turf. But we will certainly cast our eyes to a couple of Queenslanders that are sitting at the front of this grid to start. Ryan McMillan and Miles Bromley. Open wheeler racing comes alive on the international circuit. The layout here at the Bend this weekend for 4.95 kilometres, a fairly long lap. They've had a few rounds already this season under their belt for the AFO, Australian Formula Open teams, and they come in here and the championship is very much alive and well as we get a good look down onto our pole sitter, Ryan McMillan. They started off at Sandown, the journey taking them to Winton and Sydney Motorsport Park. The Bend here this weekend, then they'll go to QR, Sydney Motorsport Park, and round out at Isle of Magic at Phillip Island at the end of the season.
Position number 2 is vacant, so Bromley is not there. What has happened to the number 9 as we are underway? A lot of wheel spin, the track's clearly still a little bit damp. Blinding start from Russell on the second row in the yellow machine. He's going to go to the outside on the run to turn number 1. Can he do anything with it? He's going to try. He's got the overlap. He's actually ahead when they hit the corner of turn number 2. A great pass around the outside from Bo Russell. That's how it's done.
It's very, very nice indeed. But lurking in the background is car 1, the reigning champion of Trent Grubel. He's got the car working now. He will be on absolute maximum attack. He thinks he might do the Sydney Motorsport Park round, but not a full season. So he just wants to take P1s. He just wants to greet that checkered flag first. But Bo Russell has absolutely given it to them off the line there. Miles Bromley not taking his spot on the grid, sadly, as we see a course car making a way around there as well. But this is getting very willing around here. Perfect bit of race circuit for these open wheeler cars.
And a look there, did McMillan back up the inside of Russell at turn 7. Oh, Russell a bit wide.
Whoa.
Oh, good catch. Really good catch. That was really out in the weeds. You could see the dust being kicked up offline at turn number 12 at Crofty Corner, and he nearly had a Crofty moment there. But he's managed to keep it together as you look a bit further back. The class battles further down the field. It's the European machine that leads them around that section of the course. But these front 3 have absolutely broken away, and they've left Kyle Evans a little bit further behind in 4th position. I'm sure he will catch them though as this race progresses. And here we are, the fight for 5th position. It's Wang that leads it at the moment in the AFO 3 class, and around the 53 has spun. That's Woodland in the former Toyota Racing Series car, and another Toyota Racing Series car is in the gravel. It's the number 4 of Rosler. So 2 of the 3 Toyota Racing Series cars have hit trouble as we have a change for lead. No, Russell just about holds on. It's been a frantic start to this race, Darren.
Certainly has been. We're just looking at the number 16 of Wang. That's a Formula regional car. They're all of the same, I guess, pedigree, but just slightly different rule sets and a newer iteration on the Dallara. But certainly getting around under safety car
for that machine.
There it is right there.
I reckon that might be turn 16 again, you know, Darren. So it's the run out of turn 15, 14, 15, and then the run out of there down the hill. It's normally flat. It's normally comfortably flat. But in these conditions, these damp conditions, there's another car off as well. I think that was a Formula 4. Oh, no, it's another Formula 3 car. It's the number 9 of Bromley. So that's the car that stopped so clearly on the outlap because it never made it to the grid.
Yeah, it didn't make it around. It had car left pit exit, but never made it round. Matty Rosler, the South Australian in the TARDIS Formula Toyota number 50 chassis. That's the one that we were looking at, and now we're looking at the, that's the Formula Toyota that we're looking at now. Trying to work out where that is. This car's going
out of turn 15 and into 16 again.
Yep.
It's the one that caught out the prototype of Thomas Hughes in the previous race. It's a corner that's normally so flat. There it is. It's just they just don't have the grip in these cold, slightly damp conditions.
Well, it is cold, and when it does get damp, there's very little tyre warmth in them anyway, so they tend to skate off. This is actually good for Kyle Evans. He can start to, when they do the restart, he can be right back there, right in the back, under the rear wing of Trent Grubel, and can try to stay with them. I think Kyle Evans was probably safety being the better part of his strategy there, so that you keep it on the black stuff, because there was a couple of people that had already speared off, and the guy from the front row of the grid on the warm-up lap in car 9, Miles Bromley, the Queenslander, had already done that. So there was a bit of writing on the wall type of stuff going on there for them. The championship coming into this weekend being led by Miles Bromley. So he's going to lose that as a result of this race. Ryan McMillan, Kyle Evans, Bo Russell, George Kansas, and then Ryan Astley only doing one of the rounds so far. But there's the number 1 car, and I guess we should probably take a moment and reflect just on last season for Trent Grubel. He had a tough year, but it was ultimately very, very close with Ryan Howe at the end of the season, and both of them had acquitted themselves well. Both represented themselves, their teams and their families brilliantly, and it was a very, very small margin in the end that saw Trent Grubel be able to wear the number 1, and there he is sitting in P3. And if I was the 2 guys in front, I would be very, very wary of where Trent Grubel is about to place his car. An aggressive racer, of the type of guy that drives the car off the front wheels, and really is right in your face kind of driver. He'll put the nose down every opportunity he can, and from my perspective, good on him. That's what a race driver should do. Have a go at every possible chance. These races aren't that long. We've only got 7 minutes left in this. It's a 20-minute opportunity, so you do have to do that. You've got to, I guess, employ that Trent Grubel type of attack method. There's not a lot of opportunity just to sit back and let the race unfold. You've got to get up in their face and get on with the driving.
So you can see on the left-hand side of the screen the different classes. So essentially AF01, those are the orange-coloured squares. They are open to FIA European Formula 3 cars, and they run, exactly to that rule set. So there's a lot of those cars in this category. The blue colour, that is AF03. That is a sort of invitational class. It's open to all sorts of different vehicles, while AF02 is the grey coloured boxes, and that is open to Toyota Racing Series cars and Formula 4 cars as well. So there's quite a few in that particular category, and that's been a hard-fought class throughout the weekend, and it's Slaraski that leads that at the moment out there on the racetrack in his Toyota Racing Series FT50, the TARDIS chassis. So he's doing a great job ahead of Rough Woodland, who had that spin off the racetrack down there, but he's managed to get back on the road. The same could not be said for Rosler, who found himself beached in the gravel trap.
The GT Australian Formula Open Series has been around for a couple of seasons now. It emerged out of COVID very, very strongly, and it has given a home to a lot of open wheelers that otherwise would not have been racing here in Australia, and I think that's what the open wheeler community has embraced very, very well. Thank goodness, I'll say. And here is the calendar we got through Sandown, Winton and Sydney Motorsport Park. here this weekend at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We go to Queensland Raceway on the first weekend in August, Sydney Motorsport Park, and the big festival at the end of the year, Island Magic, 22, 23, 24 of November, and all of the ones with the asterisks on the Blendline TV YouTube channel. You can catch all of that action right throughout season 2024, but certainly is a great spot down, and I'm sure you're just like me in the fact that we do like to see open wheelers, and if we were only going to be able to get 2 or 3 of each one of these, but we could get 20 of them along track together, all the better for us.
Absolutely right. It's great that they're really, they're on the Shannon's bill at several rounds, and the ones that they're not on the Shannon's Nationals bill with, they're here with us on Blendline TV. So we've already covered the round at Winton, round 2. Blendline TV also covered the Sydney round a couple of weeks ago, covering this round and also the last round of the season, the title decider. And it looks to me like this race series this year will be very much going down to the wire at Phillip Island in November. Here's what we have to come. Oh, Rosala's gone off the road again down at turn number 17. Clearly very dirty tyres. And he's just dribbled off the road once more. But yes, there's plenty of action still to come here today. Up next, we've got Porsche 944, their second race of the weekend, before the Radicals come out for their first race of the day and their final race for the weekend. It's beginning to rain quite a bit out there at turns number 1, 2, and 3. I can see quite a bit of mist down there.
There's lots to be seen here today at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Plenty of viewing going on as these cars go around there. Just experiencing some really tricky conditions. This misty haze that has transpired in front of, sort of descended on the top end of the circuit here, and going to be tricky for these cars because these tyres do need to be run hard and fast to get things going. There's a service vehicle going around the track there again. That grabbed my eye on the opening lap as well. Like setting up PA, etc. around the track. Really looking forward to seeing the 12:10 start of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. Dan, it was a ripping race, and I've got to say last year's racing has been overshadowed by how competitive this year's race was for race 1. So getting race 2 underway at 12 today, really looking forward to seeing those raging bulls get out there and light it up here on the international 4.95 kilometre circuit at the Bend.
A lot of drivers in Formula 4 this weekend, and a lot of them had a few rounds in this series, getting used to driving Formula 4 machinery, so they could be pretty match fit and ready to go when they jumped into the Formula 4 Championship. So great to see the connection and the bond between the two categories.
Yeah, well, it's a natural way to do it, isn't it? Like I said, we haven't got enough cars to do a standalone Formula 3 or a standalone Formula 4 series, so combining them, and they all get trophies for their different classes, the AF 1, 2 and 3 classes, as we get ourselves all set for a restart with only just over 2 minutes remaining. So I think we're probably going to get maybe 3, maybe only 2 laps here. But I'm watching that car, Trent Grubel, car number 1, to see how aggressively he attacks turn 1 this time around as they get the restart signal. And he is right in behind. In fact, those first 3 cars almost look like one on that head-on shot, don't they? With Bo Russell, Ryan McMillan and Trent Grubel. Look at that, right up under the diffuser, right up under the high visibility rain light under the back of the car. None of them have gone the rain light yet. Here we go. And back underway we go, and from the front, Bo Russell gets away brilliantly, like he did off the line at the start of this race. And there's Evans. He's right into the back of Trent Grubel. They fan out. They could almost have 6 or 7 of these cars wide if they could all get under the brakes that late. Oh, Evans gives it away there and throws it away at turn 1, gathers it all back up and didn't lose a spot.
It's really wet down there at turns 1, 2 and 3. You can see the understeer on the car for McMillan. It's wet, proper wet down in the first sector of this race. Grubel, the reigning champion, looks confident out of all the front runners. He looks the most comfortable in these conditions. Backed off a bit at turn number 5 though, as we see the 21 defending into turn number 6. This is such tricky conditions. Open wheelers, slick tyres, wet track. It's not a particularly pleasant combination, but these guys are really showing their talent. These guys are the future of Australian motorsport and potentially even international motorsport as well, and they are showing it down around the back section of the course. Huang has been overtaken by a number of competitors, including Evanet and Katsanos as well. So he's fallen back a couple of places, and he's now coming under pressure from the Toyota Racing Series car of Slorowski.
Good run here, good shots here. This is the Formula Regional car that we're looking at here of Huang, the number 16. And we go to another part of the race now. This is back down with Woodland and Rosler. Actually, no, it's not. There's 2 more extra laps going in here, so race control have given them the grace to continue on, and we're just getting a good look here. So that's Ken Standerson, Evanet as well. So right in the mid-pack here, and these two are lighting it up very, very well between the two of them.
Through
Looks to
goes
the outside.
Through goes Slorowski, so he is overtaken Huang. Huang is really struggling in the Formula Regional car at this stage of the race as they come across the line to complete lap number 5. Unfortunately, a majority be done under caution. I can hear locked brakes as the number 16 comes back up the inside. Huang always locked the rears in the damp conditions and just about keeps it under control, but he lost that place once again. So the number 93 moves back up into 7th position. I can hear more tyres protesting. It is so wet down there at turns 1, 2 and 3 at the moment, but these guys are doing an exceptional job to keep it on the road. Russell has not really broken away up the front. McMillan is right on his tail, and Grubel is in there as well. It's tight up the pointy end, but we're looking at the class battles a little bit further back. Evanet in the Formula 4 is up to position number 5, and the Slorowski machine leads the Formula Open 2 class in the the Formula Regional category.
It's the jetforms.com.au car, South Australian Tatus FT50. As we go back to car number 22, this is Beau Russell leading the race. He's had the game on a string, this one, from the initial standing start. Got away beautifully, brained them off the line, took Ryan McMillan.
He's wide, he's made a mistake, a big mistake.
He has. That's going to cost him.
He's opened the door. Here comes McMillan up the inside at the final corner. It's going to be really tight. It's going to be a drag race to the line here. Who's it going to be? The checkered flag's at the ready. Just about. Russell holds on from McMillan by just 1/10 of a second in the end. He nearly threw it away at turn 17.
Grubel was just watching all that unfold in front, but managed to ease it home into 3. So he started out of 3, finished in 3 in some tricky conditions. And our race leader, Beau Russell, race winner, Beau Russell, nearly threw it all away, didn't he? As we're just getting a look at the Lachlan Evanet, and that's the MY14 McGale 14 F4 car, and they stream through to the line. Evans, Evanet, Kancios, Chris Slorowski, Huang in the 16 machine, and then they all keep coming to the line. Here's the replay on that final corner. He goes out onto the painted ripple strip. Wow, look at that, Ryan McMillan looks to the inside. Wow, that was some very, very heavy crowding into that final corner, but the flow that Beau had on just after he gathered it all back up is what led him through to the line ultimately to round out that race.
That's Beau Russell's first race victory of the season, the 4th different winner in the first 4 rounds. It's been such a competitive season, so great to see Bo Russell get on the board. Ryan McMillan came home in second. He'll probably be disappointed he didn't convert pole to the win, but he will take the championship lead as Miles Bromley failed to even make the start. Reigning champion Trent Grubel came home in third, ahead of our opening round winner Kyle Evans in position number 4. Lachlan Evanet came home in position 5, an incredible job in the Formula 4 machine to finish inside the top 5, a real drive of the race, that one. Kensios came home in 6th ahead of Slolarski, who won the Formula Open 2 class for the the Toyota Racing Series car, so good from him in position number 7. He beat home Huang, Ruff and Woodland. Rosler did not make the finish, and Bromley did not make the start. Really dramatic race in such tricky conditions there, Darren.
Interestingly enough, Trent Grubel, the fastest car on track by over half a second at the end there. So 6 laps completed, a very short journey for these cars. We're going to take a quick break here from the 2024 South Australian Motor Racing Championships held here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We'll be back in a moment. We've got the Porsche 944 Challenge coming up on track. Back soon. Porsche 944s on track now, the great German brand of sports cars, and for nearly 25 years now these cars have been racing, predominantly in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, but from time to time a foray into state is always welcomed by these competitors, and they put on a ripping show, doesn't matter where they go racing. Here is our grid for race number 2 for the weekend. Cam Bella, 4 times champion, many race wins under his belt, and he is leading the way for this field. Adam Brewer, AVI Technology, doing a ripping job last season, opened up this season, and trying ever so hard to keep it competing. Joey Kellick just getting a bit sideways there in the 1-800 Lasagna car. Mark Verdino is third there in the Sidelink Transport outfit. Looking forward to seeing that. And Mark Torbett's last round race winner, his first time in 13 years. So he is still celebrating that, as well as a class win at the Bathurst 12-hour. Chris Lewis-Williams, last year's champion in the number 37 out of 5. 6 is Joey Kellock, the 1-800 Lasagna machine. Tony Westerway out of position number 7, and Jared Campione, the Campione Electrics, number 88 out of position number 8. Andrew Goldman in the 333, the Carpet Shed Limitless Car Care entry. Peter Grant, new to the 944s in the Auto Coupe entry. Great to see him there. Nicholas Carpenter had a bit of a troubled run yesterday in the Melbourne paving car, so we're looking forward to seeing the number 14 do well, as with Josh Brisbane in the Track Performance Solutions car. Rounding out the back of the field is Michael Westaway in the 45, Manny Menezelma after a off-track excursion, and Carter Fox should be pushing hard out of 15th position in the Porsche Centre Brighton car. Cambella, the number 55. These cars, these next couple of cars on the grid, Brewer, Verdino, Torbets and Lewis Williams, Joey Kellock included, do not want to see that aqua car of Cambella drive away into turn 1.
Aqua's the word. Pretty greasy conditions out there. We've had a bit of light drizzle go over the track. So this is going to test out some of the grip levels of these Porsches. Bella with the start there, no problems. He's got off the line as clean as a whistle there. Verdino followed him through, and he'll probably get up to second position by the time they get down. Look at the head-on shot. You can see how misty it is out there. Tricky conditions. And all under brakes down there at turn 1. Bella leads them through. Verdino will get up to second position, and Kellock, the 1800 Lasagna entry on the outside. Probably not the ideal position, gets him to a better position on the next corner. So slides his way through the 1800 Lasagna car. And there's the Lewis Williams entry also. Got a good start. Looks in for a pass too. Nice and close there.
Interesting thing with these cars, they run that magnificent Yokohama all-weather rubber, so it's good in dry conditions, can be used in the wet without too much loss of grip, and once it gets up in temperature, they do operate very well. Unfortunately, Ads Brewer has gone back a spot there. The Sidelink entrant car of Verdino goes out wide, and Chris Lewis-Williams looks to take advantage of that. You're not going to go side by side with Joey Kellock for too long in these greasy conditions, and Joey Kellock, he'll be loving it. He loves to move the car around. He likes the slippery foot underneath him as they go charging around through turns 10, 11 and 12. But at this point in time, sadly for everyone behind, Cam Bella is about a second and a half out in front of this gaggle of cars that is forming up now behind Mark Verdino.
Yeah, the clean start was the winner there for Bella. So he gets a nice clean break. Saw Verdino just there, a little bit sideways, as you just mentioned. And Williams gets the pass done there too on Kellock. Or side by side, just going out a shot there. And it's all the cars in the mist down there, coming down the crest there at turn 13.
It's Peter Grant leading through some more experienced drivers. Verdino out of P2, goes back. He loses spots all the way back to Mark Torbett. So he'll be back out to 7th. Carter Fox coming into the picture there as well.
Oh, gee, he was sideways as well.
It's the 88 of Jared Campione, the Campione Electrics entry. And here we go. This is what happened with Mark Verdino. Out on the painted stuff, it's wet, and around you go. Gee, that's a nasty spin there. Could have got a lot worse. There goes Mark Torbets, and he gets himself back another position as well. Chris Lewis-Williams now into P2. This will be the chase. The chase will be on now. 4 times championship winner Cameron Bella leading the way. Now being chased down by 4 times champion Championship winner as well, and reigning champion Chris Lewis-Williams. Joey Kellock's up a spot. Ads Brewer's returning. Mark Torbitz is also returning, but Mark Verdino has gone back 4 spots there. So a bit of a lock up on the 77 there, and slides into turn 1. Doesn't lose a position, but loses a little bit of momentum. You've got to flow the car through these couple of corners, 1, 2, 3, so that you've got a nice drive out of 3 to get up to 4. And this very, very fast part of the circuit coming around now. That's 4 into 5. Very fast. Pedal to the metal. And this is, I was talking to Chris Lewis-Williams actually very early this morning when we got to the track at about 7 a.m. and he was here ready to go, and he said it's such a challenging circuit. It rivals the challenge of going to Mount Panorama, and he said just getting my head around it. I've done all of 11 laps so far here this weekend, and he said I think I've taken 12 different lines around there as well. So he's acquitting himself, very experienced racer, been around the sport his whole life, and looking forward to seeing if Chris Lewis-Williams can chase down Cam Bella. Joey Kellock's going to keep filling his mirrors, that's for sure. He's not going to let him get away. He'll slide away as well. That's Joey's natural style, whether it's wet, dry, damp, whatever it might be. He likes to move the car around and get the attention of the guy in front. Mark Ads Brewer there with Mark Verdino right in the mirrors. He comes Mark Torbitz, Tony Westaway behind there as well. Carter Fox swinging into the mix there as well. And just watching the car 20, there he is there, the blue car. And he has done a terrific move. Usually see him in the yellow number 7, but this weekend in the number 20 machine, the Porsche Centre Brighton entry outfit, the Pool Master entry. So he is absolutely on fire. Normally gets a bit of TV time. He's got the Glenline TV sticker blazed across the back of his car, and it gets him a bit of love.
Verdino's made up a little bit of ground too. Oh, he watches that right on cue, and he's out in the grass. So just as he was just to make it a little bit of ground there, and he's got it all locked up there and all crossed up in the wet, greasy conditions, and all that hard work now becomes unglued.
Peter Grant, the Auto Coupe entry, first time here in the category this weekend, has established himself well and truly inside the top 10 as a top 10 runner on his first time out. So that's good. He's up another spot now into P8. So that's good. Here's number 2 on the road, the EJM Solutions race here this weekend. EJM Advice, and that's Manny Menazelma's company. He is currently running 12th on the road in car number 10. All the cars with their Porsche stickers across the window, part of their sponsorship package. Porsche Cars Australia, very heavily involved with the presentation of this product. Here is our Mark Verdino, goes round in the number 6. That's where Carter Fox made up that spot there. I don't think Carter had anything to do with it other than applying a bit of pressure from a distance. Here is the 66 of Mark Torbitz, and just in front there, that's Tony Westaway. And our debut racer there in Peter Grant, right in behind. So big list of sponsors: Stratton Finance, Hobart, 1-800 Lasagna, Butchers Diner, AVI Technology, LK Diesel, Don Watson Transport, 888 Home Loans, and of course the magnificent people in fashion from Pit Lane Clothing. And this is tricky conditions, isn't it? This is really going to catch out some of the radicals as well in this sort of weather. They'll have a choice of a wet or a slick, and they'll probably go out in a slick in this condition and instead of tearing up a wet tyre. But these cars have a distinct advantage. There's Manny Menazelma, looks down the inside now, and he looks to go through on the 84, and that is the 84 is Peter Grant. He's gone back a spot now, so that's Mark Verdino.
Verdino, yeah,
that's going through. Sorry about that. And the side link entry, but he gets a spot back from the car on debut, or the racer on debut here. Joey Kellock really sticking with Chris Lewis-Williams there as well around this part of the track, and coming up onto the long one front straight, 1 kilometre long. And these guys now coming around through turn 16, and they're on the run up to 17. There's the 14 running down in 12th at the moment of Carpenter. Goes up the inside now of Michael Westaway. Gets it done, or does he? They're going to go side by side into turn 18. And no, they don't. But the 45 swings across in front. Michael Westerway, massively experienced in this category. Been around for quite some time. But they are going to be dealing now with the 56 of Josh Brisbane. And Jared Campione has gone up a few spots as well in the 88. Our race leader, a 220.741 by Cam Bella, a long way off the 212.77 of his own lap record here. So that's a testament to these tricky, greasy conditions we're experiencing here.
45 car there, Michael Westerway under attack, as we just mentioned there. You've got Carpenter and Josh Brisbane just beyond the all-green number there. Just being very patient just there at the back of that pack, which is actually 12th, 13th and 14th position on circuit at the moment. You see the haze there, very tricky conditions as you mentioned. He's already caught a few drives out. Verdino's been the one that's come unglued a couple of times. And at the crest there, that's turn 8. Looking down the hill there. That's a new camera angle for this broadcast this weekend. And there is Brisbane now still pushing through behind Michael Westerway. In fact, that's Carpenter in front of him. So the Westerways have been involved with this series for a long time.
There's three of them.
Yeah.
Three of them. Jamie, who's a champion of the category, not here this weekend. I think he's concentrating all of his spare change on involving himself with the Victorian base races.
Brewer there.
That's Brewer catches it. Bit of an understeer on turn 1, but they are, sorry, that's not even turn 1. We're talking 14 there. Sorry about that. But there's Carter Fox now. And in behind Fox is Tony Westerway. And here comes Mark Torbett's got the car positioned beautifully for the run to the inside of the next corner.
17, pretty tricky to try and get through there. Someone will probably get pushed wide. That was stuck beautifully.
They're going to go too wide. He's done it. He's got through on the 20 of Carter Fox there. So just going back another spot there. The recovering Mark Verdino just gives a short back and sides to Tony Westerway. He gets through. We've completed 4 laps. There's 3.5 minutes left in the timed race. As they all line up now, they really need to be concentrating on chasing down Cam Bella. But boy, at 14 seconds out in front, Cam Bella has got this game on a string here this weekend. And we say that more often than not with the 944s. Super talented driver and preparation company of many of these cars with his father. They do a tremendous job preparing these cars and presenting these cars. They all look fantastic. If you're going to have a Porsche, you want it to look good, don't you?
Certainly do. So the 66 car under the pump there, that's the Butts. And that's Verdino, who's trying to recover from a couple of his little excursions during this race. Certainly got a bit of pace in the 44 car. Just got to try and keep it in a straight line, which hasn't been the case during his race. Certainly gets up behind some cars. He's looking for another pass over the top.
Mark Torbett's not the kind of guy that will block him either.
No.
If Mark's got the faster car, Mark Torbett's will open the corner up for him. But at this point in time, Mark would be making a judgment call on it, going, no, I've got the pace. He's got to get through. He wants to have a crack. But at the moment, Mark Torbett's is driving very, very well. As I mentioned earlier, had a class victory in the Bathurst 6 Hour. March 2024 will go down as a very, very good month for Mark Torbett's. Won a 944 race for his first time in over a decade. And they went to the big dance at Mount Panorama over Easter and did a tremendous job there as well. So that's the Pipecraft number 66 car. Not his car. His car's black with gold on it. And I believe that's not too far away from being ready to go again. Of course, Mark Torbett's has a big banger sports sedan in his shed as well. So we're waiting to see the Cortina head back out on track, and I'm constantly encouraging him to do that. Pretty much the same colour as that 66 he's driving here this weekend. So if you know anything about sports sedans, a yellow Cortina in that colour, you'll know the car I'm talking about.
Verdino got past him too while that was all happening down there, so he's finally got past the Boots there. Bella's still leading this race quite comfortably. He's got a massive margin, 20 seconds. That's a huge margin in this class. Chris Lewis-Williams there currently in second position, car 37. That's the car heading down towards turn 1. Joey Kellock around the outside there in the 1800 Lasagna car. Just trying to find a pass down there On the 3 car there, Adam Brewer, he went a bit wide down through there. And there's Verdino trying to charge his way through the pack.
Joey Kellock's flowing the car wide through there. I think he's going to lose a spot, though. Ads Brewer has held on tightly. He actually may have just a little bit more pace. I could be wrong here. Side by side through this turn 5. That is Joey Kellock to a T there. Verdino looks to the inside. Ads Brewer clears out under brakes. And the 1-800 Lasagna car, massive lock-up under brakes, left front, torched it. Torbitz now has a good look at the Kellock mobile, and they're going to go side by side. So Joey Kellock waves goodbye to Verdino and Brewer and puts it out on the dirt a bit there. But Mark Torbitz is like, right, Joey's on fire. I'll just give him a couple of corners of breathing room and let him get it all gathered back up again.
There was certainly a bit keen down there at turn 6. Change things around a little bit. They disappear, and we can see Chris Lewis-Williams now under attack from Adam Brewer, and he's looking for a pass here too. He's got right up alongside of him. Down the back part of the circuit, in fact that's turn 13 there. So his best passing opportunity is going to be about here, and in fact Mark Verdino is trying to do a bit of the same. Trying to sneak up on the inside there at 14. He's in the right position, but not close enough. So Brewer's going to be really close by the time they get down to turn 17 here to put the pass down. It's the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th positions on track.
Chris Lewis has got the high-vis rain light on there. Have a look at Verdino. He looks to the inside
He's
now. Gets Ads Brewer and Chris Lewis caught out. Goes to the inside. Mark Verdino brings his mate Joey Kellock through. He goes alongside.
Oh, it's contact.
Chris Lewis-Williams, big contact there as well, and he goes spearing off. Wow, that was a bit of an unnecessary touch-up there, but it was all the experience of Chris Lewis-Williams that brought that car to a halt without too much damage there. But there's the 77 continuing on, and it's the Torbitz. Then we go back to Carter Fox weighing back in on this battle as well. So this could go anyway, normally up, as Verdino has cleared off. So Verdino's comeback, I would say, is complete. It's going to be a very interesting way in the last lap here for him to be able to get onto Campbella, but he has dispensed with 5 or 6 cars over the last few laps, and he's driving away. Ads Brewer is trying to stay with him. Joey Kellock's trying to gather it all up after an unfortunate coming together with Chris Lewis-Williams.
Carter Fox there on the back of this pair too. Kellock into boots there, and got himself slow on turn 6 on the inside. It's a good position. A little bit squirmish under brakes there.
There's 3
Fox.
wide.
So the bits will keep hanging on there as far as that group is concerned. 4th, 5th and 6th position there on track as they go down the hill there at turn. Out in the grass there, Kellock. So that's not going to do any chance. In fact, he's well off. I wonder if he's got an issue there.
Well, there was that coming together with Chris Lewis-Williams. I didn't think that was anything more than a bumper to door sort of contact. Pushed Lewis-Williams a good 50 metres off track. Gathering it all up now. Now here is our race leader from Bella Motorsport. If you are looking to get your 944 hotted up and going fast, or your Porsche of any circumstance, get down to Bella Motorsport. They know what they're doing. They prepare half the cars in the top 10 in this race meeting. They go to Bathurst, do the 6 hour, and now this is Cameron Bella. And as they come around this last corner, he's got a 20.36 second lead. A checkered flag, and race 2 goes to Cameron Bella here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. This weekend brought to us by EJM Advice, and it is a country mile, Mark Nancaro.
It is. Over 20 seconds between first and second there. That might even be even a bit further when we get the car 44 to go through a Verdino. That's a fair drive too after his mistakes. Then we Brewer, Mark to bits, Carter Fox. They're the ones that goes across the line, and 84 car of Peter Grant there. On the screen there at the moment, the 37 car Chris Lewis-Williams, 4 times Vic's champion, goes across the line. He'll finish up in 9th position. It's a long way back. Obviously he's had some issues there in that race, but Meza Sama, then Josh Brisbane going through the 88 car on track there. That's Campione, and the last car to go through, the Carpenter. Goldwyn, the 333 car of Andrew Goldwyn, will be the last car to go through, and they will finish So have a quick look at what's happened here with the contact between Lewis Williams here and Joey Kellogg, and there it is. Kellogg just got into the side of the driver's door there of Chris Lewis Williams, and it just torched him really, and just pushed him out into the infield. I think that's the final car to go through there of Andrew Goldman, a little bit further back. So that'll be race 2 for the weekend here for the Porsche 944 Challenge. In fairly greasy conditions here.
Looking forward to the next round, which will be at Phillip Island for the State Series at the end of this month. Looking forward to the return of Jim Mitchell, John Benoris, Lyndon Watson, Tom Andrzejewski, Keith Mariner, Tim Wolfe, Andy Tudor, and even Jack Atley possibly on the grid. There's the finishers. Cam Ballard to Mark Fedino, Adam Brewer, Mark Torbitz, Carter Fox. Good run there, Carter. Well done. Joey Kellogg in the 77 there for 1-800 Lasagna. Tony Westaway, Peter Grant, Chris Lewis Williams, sadly finishing outside that top 5 spot for the first time in quite a long time. Josh Bridgman home in 11th, Michael Westaway, Jared Campioni, Nicholas Carpenter and Andrew Goldman rounding out the Porsche 944s. They will be back on track at 1:45 this afternoon. Radical Cup Australia on track next.
Radicals to get their second race of the weekend underway. Once again, it will be a pit stop race. We've had some questionable weather so far today, so there's a lot of eyes looking up in the skies at the moment, just trying to judge if it's going to rain or not. It's been a little bit misty, so that's another consideration for the cars as they come rolling out of the dummy grid. What do the teams do? Do they get the wet tyres ready in anticipation for a tyre change? So pro drivers are starting this race. They're making their way out onto the track. We can't wait to get this race underway very shortly. So we'll hand over to our commentators, Richard Crail and Darren Smith.
Thank you very much. Callum Brannigan out there where all the action is as the cars head out onto track for this radical race coming our way. Cars had a terrific race yesterday, and in fact the whole championship is just looking stronger and stronger as the weeks go by in 2024. Richard Crail, welcome to the commentary booth, and of course presenting the Radicals.
Nice to be here with you for the second time this weekend, and looking forward to another race in challenging conditions. So as the teams were rolling down to the dummy grid, there was that light rain shower. We saw it in Australian Formula Open, we saw it in Porsche 944, but it wasn't really enough to get things properly wet. So definitely not wet tyre conditions at this point here at the Bend Motorsport Park. But there is just that slight level of moisture which makes it very, very tricky if you go offline, and in particular if you get yourself out onto the painted lines and the curbs around this 4.95 kilometre international circuit. So it's going to be a storyline. Will it come back? Will it get misty again? Will they have to roll the dice and take a gamble to maybe put some wets on when we get to the compulsory pit stop halfway through the race? Here's how they start for race 2. Qualifying 2 generated the grid for this, and Peter Clare and Josh Hunt will start from pole for Valente Rosso. we say happy birthday as well. Peter Clare and Josh Hunt off pole. Cooper Cuts from the outside of the front row. Jordan Oon and Adam Lyle go from 3, and race 1 winner Peter Padden, who's got 5 straight in the championship, goes off the second row of the grid. Bart Moore will start the 68 car out of P5. Chris Reindler and Bryce Moore, solid podium yesterday after a spin on lap 1. Bryce Moore behind the wheel of car 28. Mel Price starts the second Valente Rosso car out of 7th, with Brad Russell, the West Aussie, in car 18 in the Bradical, as he calls it, out of 8. Adam Nakarada and James Hernandez off the 5th row of the grid. Sue Hughes and Ash Samadi, who's had an absolute shocker this weekend. Clutch failed yesterday after changing an engine after qualifying. And Warwick Church and John D. Giovanali and Caleb Sumich will go off 14th position, with Caleb, a round winner here in 22 and a young star of One Make Porsche Racing, now going off the back of the field. Good to have young Sumich back on the grid. So a rolling start. The clock will start ticking. It's about 14 degrees local temperature at the moment. A lot brighter now than it was even 15 minutes ago. And that will give these drivers a little bit more confidence. But I think those intermittent showers are just going to keep passing over as today rolls on, Daz. So it could be a challenging 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of rain sort of heading over that the Ranges sort of area. So whether it makes it here to Tailem Bend is a different story altogether as the cars bunch up nicely. Gee, they've been very well drilled on getting this setup done, haven't they? They really do look impressive the way they're set up well and truly before they come onto the main straight here. Josh Hunt at the wheel there. So it should be a good start from him.
The drive-through penalty in yesterday's race, they were 0.2 of a second beneath the minimum mandatory pit stop time of 91 seconds, and it cost them 30 in the end, and a podium finish for he and Greg Kenny. So for Peter Clare, I should say. So they've got some time to make up and a bit of revenge perhaps today for Valente Rosso. Cooper Cuts started on pole yesterday, missed the start, got beaten by Padden into turn 1. This time he starts in front of his closest championship rival. So there's a bit to play for there, and a really good jump from Cuts in that white Arise racing car. Better though, Padden down the inside is Jordan Oon, the West Aussie, squeezing down the inside of Josh Hunt. They'll be 4 abreast up to turn 1. Watch for Jordan Oon in the 14. Padden sweeps around them all. How much confidence has the championship leader got? Meanwhile, Josh Hunt's spinning and Jordan Oon's gone as well.
Stricken in the middle of the track. Jordan Oon grabs first gear, drives on with it. Josh Hunt right out in the grass there in the middle of the field. Just wondered what happened in front of them there. All those cars came down into turn 1 under control, got halfway through the corner, and it all just broke loose. Have a look at Oon there, Cooper Cuts, and we're getting a good look on the side there of Moore as well. And getting a really good line through that pack there. The 68, that's Barton Moore in the Osnets racing entry. But Peter Padden, like Cambella in the Porsche 944s, that's a guy you don't want to see disappearing into the distance on lap 1.
Wow, how's the confidence and commitment of the First Focus driver? Talk about First Focus. He had it all there.
Intense focus.
Yeah, to commit around the outside at turn 1. So it is the rubbered up side of the road at the point where you turn in. So check out, he's on the racing line now, but by the time he gets to the midpoint of the corner, he's wide. Cut slowed up, and then contact further back. So Brad Russell on the outside, Oon on the inside, and Josh Hunt the meat and the sandwich. And this is Josh on the comeback trail grabbing Ash Samadi, and Jordan's going to follow him through and grab that spot. So they're now in the back half of the top 10, and that makes this race even more challenging. The pro drivers can only spend 40% of the race in the car, and then they have to hand over to their co-driver. So when that pit stop window opens, they'll be among the first cars to peel off into pit lane.
Ash Smarty's in a hurry. Started out at 12th. He's into 9th place now. Josh Hunt is also in a hurry. He started off pole and needs to push his way back from position 8. So maybe Ash can get onto the back of him. Ooh. As we've got side by side down the straight. This could end in tears as the drag race concludes at the end of the straight. It's Moore and Cooper Cuts. Have a look who's in the background there, though. It is Barton Moore in the 68 Osnets car as well. So this is going to get very, very willing in this first stanza before the pro drivers have to start all coming in.
Barton's co-driver Terry Knowles drove superbly yesterday. They stopped late in the race. He led a couple of laps during that pit stop shuffle, and the 68 car had a 4th place finish as a result. So some gain for Bryce Moore, who's got a lot of confidence in these conditions. The grip level still not quite where they want it to be as they generate tyre temperature in the Hankook tyres. In qualifying yesterday in quite cool conditions early on Saturday morning, they were taking 4 or 5 laps to get to ultimate performance out of the tyre. So right now, only 14 degrees ambient, track temperature not a lot more than that. It's going to take them 4 or 5 laps into this race before they're fully confident. And it's the drivers with the experience that are really getting the most out of it at the moment. But Patton already 3.2 seconds to the better, with more up to second place, and Cooper Cutts back to third.
Peter Padden is always impressive in radical racing. This car on screen right now, Cooper Cutts, is the one that has impressed me the most so far this weekend, Richard. He has really come right into the front of this field and a real force to be reckoned with.
So Padden down the hill, and into pit lane comes James Hernandez. So they're just checking out something in the engine bay there. 1500cc Radical Performance engine, 4-cylinder.
Good shot there at the packaging in the back of these cars. It's very, very meaningful. Nothing there that doesn't need to be there, and it is kept small and light and to a minimum as possible. And looking back under there, it's really hard, that exhaust system over the top of the gearbox there.
Well, almost looking at, it looked like rear axle perhaps down in the driveline of that car, Daz. So Valente Rosso going to work. It's been a tough weekend for Jim as Barton Moore continues to put the pressure on Cooper Cutts for third and fourth place. And a good start so far for Barton, who drove his little heart out as he always does. So this is Josh Hunt continuing to be on the comeback trail on Brad Russell. A bit of a drag race up the back straight and then into the final corner. I spoke to Josh this morning and he said in the dry he was a little bit frustrated because he couldn't quite get turn 18 flat. He said it's a little bit of a lift and you carry rolling speed. But he did say that these corners were absolutely pinned to the boards. Flat out through turn 7, turn 8 where they are now, into turn 9, which is this corner, it's flat. And he said you can't break into turn 10, which is this left-hander, because it upsets the balance of the car. So you've got to lift and just chuck the thing at the apex and hope the downforce in these cars helps the car rotate through. But you don't want to get that pitch involved in the car because it'll fire you off the road because it's 200 k's an hour at the change of direction. So properly committed bit of road. His eyes lit up as he was talking about it. He's really enthusiastic about driving these cars at this racetrack. So Josh is engaged and back up to 5th place.
This is what I'm talking about with Cooper Cutts. He's got Barton Moore and Josh Hunt behind him, both very experienced campaigners. And through that part of circuit that you just spoke us through, 9, 10, 11 and 12, he drove away from Barton Moore. So if you're doing that and you're new-ish into radicals, then you've got the game going very, very well. It's going to be interesting to see how these two hardened war horses come about taking on Cooper Cutts now.
Well, and Josh has got speed to burn, so he'll be massively frustrated about that moment at turn 1 because I'm pretty confident that he would have been confident to get in that thing and drive away out in front and build a margin. So when he handed the 47 car over to Peter Clare in the second half of the race, it would have been in a really good track position. So Kalej Sumic has caught them as well from the back of the field up to 6th place. The young West Aussie. What's the safety car doing?
It was come to standby, didn't it? Then now it's going back into the pit lane.
It certainly hasn't been called. There's no reason for that anyway. Maybe practice.
Even these trying conditions, in fact, the Radical guys have done a tremendous effort adapting to these tricky conditions here today. The race service is very, very good here at Tailem Bend. Not abrasive like Mount Panorama or Phillip Island. It's quite a smooth racing surface, but they've done a very good job to adapt to these changing conditions. Cooper Cutts impressing here.
Well, and this is a pretty feisty battle pack of some proper high talented professional race car drivers. So this is that battle pack, and running wide is Jordan Oon. So just drops the left-hand side of the car on the exit of turn 18. As we touched on before, it's basically flat through there. They lift off the throttle to get the car rotated and then fire the thing onto the straight to carry as much momentum as they can.
Further reports, Richard, from trackside that the rain is starting to increase again. So looking at that radar before, there was a little blue patch coming through. It didn't look to be too treacherous at all, but it's increasing. So these cars on the racing slicks, they'll know all about it. They'll be feeling it respond at the steering wheel when it doesn't quite turn like they did last time.
Well, the lap times don't reflect any moisture increase at the moment because they're still setting personal best sectors, but we'll follow that for you. The thing with this place as well is it can be raining at one place on the circuit and not at the other. But right now they've got warm hand-cooked tyres, they've got plenty of grip, they'll have confidence in the conditions and in what the cars are doing, so they're continuing to press on. And this fight, which will pay off in the second half of the race, is quite important. And Cut's doing a nice job, but Bryce Moore has pulled 3 and a bit seconds over this leading group, so he's very comfortable. Pete Padden out in front to the tune of 6 seconds now. As Caleb puts the pressure on Josh Hunt. Caleb was a round winner here in 2022 in Radicals, and Jim Hernandez Day continues to get worse. He's off the escape road.
They had mechanical concerns on that car in the pits, and they are just slowing now, so that's a shame for Jim Hernandez. Callum Sumich driving along very well with Giovanni driving that car with him, and certainly doing a tremendous effort out there. We're watching this group very, very closely indeed. 47 now, Josh Hunt behind Sumich, and Jordan Moon weighs in on that as well. We've had a great replay of Jordan Moon going out over the middle strip, coming out of turn 18, fought it all, and managed to gather it all back up again. All in the meanwhile, Pete Padden 6.3 seconds clear of Moore, and he's 3 seconds clear of Cooper Cutt. So this really is where the battle of the race is going to continue from.
Yeah, it shows how hard they're pushing. And just to finish the point on Caleb Sumich, he stepped up into a Porsche Sprint Challenge last year. Tough rookie season, but had some promise at the end of the year, and came around for a second season this time by and has gone well. And the safety car is out for the car of Melinda Price for Valenti Rosso, who's got it refired. So they've pulled the trigger, but there might not be, unless there's someone else involved in this, there might not be a real need for it, because Melinda's got that car fired, turned around, and will continue onwards.
Maybe they pick up Jim Hernandez's car whilst out there as well. That could also be something that they were concerned about. There's Melinda, she's back underway, and she's got the number 2 of Ash Samadhi behind him. Ash has found a happy home in about 11th. It's not stone motherless last with the concerns that they've had, but there is the safety car poised on track.
So the safety car is going to have to sit and wait and pick up the leader, because they've missed that. I think Padden was past pit exit anyway, so they'll need to sit and wait. So they'll pick up Peter Padden. We're not far from the pit window opening, so this is going to be really, it's going to be awkwardly timed for a bunch of competitors in this field about when they make the stop. There are the two buddies from Valenti Rosso, Peter Clare on the left of screen, Greg Kenny on the right, and just watching on and waiting to jump in their respective cars, and it's Greg's car with Mel Price who's had the off. So they went pretty early on the SC, didn't they, Daz?
Certainly did. Got a bit trigger happy there, but I'm just wondering if the Jim Hernandez car is also there as well. So Jim Hernandez will be recovered and brought back in, but certainly these guys are definitely ready to get in. And we're right on the bubble of that window opening too, Richard. So yeah, the awkwardness you referred to there as well. It's no less a Year 12 formal where the boys can get quite awkward around the girls at asking them for a dance.
Oh, right.
And that's exactly what it is right now.
It almost sounds like you're speaking from personal experience.
Distant memory for me.
Now, the CPS window's open and the field is yet to pack up. So the question is now, do you take your stop? Now, if you're Peter Padden, Cooper Cutts, who don't have to change to another driver, you absolutely peel off now. Bryce Moore and Chris Reiner, I reckon, as well. But the window's open. I'd be very surprised if pit lane doesn't get incredibly busy right about now. And if I'm Callum Brannigan, who's been patrolling the lane for us this weekend, I'll be keeping on my toes, because it could get quite busy. They've stayed out. I'm surprised at that, I'll be honest, because would have taken that pit stop under safety car.
And Callum's taken it on to notice. He's giving himself a bit of a hamstring stretch at the moment, getting ready for when they all come in.
Oh, I got to correct myself, because you can't take a CPS under safety car.
No, well,
so there you go. If it was starting to rain harder, you would, and you'd throw wets on and then come back and do your CPS afterwards. But okay, I'll backtrack there.
Pretty hard to do a quick change in a radical as well. The getting the wheels on and off, they're not designed for a quick wheel change. They're not a Formula One, so V8 supercar type of quick change. But yeah, if it became a torrential downpour or something like that. It's definitely drizzling out there, and that is tricky at the best of times. The track isn't shiny in any way, shape, or form, so that's when you really start to notice the advantage of possibly coming in. Fastest car on track is Josh Hunt with a 1:53.74. And Peter Padden's on a 1:53.95. So they're the only two cars operating in the 53s and all done them on lap number 3. We've got 6 laps completed, and we've got exactly 25 and a half minutes left in this journey. 17 minutes elapsed, and the Hyundai safety car is cutting laps. It's not what we want to see, as we will head down to pit lane with Callum Brannigan.
Thank you, boys. Got Terry Knowles here. Weather is a little bit questionable at the moment. We can see the wet tyres getting ready. What do you think the weather's going to do before you step into the car? What are you anticipating?
Well, we just don't know. Basically, Josh is getting it ready for anything that's going to happen. So at the moment, we'll probably go back out on the slicks. And if that rain cloud comes along, we'll be ready to go.
Thank you, Terry.
Thanks, mate.
Excellent. Thank you, Terry. They have got the wets there ready to go. Centre lock nut wheels ready to go there as well. So this could become quite tricky and a strategic call of 0 to 0 or the other way around, Richard.
So I tied myself in knots before, and I apologise for that, but with the pit stop stuff. But now I wonder who follows the safety car in and sort of minimise the time loss you have. But you've now got a little bit of flexibility because you can stay out and get some track position, pound around if you're stopping early. So I'll be very interested to see. They've got a lapped car in between the safety car and the leaders. That's Warwick Church. And he is out of the way, but Pete Padden is going to have to be a bit careful here to make sure that he's within a couple of car lengths of that. So the leader is car 31. Warwick's doing the right thing running with the safety car. A slight concern about that gap between the lapped car. It'll be interesting to see how race control have a look at that. Anyway, we'll go back to green. Does anyone take the opportunity to pit now? Well, Warwick does, to get out of the way of this furious battle pack. And
well done, Warwick.
I think Sue Hughes bailed as well from the back of the field, but we're back to green flag racing. And Padden goes, the leader spins under brakes, cold tyres, cold brakes, and gets it all wrong at turn 1 and chucks it up the road. And behind them, there was a lot going on. Bryce Moore was locking tyres. We don't know who's come out the other side in front of this. Race-changing moment ahead of the round of pit stops, and it elevates Bryce Moore to the race lead for Arise Racing.
And that is looking good for Bryce Moore. Peter Padden has got a furious 23 minutes and 25 seconds ahead of him to try and regain. In fact, this is nearly championship-changing stuff this early in the season, Richard. With that, Peter Padden is a front runner by definition. And we're just watching Josh Hunt now, whose time on track with Barton Moore is very limited. Here we go. Different shot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, grabber brakes, and around he went. And a bit of a wild old ride there as he got a bit of airborne action off the back of the ripple strip and then chose this long journey back across the rough outfield there.
Whether it was by luck or good management or a combination of the two, it could have been much, much worse. And the thing just slid sideways for a long time, didn't spin fully at all as Josh Hunt looks down the inside of the race leader. So this race has been energised now for the 47 car after that spin at turn 1 at the race start. The safety cars dragged them right back into the mix. So before the compulsory pit stop, Josh Hunt and Padden off again. Has he got issues? Might get Brannigan to go down and find Garth Walden, the team boss at GWR. Josh Hunt hanging it all out off the side of the road, sliding around at turn 17 as he hustles the Valenti Rosso car in, and Josh is going to steamroll into pit lane. He's followed by Barton Moore. So the pro drivers need to jump out of the car at a specific point in the race. They can't go over that minimum driver time or maximum driver time that they've got. And just to reiterate, the CPS is 91 seconds, which is 60 seconds of pit stop plus the 31 seconds of transit time up and down pit lane. So Bryce Moore now leads Jordan Oon, and Caleb Sumich up to 3rd place from the back of the field.
Interesting to get the report back from the Padden pit there as well. And no issue. We're getting reported back. Jordan Oon in the 14, doing a terrific job. Here's the car. Crew don't look to be feverish. They're just doing a normalisation of tyre pressures, and it's happy birthday to Earl. Big one there, big peace sign there as well. So not sure who Earl is. My name is Earl. Happy birthday to you.
So this is Patton again.
Wow.
Whew.
Pretty feisty spin there. Oh, there we go. There's some diffuser damage. That's not good. That will certainly affect the performance of this car.
Well, is it cause or effect is the question.
Yeah.
So is that the cause of his moments, or is it a net result of? But yeah, that will damage and affect the rear airflow on these cars. The XXR, the brand new Radicals, of which this is one, and quite aero sensitive.
He's looking at brake bias there, is he?
I think he's trying to get the car fired.
Okay. Marty's also in the midst as well now, and away he goes. Gets released just in front of the competitor there. This is interesting. This is more. These are right behind Jordan Oon and Caleb Sumich in the picture, and they peel off as well.
And
a
hit.
clip.
And Jordan Oon whacks his teammate, and all three Arise cars will get to their race team all at one, and Caleb Sumich will now take point.
Well, there's some gesticulating there between these two.
And it's starting to undo belts and get things sorted to jump out of the race car, but that was a big moment coming into the lane.
It was.
And they just tack that line, the timing line, where you need to be down to 40 k's an hour, because you can make up, it's all free time you can gain, but the margins are pretty small to hurt your motor race as well. So Sumich, Russell, Price, the top three now, leading 4 cars into pit lane. The rejoin will be Peter Clare, who's currently 10th, and Terry Knowles in the 68, who's currently 9th. And the net leader at the moment could be Terry Knowles when all this shakes out.
So this is Adam Lyle now getting into this rig. Belted in. Very deliberate, well-rehearsed movements. Getting communications connected in. And the Arise Racing crew, a very impressive outfit. Very deliberate in their movements. We talked about it yesterday during this race. Their move into the Fanatec Australian GT Championship with 2 magnificent looking Ferraris has been successful, and they do a terrific job. Very, very impressive. As soon as they popped onto the scene with the Radicals, they've become a very impressive outfit.
Right, so this is basically the race lead we're watching now. As those cars rejoin, these two are going to end up with the track position. So there goes the Arise Racing duo. Flashing past them will be Peter Clare and Terry Knowles. And the rejoin up here at turn 1. So that will be the net race lead for car 68. Good stuff. Properly close between all of them, and a bunch of cars yet to win a car race this year. So the intensity as this one plays out is going to be fun. Melinda Price has assumed the race lead. She's yet to stop. Caleb Sumich pits, and so too does Brad Russell. And this is a long pit stop for Bryce Moore. He's been sitting in the lane for 2 minutes and 11 seconds, and this has killed their car race. So this combination's been so effective this year. Chris Reindler is behind the wheel, and I'm not sure what's going on, because they came in with their compatriots. They got to whack up the rear for their efforts, but they've been sitting there in pit lane for a long time now.
Dropping off the timesheet as well, so all that work done by Reindler in the Lance East Racing SR3XX has come undone.
Well, it was Bryce who started that car, remember, so Chris has just jumped in. His is the silver helmet. But yeah, I mean, their race is completely cooked now. They're not going to get a big result. We understand it's a battery issue. They've actually got the plug-in battery tender there to try and give it some external power. Oh, what frustration this must be. These two boys have been so good this year, and it's been great to have Chris Reindler in the championship. Wow, big moments for 2 of our key contenders in the title race at what is effectively the start of the second half of the year. It's only a 5-round championship. Yesterday, the halfway point. It's basically the run home now. We're in final season, and Patton, the championship leader, is down in 9th place. And that combination of Bryce Moore and Chris Reindler, who are looking really strong, are still in pit lane and going laps behind. So Cooper Cutts now in 8th could be a big beneficiary out of this.
Effectively cleansed to 4th or something like that, 5th for Peter Padden. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out. Melinda Price is still in the pits, so Hughes is still in the pits.
So we're just waiting to get the full update on timing, because I think John Di Giovanni and Brad Russell are going to get some ground out of this as well. So Terry Knowles has just crossed the line, or the first timing intermediate, and has returned to the top of the timesheets with Mel Price in pit lane. So the 68 car is going to be your net race leader. Peter Clare will be a net second. Adam Lyle will be third. Cooper Cutts should shuffle his way up to 4th place, and Peter Padden, with a huge recovery and continuing, is actually the quickest guy on the racetrack by a big margin at the moment. Will be going along very well. So some dramas for one of our key contenders. Bryce Moore's opening stint was awesome. He's down in the lane chatting to Callum.
Thank you, guys. Bryce Moore, this is heartbreaking stuff. This isn't the time we want to talk to you about this sort of issue going on with the car. What's happened?
We're not entirely sure yet, but just lost all power, basically. Car won't start. Don't know. We just seem a little bit cursed this year, to be honest. I think we're consistently the fastest out of the XX cars anyway in the first couple of rounds, and then you know, it's taken us a little bit to learn a new track that we've never been to before. So we've just been chipping away, and to go from 6 and be leading laps in that race. We'd put ourselves in a very good position, and yeah, it's just heartbreaking.
Thanks for your time, mate.
It really is heartbreaking, Richard. You wear your heart on your sleeve in this game, don't you? And thank you very much for taking the time there, Bryce Moore. Hard to talk to a guy that means well by thrusting a microphone in your face to tell your story out there. But wow, that the look on his face said it all.
Yeah, it shows you what it means. At this level, they put so much effort and energy into it, and it's a fiercely competitive championship. So anytime you've got an opportunity to get some success and it's taken away from you, it's one less race you've got an opportunity to win, isn't it? Heartbreaking. Oh, and off goes Di Giovanni. This is the car that Caleb Sumich started. So back down to 8th position now. He's taken the wheel of this car.
Cutts has also gone through on Lyle, according to the timing screen as well there. So there's been a manoeuvre on track. Here's our race leader, Terry Knowles. Great job by this very small team of both Terry and Barton. And they are acquitting themselves very well. Terry's driving is just lifting level upon level in recent times. And this is responding to, I guess, when you look at the data of the car and you cross your data over with a driver like Barton Moore, and you put
Changing
a boxing
from wets
kangaroo
to
on
dries,
your rear
wets
wing.
to dries.
Now they're putting slicks on Warwick Church's car, so they started this car on a wet tyre just for safety's sake, I think, but they've decided to put him on a slick Hankook now. Warwick's just learning at the point in the category, but had a really good day yesterday, set some PBs in his car, and all his teammates were coming up to congratulate him after the race, which was awesome to see. So they'll put some slicks on that car and he'll have some confidence for the second half of the race. So this is the leading group of cars. There's 5 of them down to Peter Padden, who has just set the fastest lap of the race and is comfortably quicker than everybody in front of him. 51.7 for Padden last time by the leader of 53.6. So it's basically 2 seconds a lap at the moment that Peter Padden is quicker. But the other one in this mix is Cooper Cutts in 3rd, who's substantially quicker than the 2 cars in front. So what we're going to see is this top 5, concertina up, and all lock themselves together in the remaining 12 minutes and 8 seconds of this race.
There's the intervals from 3rd, 4th and 5th. Cutts 0.99 to Lyle 3.33 and Padden 1.33, and Padden's closing by 2 seconds a lap. Lyle, Padden to Russell there 11.9 seconds. So you'd have to say with 11 and 50 left that that lead is probably a little bit unassailable. Russell to Kenny is also active.
It's on here. Cooper Cutts is going to get up the inside at 13. It's a big move there because it's a very quick corner and it's blind on the exit, but that was generated by Peter Clare having an error on the exit of turn 12. He dropped a couple of wheels off and that opened it up for Cooper Cutts. So a free spot for the young West Aussie. He'll now go out after Terry Knowles. And Cooper won't want to get bottled up behind the 68 too much because his closest championship rival is absolutely flying. And Patton's now got to the back of Adam Lyle and isn't that far behind. So there's still a lot to play out in this one.
Cooper Cutts continues to impress. What do we got here? This is Terry Knowles, our race leader. Oh, there's the wide run. And that is what happened. That's when the 47 of Peter Clare became vulnerable to Cooper Cutts, and Cooper Cutts didn't waste any time on taking advantage of that vulnerability.
Yeah, so it was a slide through the mid-corner, not even just dropping wheels off in the exit. And here goes Patton down the inside for 4th place. Textbook Taylor Mend overtake that one. And the brand new XXR Radical SR3 gets the job done and gains one more position. Peter Clare, his next target. There's now 6 seconds covering the top 5 cars in this race. Callum?
Nice, you've handed the car over to Greg Kenny, but that was a highly energised start to the race.
Yeah, it was a bit of a wacky stint there, probably not my best drive, but yeah, got off, didn't get the greatest of starts, a bit tricky with the new tyres and the rain, and it always looks like it's raining more than it is on your visor. But then got into a bit of a groove and then was catching Brad Russell, who we're competing with for the AM Championship. So got up behind him and got a little bit overexcited and had a bit of a spin. Lucky for me, the safety car, which I presume was me, allowed me to catch back up to the field. And I just snuck past him again just as it was time to come in and hand over to Greg. So I think they're out there close on the track together. So fingers crossed we get a win.
Thank you, Mel.
Thanks.
Always nice to hear from Melinda Price. Her return to the upper level of motorsport has been much talked about and well deserved as we start to get some great shots. That's Peter Clare, who had only just lost 2nd place in the race to Cooper Cutts. He looks now to be again vulnerable to the 31 of Peter Patton. Looks to the inside. Not really any defence given up there. Peter is definitely the fastest car on track and opens it up.
Oh, I love the wave from Pete Patton because she was a fairly big lunge from the first Focus car to get down the inside, but I think he acknowledged the fact that Peter Clare gave him some racing room and said, okay, mate, through you go. And that's the leading battle too. So Cooper Cutts has got to the back of Terry Knowles and is just showing the nose down the inside as Adam Lyle looks down the inside of Clare. So lots of positional changing going on, and Cutts now slices down the inside at 3. That's the race lead with 8.5 minutes to go. Cutts in front. Terry Knowles back to 2nd. Patton coming at them like a freight train. This is building to a really big finish.
There's enough time left too for Patton to get onto the back of these two and really make it a race in 3. Go to the Heltec replay. This is Peter Clare running wide out in the marbles, and that was what hauled up his impetus in the race as well. So running wide there out into that dirt. There's a lot of dirt and marbles around the racetrack here this weekend. And there is our new race leader, Cooper Cutts, and he has gone through and is just disappearing now on Terry Knowles. Peter Patton, a 151.73, and the only car that has dipped down into that time throughout this race. Cooper Cutts has done a 52 dead, let's say, but a 151.7 from Peter Patton, and he has been in the 51s for pretty much the whole race since he recovered from his spin. And the number 31 first Focus car is absolutely charging at it. There is the car on the road that he is chasing down right in front there. So this is now a visual gap. Lyle has remained in the same shot on the streaming there as well. So these 3 cars are very much in the battle.
He's got a sniff at this, Patton. This was the battle for the race lead. So a little bit wide on the exit of 1 was Terry Knowles. And if you commit hard and early, you can make that move work at turn 3, and that's what Cooper Cutts did. So nice pass, and that was the lead. So still the leading 5, all within the same shot on the run up to turn 1 as Patton sets the fastest lap of the race. And even Peter Patton that time around was 1.3 seconds quicker than the race leader, Cooper Cutts. So it's now 3.3 from Cutts to Patton with the dark green number 68 car of Terry Knowles in the middle of them. So what Cooper wants now is for Terry to run defense as much as he can. They're on different teams, so he's got no obligation to do so. Terry will just want to hold on to that position to get himself a P2 in a first Focus Radical Cup Australia race. But Padden is absolutely flying. The question is, does he have enough time? Is 6 and a bit minutes enough to not only pass Terry Knowles, but then go out after Cooper Cutts and complete what would be a most unlikely of comebacks, having fired the thing up the road at turn 1 whilst leading.
Peter Padden is a wonder in these cars, like Neil Muston before him. He has definitely got the game on a string, and this is the attack, and I would suggest that we're not too far away from seeing the 31 move into P2 on the road here. Is there enough in it left for him to chase out after Cooper Cutts? I don't think so, with 5.5 minutes left to go. We've got to get rid of the 68 out of the way first for Peter Padden.
That's
And
coming.
at the moment, it's 3.7s. Here it is. Yet there's the commitment to it. And that is the difference in a race driver, isn't it? Is the commitment to the move. Make it early, make it stick. As Terry Knowles says, hang on a minute, I'm not going to give up just yet. But now Terry Knowles has to be well aware of the 14 of Lyle heading into his mirrors as well. So Padden gets through and the chase is on. 5 minutes and 20 seconds plus a lap. So the best part of 7 minutes left to finish off this race. Yeah, I reckon Peter Padden will get to him. But
Well,
will he
maybe,
get through?
but Cutts has responded. 51.8 last time round for the leader. His best lap of the race. So he's got the performance, Cooper, and he's extended the margin that lap while Pete was trying to work his way past Terry. So it's now a clear fight. 5 minutes to go, 4 seconds the margin. It's what, 0.65 a second a lap? Simple as that, surely, from where we're sitting anyway.
Adds up, doesn't it?
Sure. So Cutts, Padden, Knowles, the top three. Adam Lyle still fourth, and Peter Clare in fifth. Brad Russell sixth, having a nice quiet day. Greg Kenny in seventh. We just heard from co-pilot Mel Price. Should say on Mel doing great things for breast cancer awareness and fundraising this year. Raised a bundle of money over in the West. They did a pink day over there. Really good stuff. Well done to Melinda, and she was sporting the beanie there in pit lane, which is required headwear today because it's pretty chilly out here at the Bend. Adam Nakarado, who's had a solid weekend, up to 8th. Ash Samadi 9th, finally with a bit of luck going his way. His sum total of racing laps before today for the whole weekend was 5, so he was a bit frustrated. And then Di Giovanni rounding out the top 10 with 4 minutes to go. Padden still flying. Taken just a 10th or 2 out, but this has been a superb response from Cooper Cutts. So now he's got into clean air out in front of this race. He has responded. And this could be a swing back the other way in a championship that's building to the final 2 rounds.
Great that the weather has stayed nice for us here during this race. There was only one car that had ventured out on wet tyres, which is now switched back over to the slick tyre. There is still a little bit of rain out over the ranges between us and Adelaide here, so whether they get bottled up and don't get out as far out over the plains as Tailem Bend and down into the Murray River region, we'll remain and see. It's certainly not going to happen over the next 4 minutes or so whilst these cars are on track. In fact, the vulnerability of categories for it is probably going to be the draw card here this weekend, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series, due to start at 10 minutes past 12. So we'll keep an eye on that. I think it's going to certainly become more of the conversation. There's not a lot of rain around. There's these little cells that are slowly making their way across from the west.
2 leaders just ratcheting up the intensity. They've both set their quickest lap of the race on lap 17, which was the last time around. Both in the mid-51s now, miles quicker than anybody on the racetrack. As we look back to what's brewing as a battle for 3rd and 4th place, with Terry Knowles holding off Adam Lyle. For the rounds, could be Coop showing the most points at the moment, so that'll be a welcome result as they work their way past Sue Hughes. G'day to son John, I'm sure watching from home with Ali and the kids. Watching Sue doing a nice job this weekend. She was another yesterday that was doing some personal best lap times in the race. It's all about improvement and learning and getting up to speed in these cars. I will say to John that probably give your mum's car another wrap. Probably a bit tutty in places. I think you should get right on that. The old PPF studio there in Sydney.
Give it a clean up, you reckon?
Yeah, I think there's a few bits that probably could do with some attention. Look after your mum. So Cooper Cutts still holding on. It's 3.7. This is a good fight though. And Terry Knowles doing a great job. I heard the story from Barton Moore yesterday that He and Terry spend a lot of time on their simulators. They link themselves up. They get on the Discord chat and they're coaching each other around. And Terry's just so enthusiastic about learning and getting better. And Barton Moore is a great teacher. He's a brilliant communicator. He's always been one of those racing car drivers who's irritatingly good when he comes into the commentary box, and you sort of worry about your job when someone like that who can drive and talk, you look over your shoulder a little bit. But he's a ripper guy, and they've slowly built this program with Car 68. Jeff Forshaw helps out, and a really cool little program. So this is a big result potentially on the cards for them, but they've got to hold off Adam Lyle, who's very experienced and very fast in these cars, the man from the West from Arise Racing. And these two cars had their days anchored by their pro drivers in the form of Jordan Oon in car 14 and Barton Moore in the 68. And I love the boxing kangaroo on the rear end plate of that car as well.
It is good. I like that. It's a good touch. So Barton Moore, the triple threat.
Or traffic.
Sing, dance and act, or drive, talk and coach.
Traffic and opportunity. So lapped cars giveth and sometimes they taketh away as well. Di Giovanni has worked perfectly for Adam Lyle, who took advantage of Terry being caught up behind the 92 car and pounced immediately and grabs the spot. That's for third. Opportunistic racing. You've got to play the lap traffic so smart, and sometimes it works for you and sometimes it doesn't. We've seen that in endurance racing around the world.
The time elapsed for this race is now over. We head up on the last lap with our race leader, and that is Cooper Cutts. The gap has now moved out. It's 4.5 seconds between Cutts and Padden. So Cutts has responded beautifully, done the fastest lap in the race, and they are now on that final lap. The 31 will be scratching his brow, wondering what to do now, because Cooper Cutts in 19 laps. On the 19th lap, did his fastest lap, a 151.24, has looked after the car very, very well indeed. And to be able to do that at the end of a weekend, this is the last race and the last lap for this round of the First Focus Radical Australia Cup. And Cooper Cutts has got a very quick car under him indeed. Padden not giving up. He's still trying to get those sector times down nice and fast. He's done a very quick personal best first sector, so responding, you'd have to say 4.4 seconds to regain on the last lap. Here's that overtake again.
Well, it was the moment from Terry Knowles, who was really shallow at 14 and just had a little bit of oversteer on the exit. Bit of Hancock tyre laid down onto the racetrack. All good. So here's Cooper. He's a young bloke out of Perth. His dad Terry's a bit of a legend in the Speedway fraternity over there, and the car runs under the Terry Cutts Racing banner. He's got a huge amount of supporters on board. He rattled them all off in an interview very nicely after his podium finish in the West at the last round of the championship at Wanneroo. And he needed to perform this weekend. There was some pressure building from a championship point of view. But this young bloke for Arise Racing in car number 16 is going to get a race win at the Bend. Well done, Cooper Cutts. He'll take race 2. He'll take some championship points out of Peter Padden. And the fight will move on to Sydney Motorsport Park, the next round of the championship, which is Padden's home turf. But on neutral ground here in South Australia, this East v West battle, well, it's 1-1, isn't it? But Cooper Cutts, a valuable win. He ends up with the fastest lap of the race and a win by 3.9 seconds over Peter Padden. Adam Lyle, great move at the end there for Adam, taking advantage of some lap traffic and got up the inside of Terry Knowles to wrestle third place away at the end, and Knowles and Barton Moore fourth at the end of what was a pretty wild, entertaining, radical race with a lot going on in that. But well done, Cooper Cutts. I think the underlining story there, Daz, is as well, Peter Padden probably sort of dodged a bullet Matrix style there, because he chucked the thing up the road twice in that race and still finished second. Got himself some damage as well on the back of the car. And, well, we look at the tally for the points. There's only 2 points different between Cooper and Padden for the weekend. Cooper Cutts continues to impress. Peter Padden always has. Lyle and Knowles rounding it out there with those guys. There is your provisional results. Car number 16, Cooper Cutts for the victory over Peter Padden.
Jordan Newton and Adam Lyle combined for third. Terry Knowles and Barton Moore for fourth. Peter Clare and Josh Hunt getting home for fifth there. Brad Russell in sixth. Greg Kenny and Melinda Price get the 56 home in seventh. Adam Nakarada, good result there. Ash Samadhi fighting back valiantly throughout a tough old weekend. Sue Hughes home in 10th, and the 32 looking for a little bit of a tidy up from son John Di Giovanni, Caleb Sumich, Warwick Church to Reindler, Moore and Jim Hernandez home in 14th in the car number 23. That's it for the Radical cars here this weekend, the first Focus Radical Australia Cup. Thank you very much, Richard Crail.
Thank you,
catch
Darren.
you at the next job.
Pleasure to be here and looking forward to the rest of the day here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
Back next will be the Australian Formula 4 Championship, part of the 2024 South Australian Motor Racing Championships. See you in a moment.
We are back at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. Australian Formula 4, the Revive Championship, will be out in just a few moments' time. Marshals are standing in a staggered formation. They don't start side by side like they do in most categories here this weekend. They start staggered as they would in Formula 1 or various other European categories, such as the pinnacle of open-wheeler racing around the world, the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. But it's the FIA Formula 4 Championship that will be out next, the Australian Formula 4 Championship, really where it all kicks off for these young kids. Already in its history has produced stars such as Liam Lawson, Thomas Randall, Aaron Love as well, and even Will Brown, who of course will be making his NASCAR Cup Series debut this evening, tonight, early hours of tomorrow morning. So it's produced plenty of stars already in its short history, and really great to have the series back, Darren.
Certainly is. There's a couple of stars already sitting across the front row of this grid, and I refer to James Pitzik and also Blake Purdy, a couple of names to keep your eyes out for. Of course, Blake Purdy had a stint in one of our other categories that we've had showcased here this weekend, the Australian Prototype Series. Did very, very well there. Saw the opportunity this year when Formula 4 came back to Australia. The Formula 4 certified by FIA came back to our shores and went, yep, let's give that a go. It's a pretty short, sharp series this year, so they can do that and get that strong experience. Nicholas Staddy has certainly also appeared in there. Great to see for this weekend only Imogen Radburn, a Formula Ford competitor from Victoria. We'll see her racing at the final weekend of June at round 3 of the Victorian Championship at Phillip Island. So really good to see Imogen getting some exposure here as well. John Paul Drake's weekend of commitment to motorsport. This will, in his old age, he will certainly look back on this weekend and go, wow, I was a busy boy that weekend. I'm still getting massages some 30 years later to recover from it. So he has been a physical marvel here this week. And I refer to the fact that he's Australian Prototype Series champion. He's also driving in the in this race, the certified by Formula 4 by FIA, and in the next race, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. So he's not an up-and-coming driver. He's already been there and had the success. He's enjoying some open-wheeler racing, getting himself well and truly locked into a good position. So that's good. Nathan Gotch out of the AGI Sport outfit as well, a team that had Nick Rowe. Also, I think there was a couple of others in the previous McGale Formula 4 series here in Australia that they won a couple of titles there as well. So good to see the Tatis cars. They are a little bit different, and they certainly look a little bit different, and they certainly go a little bit different compared to the McGales. But it's what we've got, and Formula 4 has had a little bit of life breathed back into it for 2024. Looking forward to seeing how this race pans out.
Yeah, you were just talking about the new chassis. Previously, they used the Gale chassis, but now using the Tatis T421 Gen 2 chassis, which has the halo on the front, so a real modern Formula 4 spec machine. This is the grid then. It's going to be Jimmy Pizik that comes out of position number 1. He's you could almost say veteran in Formula 4, really. He's been driving these open-wheel machines for a little while, had success, race wins in the British Formula 4 Championship last year, winning at Silverstone and at Thruxton. So it's great to see that he's doing so well overseas. But he's back for this year in Australian Formula 4 before he hopes to go back over to Europe and continue to pursue that dream of making it to the pinnacle of the sport. You touched earlier on Blake Purdy, also raced S5000 the last couple of years as well, so he's got open wheel experience, not in Formula 4 so much, but he has been the closest challenger to Jimmy Pizik in the first couple of rounds. He'll come out as second place, ahead of Nicholas Staddy, the 15-year-old youngster. I just spoke to him down there in the lane just before. He's just come back from the States, winning the opening race and the opening round over there in the United States Formula 4 Championship. So a real great young driver. Look out for that name, Nicolas Statti, for years to come. Sebastian Amadio, a local, sponsored by Amadio Wines. He'll come out of that 4th slot on the grid. Another driver with S5000 experience in recent times. Seth Gilmore comes out of position number 5. That's a surname with open wheel pedigree and history in this country. He's a young up-and-comer, really done no open wheel experience prior to this year, but he's taken to it pretty well. He leads the rookie class at this stage of the season. This is round 2 of the Australian Formula 4 Championship. Imogen Radburn on debut this weekend. She did really well yesterday, moved up a few places and finished in position number 6. That was a great drive from her, as you touched on, from Formula Ford into Formula 4 this year. Missed round 1, but is thoroughly enjoying herself in Formula 4 this weekend. John Paul Drake won the Masters class for the elder statesman in the race yesterday. He'll come out of position number 7 alongside Nathan Gotch, who has a lot of open wheel experience himself, out of position number 8. Beyond that, Jaden Hamilton on debut this weekend. He had a little off-track excursion or 2 yesterday. He had pace, though, so expect to see that number 9 move forward in this race. He starts ahead of Mark Wilson and Tim Boydell, who I think was nursing a little bit of a mechanical issue. He came into the lane a couple of times and he was trundling around at times. So hopefully they've repaired whatever the gremlin was in that particular machine, and Boydell can be fighting with his fellow Masters competitors in this one. 11 drivers from outright. We've got a couple of rookies and a couple of Masters as well. There's going to be plenty to keep an eye on in this race.
As always in these junior formulas, and as you touched on, some experienced races in the mix there as well. Nathan Gotch in the number 66, the Gotch name, of course, synonymous with AGI Sport. Adam as well, starting the show after a huge career overseas in Formula 1 with Williams, worked with a number of the big names, Juan Montoya, one of them as well. And the field looks poised now to get going. As the front of the grid is the Hyundai. Here we are in smack bang in beautiful South Australia. What a wonderful part of the world. And this is where we're at, Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And we've got 18 turns to turn it on here at the 4.95 kilometre international circuit. Action zones at turn 1, as always at most circuits. Turn 1 will be the focus at the very start of the race, as we see a bit of action there with the prototypes. Around turn 1, a right-hander, fast, wide. It's almost like acres of track that you can take through there and push them through. The fast-flowing turn 4, 5 and 6. Again, a lot of track to choose from. Numerous different lines at turn 6. Set up for the wide open throttle. And in the 944s we saw earlier today in those tin tops, they're getting up to about 185 around there. So these open wheels will easily top that through that section 10, 11, 12, 13. Up here as well, got to flow the car up that straight into 13, flow it up to 14, come back over the hill, you come back into the stadium complex or the main complex of the track here. 17, you've got to get that right as well. Almost a switch back, it's more than 90 degrees. The next corner is flat, turn 18, hold it open, hold it wide open, and hopefully you've got the flow up the straight. Here we are, Tailem Bend, South Australia, opened in 2018. I was here for that. 4.95 kilometres around this magnificent track. Great shots here, and a big congratulations to Blendline TV for piecing together such a fantastic broadcast here this weekend. As many cameras as you can get out there to cover all the action as we go down to Callum Brannigan on the grid.
Thank you, boys. Down here with Davide DeGobby. You are the General Manager for Top Speed. Here this weekend, obviously, we've got Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, as well as F4, in addition to what we had last year. But you must be thrilled to see 2 thriving categories here in Australia.
Yeah, it's amazing for us. It's a big challenge on all the aspects because, of course, especially with the logistic, it's not easy actually to bring here international series. But drivers and team are really happy to be here. We have a very great, fantastic venue. The circuit is really nice and people here are really very helpful and really friendly to work with. So it's amazing to be here in Australia with both Lamborghini and Formula 4.
We love having you here. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome, and hope to come back again next year.
Great to hear from Davide, a really big force to be reckoned with in this part of the world as far as circuit racing is concerned. A lot of experience, Davide, and we enjoy the product that he puts together and support here in Australia as much as we can right throughout the region as well. Dan, a guy that sees the advantage of being a promoter in motorsport and successful at it as well.
Absolutely, yeah. They love bringing the Lambos here last year, and that is why they have returned once again. The second time, only the second time they've ever visited Australian shores, and both times have been here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And great to see as well how many drivers are on the grid in this series, and I believe that Callum's down there with our pole sitter.
Dan, we've got Jimmy Physick sitting on pole position here. Yesterday was a great day for you. So far this season's been outstanding. What are your thoughts heading into this race?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be key just to get a good start, good first couple of laps, as it's pretty cold, the track this morning. Tyres obviously very cold as well. It's first time out for today. So yeah, it's just going to be good start, good first couple of laps, see if we can break the toe in the first couple of laps. And
Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Jimmy.
all good, thank you.
Thanks, Callum. Thanks, Jimmy. Good to have a chat down there. Of course, Callum and Jimmy, old mates from their time, both calling and racing in the Victorian Series for Formula 4 there as well, and we're kind of proud of this guy to see him advancing on in his career. Great shots of these cars there, the high-vis lights blazing away on the back of car 40. That's Tim Boydell. He's got the crew attending to them there as well. Just a bit of final instructions, a bit of a chat from the crew. Umbrellas at hand there just in case we get any rain on the grid. Cars are set, and as you have pointed out, Dan McCarthy, the Formula One style of grid, which is not two lines of cars across each row. It is the staggered style. It is what we're used to looking down at a Formula One as well, as we go down to have a chat with Blake Purdy.
Thank you, boys. Blake Purdy starting from position 2. Obviously got your sights set on P1. What do you need to do to catch the man in front?
I was chasing him pretty bloody hard at the end of the last race yesterday, so hopefully we can get a bit closer and see what we can do.
Does the weather conditions have you looking in the skies at the moment, or you're not too concerned about rain?
No, I don't think it's going to rain. I think it'll be dry the whole race, so that'll be good.
Thank you, Blake.
There's the update on the screens now. 14.3 degrees, 76% chance of rain. West-southwest at 11 kilometres an hour. We were just having a look at the radar just before. There is still some little showers around. They are on the other side of those Adelaide Hills. So if they do make it across the Adelaide Hills, then yeah, we'll get a shower or two. But I don't think during the Formula 4 race. Probably more likely during the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia race starting at 12:10.
I was in the AGI garage just before, about 15 minutes ago, talking to Adam Gotch, and he said, yeah, I don't think rain's going to be the problem, but trying to get temp into these tyres is going to be absolutely essential. It could even be survival of the fittest in the opening laps of this race. So watch for the action, because they've not driven in temperatures this cold on slick tyres. They did do a little bit of wet running on Friday, but that was proper wet conditions, and not everybody even set foot in that. But so these are completely different conditions that these guys are heading out into. Stone cold out there. It is absolutely freezing. So tyre temp, the warm-up lap could be crucial here.
The good news is that it's gone up a degree in the last 10 minutes or so. It's 15 degrees out there now. So and there's not a lot of wind around, so it's just that real chilly type of feel about it. And that's what we saw during the prototypes race, was that that sort of mist around as well, and that's what caught those guys out, because it just managed to shine the track ever so slightly there as well. Looking down now, there's the cordless tool with the fan on it, and clicked onto the mirror on the side of the car to keep air flowing through the radiators. Not that we probably need it too much. In fact, I'm quite surprised that they've even brought them out onto the grid. What they would be doing is probably just resting there, maybe even keeping temperature inside the air box there as well. So siren has sounded. Non-essential personnel now being cleared away from the grid. You'll have one car attendant, and we can see a couple of crew members there with batteries to make sure they fire. And we will be underway right on time for the Formula 4 certified by FAA race here this afternoon. The race this afternoon will start at 3:45. This race due to start at 11:15. So they've got a bit of a later start there as well. We go down to Adam Gotch from AGI Sport.
Thank you, boys. Adam Gotch, massive operation this weekend for AGI Sport. You must be proud to see so many of your blue cars at the pointy end of the field.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's been a long time coming, F4 coming back to Australia, and we've got 4 cars up the pointy end, and we've got some Masters drivers under another name, and so we're running 8 cars in total, so it's keeping us busy.
What's the kind of considerations when you expand to 8 cars, or trying to keep that all? You try to keep all those cars up front, obviously, but is there extra considerations when you've got that scale of machinery to look after?
Yeah, look, a lot of tooling, a lot of equipment, finding more mechanics, engineers. So it's it's quite a step.
Copy. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, buddy.
I was speaking to him before, and he was saying how great it is that this series is now a lot more closely aligned with the other series around it in Southeast Asia and even in the US as well. These are the identical cars that they race in those categories as well. So AGI are running cars over in Southeast Asia and in the United Arab Emirates Championship as well, where they have over 40 cars on that grid. And then as well running Nicholas Staddy over in the United States as well. So it really is good that this category is returned more closely aligned with the other countries around it in that pathway towards Formula One.
Yeah, and that is what the FIA designed, that Formula Regional and this Formula Series. They're all supposed to interline with each other. And ultimately it is to get drivers into Formula One. And that is, in the world of sport, is the hardest playing surface to get on. It's only 20 drivers that annually get the chance, and of that, about 17 of them go through for multiple years. So you're really only looking at 1, 2 or 3 chances every year to get there. So you want to prove yourself along the way worthy to be a Formula One driver, and this is how you do it. It's I'm not going to say it's a clearly defined path, but it is a defined path, because sometimes you can take a step to the left, or there's an opportunity to the right, maybe in sports cars, maybe in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series, maybe in LMP 2, 3, etc., GTs, IndyCar. But it is always in the intention of the FIA to push them towards Formula One. We're on the formation lap now, well and truly on time for a race start to go underway. They move off, and as is customary, swerving left to right, which I guess the engineers allow them to do that to get their mind right. The ability to get tyre temperature is more about getting on and off the brake and getting heat through the wheels and tyre set up there. But race drivers like to do this. It certainly does get you focused. It will give you a feeling. You're also listening. You're starting to feel what the tyres are like cold, and the grip that you may have towards the end of the lap. I guess that's more what it's about. It's feeling about what grip you're starting to get through the car, on and off the brake, preparing the brake temperatures to be at their optimum for turn 1. And that's what you want to get it to do, because turn 1 is the best opportunity in the entire race to make up some spots. If you don't get off the line well, then you need to make that spot up to turn 1 there. Gee, it's a misty old skyline out there at the moment, isn't it? 15 degrees we're seeing right here at the track. And we're probably seeing the highest temperatures in South Australia at the moment, being that we're quite a long way inland. Here's the grid.
Yeah, so Physique will come out of position number 1 alongside fellow South Australian Blake Purdy. After wins in the US, Nicholas Staddy comes back with a lot of experience behind the wheel of these cars. He'll start from 3rd ahead of Sebastian Amadio of Jam Motorsport. Beyond that, Seth Gilmore, best of the rookies, out of 5th. Imogen Radburn doing it for the ladies this weekend in position number 6 ahead of John Paul Drake and Nathan Gotch.
I'm quite enthralled to see how Imogen can present in these next 2 races. We know she's a ripping steerer at Winton this year at the Victorian Series. She did a tremendous job. So this is a good, I guess, toe in the water exercise for Imogen to see if this is something she wants to pursue as well. And it's being that it's come to our shores, gives you the opportunity maybe not spend so much money if you had to go into Asia or North America to do it. But looking forward to seeing how Imogen gets on with the job here. Next to John Paul Drake, Nathan Gotch, Jaden Hamilton, Mark Wilson and Tim Boydell. We saw the crew with the umbrella just on the starting grid there as well. Cars just making their way around now through turns 7, 8 and 9 and 10.
Down towards 17 we're going. So we've only got a couple more corners to go. Big lock up there for, is that, no, I don't think Seth Gilmore's one behind. That was Jim Radburn with the big lock up there on the run down the hill. Hopefully,
that's the
flat
thing,
spot.
is trying to get the heat through the brakes, and you're going to, when you start to zig and zag, you got the opportunity to pinch up a brake. But great to see the fans up on the hill, looking out over some Formula 4 open wheeler racing. Always been hard to get the Australian public to pay attention to open wheeler racing, but it's good that the I certainly credit Netflix for Drive to Survive to bringing open wheeler racing back to the masses, and certainly the Melbourne Australian Grand Prix does take full advantage of that with sellout crowds over the last 3 years.
It shows, doesn't it? For years, supercars was the main focus of the Australian motorsport fan, but in this day and age, it's Formula One's very much equal to supercars. There are so many Formula One fans now, thanks to that series. But this is at the other end of the scale. This is the youngsters, some of them only 15 years old on this grid. The number 93 starts from pole, and he's made a great launch down towards turn number 1. He will lead them. It'll be Pizik from Purdy down towards the first corner. Amadio's made a great start. He's moved up to third position ahead of Nicholas Staddy in the number 15 machine. So the Jam Motorsport car has moved up to third ahead of Staddy. And just behind is another couple of AGI Sport cars in Gilmore and Radburn. John Paul Drake is sitting in position number 7 and ahead of Hamilton, who's got through on Nathan Gotch in the opening sequence of turns.
James Fizzik got away very, very nicely there indeed. The 15 diving down. Nicholas Staddy trying to take that spot back from Seb Amadio in the Amadio Wines entry number 22. Cars accelerating out of 6 now. They come around to 7, 8 and 9 across the hill there, getting air under the car there if they come across that ripple strip. They keep off that ripple strip there. That's more like a gutter than a ripple strip. The painted surface there, the rain about, they'll want to keep well clear of that as we get a good look at Nicholas Staddy, the Western Australian with experience in the States, has lost a spot off the line there, but Seb Mardio getting away fantastically and coming around to complete lap number 1 and looking very, very nicely indeed.
Amadio got away with a mistake there at turn number 12. It just didn't turn in like he wanted to. It drifted out and he put 2 wheels through the grass. He had a little moment there as well. It doesn't look quite stable, and he's coming under big pressure now from Staddy. Amadio slightly defensive down into turn 17. You can see him soaring at the wheel. It's not one smooth movement. He's really having to fight at the wheel at this stage of the race. In open wheeler cars, you want one smooth movement left and right, and he's not having that. Oh, the number 7, that's Wilson, who is spun at the backside of the course. That's just out of turn 15 towards turn 16. We've seen so many people spin there today as Amadio goes defensive. Staddy is applying the pressure. He's going to go the long way around the outside at turn number 1, and he's squeezed out of room. Amadio closing the door there, as he's perfectly entitled to.
I reckon Amadio didn't have tyre temp there as well. That's why I was having to have a couple of jabs at the steering wheel to make it come on there. Let's hope that he doesn't get some cold graining on those tyres with that sort of behaviour. You certainly can induce that fairly quickly. He looks to have stopped that behaviour now. You'd like to think that a lap and a half in after a comprehensive formation and warm-up lap, you've got that temperature there, but that's the behaviour of a driver going, come on tyre temp, let's get up there. I'll reef at the wheel a couple of times to try and force that that position. The 7 is still stricken, so Mark Wilson, he's now taken the steering wheel off. He can't get the fire lit in his Tatis. Puts the steering wheel back on, has a think about it. No, I'm going to get out. A couple of different thoughts, pattern of thoughts there for him. Hake takes out the padded head restraint there as well, and will make his way out of the car. Safety car has been deployed, so that's not ideal in the fact that we've got a time certain race here. We've got 3.5 minutes completed. There's 21 minutes left in this one. There it is, all on his own. Not sure what happened there.
I think it's what we've seen again, where they're just trying to get on the power out of 15 and the track falls away from you. We saw a spin in prototypes. We saw a spin as well in Australian Formula Open. So it's the third time we've seen an opening lap spin on cold tyres at that sequence of corners where you just don't normally see spins. And it's all because of what we spoke about before the start of the race, tyre temperature. It is pretty cold. You said it's 15. You know, when they come up on the weather graphic, feels like. It certainly does not feel like 15. I can assure you of that out there on the racetrack.
Well, we're not really getting the sun peeking through at all. It's a very grey, overcast day here locally at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, located at Tailem Bend. On the Dukes Highway, there is the safety car. We didn't want to see that again today at all. Let's hope it's the final time. A nice car indeed. Nothing wrong with the car. We just don't like what it stands for.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, very nice Hyundai N product, as they always are. Immaculately built machines, and they go fast, don't they, as well? But exactly right. We don't particularly want to see it on the racetrack. We want to see green flag racing out there. Let's run you through the order then. They've pretty much stayed as they were. There's been a few changes of position. So our pole sitter, Bizik, remains out the front head of Blake Purdy. The notable change towards the pointy end of the field is Seb Amadio overtaking Nicholas Staddy for third position. Seth Gilmore, the red boxes indicate that they are rookies in the series this year. So Seth Gilmore leads that particular class in position number 5 out of Radburn and Hamilton. And then it's the Masters. Those are the blue boxes. The Elder Statesman. Gotch has actually got past Drake in the opening sequence of turns. At one stage, though, Hamilton got through on Gotch, and Drake was ahead of both of them. So in the second half of the opening lap, Drake has dropped behind both Hamilton and Gotch down to position number 9. And then Boydell rounds out the 10 drivers still on the racetrack, because as we can see, this one, the number 7 Wilson machine, has come to a stop after spinning out on the opening lap of the race, right about where we are here, just over the brow of that hill. Oh, actually, no, this is a run down to turn number 8 and 9. A new camera angle for this weekend, a great addition to the Blendline TV coverage.
Certainly the recovery crew just trying to get that car back behind what they term the first row of defence. So they want to try and put it behind a wall somewhere, buried in there, and make a recovery after the race is finished. But try and damage control how much safety car laps we do get out there. But there it is now, the car just going backwards, rounding it out, getting the strap off there. So the number 7, I guess, has now been deemed to be in a space of safety, and I guess they want to get the driver out of being trackside as well. Go and take a seat in the recovery vehicle.
He doesn't seem too keen.
Does he? He wants you probably couldn't push me back out on the track and get me in this race, could you? The whole process of getting the head pad restraint in there and the driver's harness back on. Not much time under safety car to do those sorts of procedures. As we have a bit of a look out across the top of the property here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And they come across now, make their way around to 15, 16, 17. Let's hope that the lights are extinguished on the safety car in the next few metres or so we can get this competition back underway. Doesn't look to be. It's going to go around again.
Yeah, you can still see the car being recovered at the top end of the shot. So we've spoken a bit about this new chassis. So this is the Tatis F4T 421 Gen 2 chassis. It was homologated in 2021. It is the really current spec Formula 4 that's used basically in every single nation around the world bar 1 or 2. It's the most popular chassis of Formula 4 machinery. It's got a different engine as well to the previous iteration, a Fiat Abarth engine, turbocharged 1.4 litre engine, produces 160 horsepower, and they are running on GT tyres, which are supporting a lot of open wheel categories at the moment.
Yeah, they've certainly pushed their way into the motorsport market, and I haven't heard any complaints. The local series here in Australia, the GT Australian Formula Open Series, have made the switch to them particularly for this season, but a few cars were running them last season in preparation for this year. But normally if the tyre's not good, that's the first thing that teams and drivers start to talk about. But certainly the Formula 4 certified by FIA, currently being run here in Australia, are running on that tyre as well, and haven't heard anything. So it's like anything. Any news is, if there's no news, it's good news at the moment as far as tyres are concerned. It's one of the things that race drivers and race teams like to talk about because it is a variable. It's the contact patch with the road, and you can put a new set on and you can be a lot faster than you were on the previous old set.
Pretty durable tyres. They seem to get faster and faster, the drivers, lap upon lap. So they're a very durable tyre. We spoke about that a little bit yesterday, whereas some categories you see tyre life and lap time diminish and drop as the race progresses. These are very stable across an entire 25-minute race. And we can see that number 7 being towed along one of the access roads inside of the race circuit. That's just on the outside of turn number 15. Such a great vantage point, just where we are really. You can stand this weekend on top of the welcome centre and all along the whole of the pit lane. You can stand on the roof and you can see almost the entirety of the racetrack. Basically, turns 11 and 12 behind those trees are about the only ones you can't see. Yeah. It's an amazing view up there.
It is, and a tremendous racetrack, and there's nothing but praise for the racing surface here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and the drivers really do enjoy it. Even some of the drivers that have come out of Victoria this weekend that love to talk about Phillip Island in gushing compliments. The gushing compliments have certainly flowed for the layout that we're racing on here today. 4.95 kilometres, the international circuit, and we are poised to get back underway. Under 15 minutes of time remaining now. A number of laps under safety car. This is nice. This is what you like to see. Almost equal gaps between wheels on that side shot. They've got it measured out perfectly, haven't they? Everybody, you must be as close as you can be. You're not even able to see the diffuser. And Nathan Gotch has been given the green lights, and they are flashing. Away he goes. And it's Jimmy Pizik will lead them away, and he's got Blake Purdy in the nippies car right in behind, number 48.
Amadio got a bad run out of the final corner. He is going to be very vulnerable to Staddy, and in fact Staddy has already overtaken him. Great move from the youngster, very heads-up driving, great restart, but Amadio fights back into turn number 1. He goes up the inside and retakes that place, but Staddy is certainly the more comfortable on these cold tyres early on. That recent US experience really showing strongly for the 15-year-old as they go down the back straight. Gilmore's not too far behind either. He can pounce potentially on this opening lap. On the cold tyres, Amadio defends into the hairpin. Turn number 6, a great overtaking opportunity. But when it's defended like that, it's hard to make the move.
Why would motorsport be any different to any other sport? If you play tennis, you hit the ball every day you can. If you play golf, you whack it down the fairway as often as possible. Staddy has been experiencing the US style of racing, which means quite aggressive and racing more often. Come to the track and switch on straight away. If you're leaving it for sort of 3, 4, 5, 6 months or even a season in between drives, it takes so much longer to bring yourself up to it, to switch on all of your senses, make your hands and feet, you work in unison with your eyes and your brain. And what we're seeing now with Nicholas Staddy is the fact that he's been racing a lot. Switch it on, let's go. And the 22 is coming under immense pressure.
I thought he was really going to have a go, and he did, but Amadio super late on the brakes. He left a car's width, but was still able to hold the position. The South Australian defends down into turn number 17. This is awesome racing between these two early on in this encounter. But yeah, Staddy, we spoke about US, but he's also done raced in Asia as well for AGI Sport late last year, so he knows these cars better than anybody else, apart from probably our race leader in Jimmy Pizik, who has got a 0.6 of a second lead. But this is a fight we're looking at because they cannot be separated. Down to turn number 1 again, around the outside from Staddy. He's got a great bit of overlap, a great bit of momentum, but still not quite enough because Amadio will fight back into turn number 3. A nice run though, a nice looping line for the 15, allows him to draw back alongside, but again he's on the wrong side for turn 5. Can he cut back to the inside? Get the inside for the hairpin? He tries, but Amadio's wise to that one. he's seen this done before, so he knew to defend down into the hairpin.
Great running here between the 22 and the 15. Seb Mamardio had driven some S5000, so some 400 horsepower more around here as well. So he's seeing the world spin just a little bit slower driving these F4 cars here this weekend. So placing the car strategically where he can on the circuit here. And that is where Nicholas Staddy is having to try and deal with a tricky situation. He's wanting that good bit of racetrack to flow his car. Oh, car flying off the ground there, hit the back end of the ripple strip. The front came right up off the ground there. Hopefully there's no damage to Seb Amadio's car. That could have torn a tyre apart. Let's hope that it continues on. That was a very, very strange situation.
You'd feel that in the back, wouldn't you, in a car this low to the ground? There's no suspension, really, no padding. That's your back that's essentially going to feel the brunt of that force. And he's coming under pressure once again from Nicholas Staddy down into turn number 17. Great racing, though, between these two drivers. You spoke about Seb Mamardio racing S5000s. I spoke to another former S5000 driver, Blake Purdy, just in last round, and he was saying they're very similar in aero. In the corners, they handle very similar to the S5000. The only difference is that straight line speed.
And when your world's spinning faster than that, it does grab your attention a lot more. Side by side again. They've done this for the last 2 laps in a row. Staddy makes it hang on, carried some more speed, got a bit of oversteer. That'll affect his run coming out of turn number 3. Amadio could have a lot more impetus coming up to turn 4 and turn 5. Let's have a watch there again as Amadio comes out. Yeah, wow, that's 2 front wheels off the ground and slamming to the ground. Here he is now. Amadio did flow the car nicer. Range alongside here. Can he do the switchback? No, Nicholas Staddy's been doing a lot of racing lately. He'll cover that off. They can't go side by side through this part of the track here. 8, 9, 10 and 11, but they're going to try there. Seb Amadio. He is being very aggressive indeed, but Nicholas Staddy placing the car nicely. And in fact, Sebastian Vettel, Sebastian Amadio would like to talk to his friend Seb Vett to see if he can get him some career advice. But certainly, Sebastian Amadio not being able to go with Nicholas Staddy that time around. Let's watch how they come back into the main complex here. And let's see the kind of pace that they bring onto the long straight. Now Seb Amadio sliding the car through, gathering it all back up again to come back around, point the car down to turn 17. And a little short shoot down there as we watch the race leaders. And just up the road is a couple of the tail-end competitors. The 22 have set Amadio looking for big things. Hung the Sebastian Vettel hat on his rear wing and have to lift to that occasion.
Across the line last time through, Jimmy Pizik has extended that margin. Fastest lap of the race last time. It's pretty tight between the top 2, but it's now out to a biggest margin of the race, 1.2 seconds over Blake Purdy. Staddy has now taken 3rd position ahead of Amadio, who still continues to soar away at the wheel. Seth Gilmore in position number 5, but we're looking at Imogen Radburn, who is definitely showing what a talent she is behind the wheel. Debut weekend, she's been right around the top 5 all weekend long. Sits in position number 6 there at the moment, and she's not that far behind Seth Gilmore, who won the rookies class in round number 1 quite convincingly.
Yeah, we're just being quietly impressed by the driver of car number 29 out there at the moment. There she is, Imogen Radburn, and just doing all the right things. You don't want to come to a weekend like this and start to knock the car around.
Oh, mistake again from Amadio. That's the corner he doesn't like, Crofty corner, and he ran a little bit wide there. 2 wheels through the grass. Didn't get air. I saw this car run a little bit wide as we broke away to the other camera shot, and he did not make the corner. Hamilton on debut in the series this weekend, running off the road at turn number 10, but manages to get back on the track without any damage, just a bit of a bruised ego, and away he goes. So that's not too bad. He is a rookie. He's only really done very limited open wheel racing prior to this. He'd done a couple of rounds in Formula Open just to prepare for this weekend. So, as we say, he has got the pace. He's just made a couple of unforced errors this weekend. Oh, in fact, the car went a full 360 as he ran wide at turn number 10. So that was a very good recovery considering, and didn't stall the car. We saw early on with Wilson, you know, when you spin 180 degrees, it's very easy to stall the car, but he kept it running. He has lost places to John Paul Drake and Nathan Gotch, but he's resumed in 9th, and the car has not been damaged. He hasn't stalled it, so he'll just be learning, getting more laps under his belt.
This is what we're talking about with Imogen Radburn, keeping it on the black stuff, doing a learning weekend, taking it all in. Here's John Paul Drake now trying to execute a move on Nathan Gotch. They're going to go side by side through this part of the track. Don't forget that the Physical Marvel Award's going to go to John Paul Drake this weekend. He's already had a race in his prototype. This is his F4 race. He'll get straight out of this into his Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Evo 2 Steed, and have the next race on the bill as well. Got a little bit of time off until 2:35 where he jumps back in the prototype, and then the final race in this category later on this afternoon at 3:45. So he's perfected that move. A big story around him this weekend. But just touching on those rookies, Dan, that getting through the weekend, no damage, trying, if you do go off, like we've seen Jaden go off, then try to just bring the car back on all in one piece, and it's called harm minimisation to not only the car but to your wallet as you go through the weekend. So impressive debut for a couple of these drivers in the Formula 4 certified by FIA series here this weekend.
John Paul Drake won the opening race of round 1 in the Masters class, but had to start race number 2 from pit lane. He finished 4th in the class and then 3rd in the final race. He actually did come around with the Masters class round win in the opening round, which was just here around a month ago. But he's really returned after showing he had the car pace all weekend. He's returned this time with a clean pair of heels, and so far he won race 1 yesterday. He's now back in front in the Masters class in race number 2, and he's probably done, apart from maybe Dean Canto, the most laps of this circuit of anybody.
Certainly Dean Canto does a lot of laps here, doesn't he?
Does, yes.
Yeah.
And Dean Canto's actually here this weekend. I saw him in the garage. He's helping the Tony D'Alberto and Adrian Dietz entry in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series.
He raced in it last year.
He did race in it last year.
Helping out with those guys. He's been kept pretty busy too. There's been a lot of projects on that car, including an engine change. Very
lengthy engine change, and shares the same number as this car on the screen, number 93.
Our race leader at the moment, Jimmy Fizzik, is doing a good job over Blake Purdy with 3.5 minutes left to go. Nicholas Staddy, Seb Amadio, and we've got Seth Gilmer, Imogen Radburn, John Paul Drake, Nathan Gotch, then Jaden Hamilton, all on lap number 9, and then it is Tim Boydell, who is on lap 8. So this is our race leader, getting some really nice shots of this magnificent hue of blue that AGI Sport call their corporate logo and colours, and really does look very, very nice indeed out there on track. Blake Purdy, I think he's wondering what could be. He's trying to formulate a plan. I think he's got a plan, but it's the execution of that plan to get back to Jimmy's very, very rapid lap time, 150.37. Having said that, Blake Purdy yesterday reset the lap record at a 150.24. They haven't been within 1/10 of a second of that in this race, but certainly they're on an older set of tyres now, and they're potentially not going to get any faster. Still with another race to go this afternoon at 3:45.
Purdy was the closest anybody had been yesterday to Jimmy Pizzik all season long. He was, in the end, just under a second shy, or just over a second, sorry, shy of taking the race victory. He really took the fight to Pizzik yesterday. They were both setting fastest laps, dueling it out, exchanging lap records. It really was a high-quality duel at the top end of the field, but Pizzik just about had the measure of Purdy, and is doing so again in this race at the moment as we look at the number 15 machine of Staddy out there in position number 3, and this could be, if he can stay there, his 4th consecutive top 3 finish. He would have had the whole set of 5 races out of 5 had he not got a time penalty in race 1 of the season. Just was rolling at the start, got a penalty, demoted him to 5th, and it made his first round a little bit more challenging than it probably needed to be. But that's just a 15-year-old, you know, just creeping a little bit. Everybody makes that mistake at least once in their career. I'm sure you did back in the day.
I was accused of it once and did the drive-through penalty that was handed out to me and never did it again.
Yes, exactly.
That was for sure. But I tell you what, this is impressive stuff by Jimmy Pizik. 2.4 seconds clear of Blake Purdy at the moment. Then Staddy a further 5.1 seconds behind, and then Amadio 1.8 seconds behind. I can hear the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia cars warming up in the sheds just behind where we are calling for. So stay with us for race number 2 of the weekend, starting at 12:10, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. 45 seconds remain on the clock for this one. There'll be an extra lap on top of that, and we will have a race winner. The leader just punching out another very, very handy lap indeed to now move his lead out to 2.52. And there's Jimmy Pizik over Blake Purdy, Nick Staddy, Seb Amadio, Seth Gilmore, Imogen Radburn to John Paul Drake, Nathan Gotch. Rounding out the 8 there, and then Jaden Hamilton to Tim Boydell. And we're getting a good look at the all-black livery now of car number 66, which is sitting down there in 8th position of Nathan Gotch from AGI Sport.
PB lap last time through from Gotch, a 1 minute 54.18. The bad news is the guy ahead of him, John Paul Drake, who recently overtook him, was still 3/10 faster. So Drake just extending that margin ever so slightly and just putting that 7th position just out of arm's reach. Our rookie class leader is still Seth Gilmore out there in the number 24 machine, and doing a really nice job. Sitting a little bit lonely in that position number 5 at the moment. But this is the man in 3rd position, the youngster from AGI Sport, Nicholas Staddy, who turns it into the final corner. The time has expired on the left-hand side of the screen here in the 2nd GT competition tyres, Australian Formula 4 Championship race, but there's still a 5-kilometre distance left to go. The track 4.95 kilometres in length, and Physic has started that final lap. He takes it out of turn number 3 around the kink at 4 and fires it around the very fast and very challenging turn number 5. It's caught out many drivers already in its short history as that corner. Several supercar stars, and a little bit of a lock-up there for Jimmy, but managed to hit the apex. No issue there at all.
It's interesting, that turn 5 sweeper, you can't go through there two beside each other, except for if you're in a Hyundai XL, you can do it with 3 wide through there. So anyone else, they all try to sort of line a stern through there, but the XLs will turn it on through there. It must be something to do with the front wheel drive. The back just flows it around. But,
I think that's just XL through
it's just
through,
XL,
isn't it?
It's the heartbeat of XL right there.
XL's doing XL things.
Yeah.
But our race leader is entering now the final sector of the race. It's been a very nice performance from the young South Australian. Finished 2nd in the Australian Formula Ford Championship a couple of years ago. As we said, did so well last year in Europe, and it's great to see this kid doing so well back in Australia. He's won the first 4 races of the season. He's about to make it a handful of victories. Jimmy Pizik rounds the final corner, and it is going to be 5 out of 5 for the AGI Sport driver. He leads home Blake Purdy, the Jam Motorsport driver. The margin in the end, 2.6 seconds. And Nicholas Staddy, a great job from him. He had to fight hard to take 3rd position, but set some really fast laps in that race late on. Watch for him in the race this afternoon. He finished in 3rd, ahead of Amadio and our rookie class winner, Seth Gilmore. Imogen Radburn, another great performance from her to come home in 6th. And then we look at the Masters class. John Paul Drake. Where has John Paul Drake gone? Oh, that's Boydell, sorry. down a lap. I saw a black machine come over the brow of the hill. John Paul Drake just about holds on. Sorry to give the Jam Motorsport team there a bit of a heart attack up at the top of the welcome centre there. I didn't see that Boyle had gone down
He's
a
got
lap.
the sharker going too there, John Paul Drake. Very, very happy indeed. Hanging very, very loose. He's got to get out of this car and he's got to get himself into a Lambo. In fact, I think Mark Pierce is starting the car, so he's probably got half an hour to catch his breath, get a bit of protein into him, a bit of gel or something like that, what the sportsmen do these days. But certainly congratulations to Pizik. He's done a tremendous job. And there's your results.
Yes, there it is. Fastest lap of the race as well, a 150.3. Just a tenth off what the lap record is, so really fast pace from him. He beat home Blake Purdy and Nicholas Staddy rounding out the top three. Seb Amadio came home in fourth, ahead of Seth Gilmore, Imogen Radburn, and then the top of the Masters class entries, John Paul Drake ahead of Gotch. Hamilton did finish despite a hairy spin down at turn number 10. He finished in ninth ahead of the last of the finishers, Tim Boydell. Mark Wilson came to a halt, stalling the car after a spin at turn 14 on the opening lap of the race. We can see all the fans lined up at the top of the Welcome Centre. I'm sure many more will hit the top deck there because the Lamborghinis are out next on the racetrack. That's it. Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia race number 2 is just a few minutes away. We're going to take a quick break up here in commentary and we'll be back in just a couple of moments' time with the Italian machines. We are back at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Parks. The Lamborghinis, you can probably hear them, are just about to take off down the lane and head out onto the grid for their second race of the weekend. Yesterday's was an absolute cracker. There was action aplenty. It was pretty chaotic at times. There was an opening corner incident which took out the round one winners from the race early. They really had to recover. In fact, we got a highlights package from the race number one. So here is what happened yesterday.
We get round number 2 Australia underway. Have a look at the Raging Bulls. They charge down there 3 wide. Who's going to jump into the lead there? Right across the front of the field there, in the middle of the pack, and a clip up the back there for the number 32. Not a nice way to start there. The SJM Iron Links Theodore Racing Charles Ho Chi got a bit of a whack, and ensuing, as it says on the side of the car, madness. Car number 65 absolutely nails it and jumps away nice and early there. Dan Wells gets himself an immediate advantage across the line there and streaks away from the field. A pro driver knowing exactly when he can go and does that. Again, looking to the inside. Roger Dubois plastered across all of their windscreens as they go down into turn number 1 that time there. The Arrows racing car of Gavin Huang gets into P2, and they all very gingerly, Dan, just making their way around now. Andre Couto doing a brilliant job in the Madness Racing outfit there as well. And we've got someone off just at the back of shop there, gathers it all back up. But boy, when you get it wrong, when these things break loose, it ends in tears. Down the inside now, is that John Paul Drake coming through in the number 3? Yes, it is, sharing the car with Mark Pierce here this weekend for Jam Motorsport, the local team from the Bend Motorsport Park.
And here comes Osborne making another place up the inside now of Harry O. So that puts him up into position number 10.
Wide. Some really violent moves being placed here. Cars zigging left, zagging right, and bottling up there. The 32 running wide. The 8 and the 11 go through. So Selim Rafiq goes through. The 11 coming through is Gavin Huang at the moment at the wheel of that car.
He's actually coming under pressure from Hong, and he is in fact going to lose the place. So the local South Aussie falls back to position number 10. Number 95 has taken an off-track excursion. That's Z. That looks like it's out of turn number 3 on the run up the hill. So I think here we go, a further move for the number 84, the recovering Clay Osborne. That is now 6th position. Great move up the inside of Pirikali.
Go back and have a look here at the green number 33. And that is not what you want to... No contact with anything. Just a very ginger slide. TDK Pro Car type of livery there as well. Oh, the 7 off there in the replay. And that's another one. Dan McCarthy, I think, what did you say? Reaching for a new set of strides after that one.
Look at this recovery from Kat. She's performing very nicely, although, sorry, she's handed over now to her co-driver, but up to position number 11 now.
Great, have a look at this. Oh, under brakes there. That car just dove to the right.
That's a very strange place to go off. So all by himself, understeers out wide, and is he going to hit the Giltrap car? No, the championship leader just about avoids. Brilliant evasive action taken by the 84 machine. Cat-like reflexes to stay away. Oh no, there was a bit of damage. That's a shame. It must have been the slightest of slight touches, but it's just pushed the guard
into
onto
the lane.
The tyre.
Into the lane. That's a real shame there for this car there as well. Points it to home. Checkered flag being taken. Car number 65 gets the win. There's Dan Wells, very, very happy indeed. Celebrating with the crew. Hugs abound with all of the crew there. Have a look at that smile. That's a work hard for result. Done a terrific job.
Hello and welcome back to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We're here for day 2 of round 2 of Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. We're absolutely delighted to be here. You can see this beautiful specimen of a safety car. It's a Lamborghini Huracan, and it gets even better than that. We've got 20 thoroughbred Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo 2s currently getting ready for race 2 here this weekend. The anticipation is building. We can't wait to bring it all to you live. Without further ado, it's time to hand over to our commentators, Darren Smith and Dan McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Callum Brannigan. He seems excited himself down there as these cars have been out for their sighting lap, coming back down through the pit lane as well. They'll receive the appropriate signals from pit exit to make their way around to the grid. Great to see the highlights package from yesterday's race. And you've got to say, Dan McCarthy, the car number 7, how when Leo had, to our best account, we thought 4 spins, and yes, off the score there as well. So I would suggest that car number 7 would probably try and get through the next 50 minutes of racing without replicating that from yesterday. But Dan Wells and Million did such a terrific job. Million Carde did a terrific job. Gavin Huang and Jonathan Chicotto home in 2nd place. And for mine, the SJM Iron Link Theodore Racing, Leong Chung, Chow and Nikki Kayama did a tremendous result there as well. We'll have a chat more with Callum down on the grid.
Thank you, boys. Clay Osborne, yesterday was a bit of a tricky day, it has to be said, but you reset today, starting from pole position, thanks to your mega efforts in qualifying, yourself and Marco. What are your appraisals? What are you thinking about going into this race?
Yeah, hopefully Marco just has a clean start, brings it in P3, and then I'll hop in the car and hopefully see what I can do. But yeah, yesterday didn't go to plan, unfortunately. We're still leading the championship, but yeah, we'll see how today goes.
What sort of issues were you battling with the car after the numerous incidents?
Mainly steering. The steering was significantly bent, so I was kind of spidering around most of the corners. Some corners it would steer really well, the other corners it wouldn't. So yeah, we were just trying to manage it. Then obviously there was another incident, and that made even more damage. So it was just limping the car home to try and get the championship points is what we were trying to do.
We've got a lovely stack of tyres just behind us. We've got the slicks and the wet tyres as well. Do you anticipate needing to bolt on the wets at any point today?
Yeah, just preparing for everything. Obviously, there was a bit of bad weather this morning, but yeah, just preparing for everything, and yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, it's a dry race.
Thank you very much, Clay.
Thank you very much.
Excellent to get those little chats just before the action breaks out, and good to speak with Clay there as well. Those guys are experiencing a pretty good run this season. We got down to the 3rd place, and Mickey Kayama. Dan, you and I were exceptionally impressed yesterday with how Mickey took to the track and also took to the racing that was thrown her way.
Yeah, absolutely. She did a phenomenal job alongside her teammate Charles Leong, really taking to this category really well. Both rookies in the series this year, but both have a lot of racing experience, both in separate really international categories. Mickey doing a lot overseas, and Charles Leong, a Macau Grand Prix winner.
Gee, how'd you like to swap the commentary booth for that little booth for the afternoon? That looks like the very meaningful office in the Raging Bull there. Let's go down to Callum again on pit straight.
Thank you, Darren. Yesterday we spoke to Dan Wells on the grid, and you pretty much predicted the race and it unfolded as you thought it did. Are you anticipating another performance like that today?
Well, I'm not the one in control of this one, so it's a little bit harder to say. But I've given Million a few tips, every bit of experience which I have with the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. Of course, we've got a row in front of us. We've got the AM driver there, Brian Lee, who's done a really good job in qualifying. So let's see how Million gets on today.
How's the tyre management with the Hancooks throughout the race? I hear they light up fairly quickly, but trying to manage the pace of the tyre throughout the race, is that another consideration for you both to work through?
No, definitely. I mean, yesterday, yeah, I was definitely keeping the tyres in good nick. How you treat the tyre, prep the tyre and everything's very important. But we've made some good steps this weekend with our engineer, Matt Harvey. We're really quite happy with the balance which we've got. So we've got a 15-minute race today. Maybe there's going to be a safety car on that first stint, and I'm going to be exceptionally hungry on that second stint.
Thank you, Dan Wells.
Thank you.
Spoken like a true race car driver there, getting exceptionally hungry for getting out there in the race. Well composed down there on the grid. I guess they're waiting to see how it all comes loose. Just a quick bit of fact, I guess, Dan, is that the grid isn't made up of the finishes yesterday. It is actually how qualifying 2 played out. So those guys will go back a spot on the grid. They ended up 4th in the second qualifying. So unlike a progressive grid race, it is run out of 2 qualifying sessions, which count for race 1 and then race 2.
And that's great news for the two drivers on the front row of the grid who had absolute shockers yesterday. As we said, Marco Giltrap and Osborne had the incident at turn number 1 on lap number 1. They at least finished. The car alongside them, the number 63 machine of Changwoo Lee, who's been a real front runner, did really well in the opening round in Malaysia. Unfortunately, his race came to an abrupt halt right there. So great to see him back on the front row of the grid. And I believe Callum Brannigan's down there with a familiar face.
Thank you, boys. Sam Shaheen, 12 months ago we had Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia here visiting for the first time. Back again, you must be very proud to see this.
Unbelievably proud, not just of the category, but the venue and the great people that have come out to support another magnificent event in South Australia.
So yesterday's race was highly energised. You anticipate another one like that today?
Well, usually everybody ups the ante a bit for race 2. So, drivers learn the track a bit more. They get their head around where they can go faster. And, everybody thinks they can go just a couple of tenths faster. So looking forward to some energy and great racing. This track is made for this sort of category. And I'm just looking forward to another great race.
Sam, thank you for bringing the series here and thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Always great to have an enthusiastic track owner involved in motorsport, and he is certainly a winner in his own right with One Make Racing in Porsches there as well with Sam Shaheen. We thank the Shaheens so much for investing into South Australian and Australian motorsport, owning 2 of the permanent race tracks here. As we're looking out the front window of car number 32 at the moment, this is the Miki Koyama car, which we were just discussing, and I guess essentially saying what a great drive yesterday was turned on, got in the car, turned up the wick and really drove it hard all the way to the end there and brought home a nice result.
I'm sure she and Charles Leung will be providing us plenty of highlights from this onboard camera here today. So looking forward to seeing what they can do in this race. They were certainly a leading contender throughout that race. Can they match Chicotto or potentially even take it to the likes of the number 84 machine of Giltrap and Osborne on the first position?
The 93 machine was home in 4th place after a torrid lead in to race number 1, and that is the 2 locals of Adrian Dietz and Tony D'Alberto. We'll come back to Adrian and Tony in just a moment. We go back down to the main grid.
Thanks, Daz. Charles, yesterday's performance was amazing, finishing 3rd in the race. Are you expecting another performance like that today?
Yeah, for sure. We always try to push for P1 and yeah, we know we have the pace now. We just need to be patient, put everything together, and I believe the results will come naturally.
Are you thinking about the championship more than overall performance, or it's all part of the performance?
Of course, I always try to approach to be perfect in every aspect. So, yeah, just gonna do everything correctly and do my best.
Thank you, Charles. Go well.
Thank you.
Charles Leung is a ripper driver, and I spoke to him yesterday. I think it was yesterday morning. And we were talking about the race, and he says, we're here for one thing, and that is to win. It was the way he said it. It was such a great answer. And another person who likes to win is Tony D'Alberto. He'll be starting a little bit further back in the order, but watch for that number 93 machine, the row directly behind. They finished 4th yesterday, winning the Pro-Am class, did he and Adrian Dietz. So looking forward to seeing what they can do. They started back in 15th yesterday, so starting position number 7, a lot more opportunity for that combination to potentially even challenge some of the pro combinations out there on the racetrack today.
The Madness Racing crew came home in 5th place yesterday. The Fang Ping Cheng and Andre Kuta. Andre Kuta did a tremendous job getting that result for the team yesterday. So we're waiting for the start of this race, but just going through those results yesterday. Looking forward to great things from Andre Kuta, and those guys are in car number 88. They'll be starting from quite a long way back, in fact, out of 13th place. So Fang Ping Cheng will be starting the race out of 13, and Andre Kuta will be taking the car home to the finish. 6th yesterday was Johnson Huang in the Taipei entry. YK Motorsports was Nick Nelvankang and Dee Prakawarawat. Sorry if I've minced your names there, but doing a tremendous job there, bringing them home inside the top 10.
This is the number 93, Antonio D'Alberto and Adrian Dietz machine. Antonio D'Alberto was written on the entry list. I suppose it goes with the Italian Lamborghini theme, doesn't it? But we know him here in Australia as Tony D'Alberto, former TCR Australia Series winner and regular co-driver with Dick Johnson Racing, multiple-time Bathurst 1000 podium finisher.
Don't forget, in his own team, won the development series for himself, ran a two-car team for a long time, so experienced administrator, racer, team sponsor, coordinator, all of that sort of thing. So it's just nice for Tony to sit back, fall back on his heritage and become Antonio D'Alberto for the weekend and giving the wave there as well. Good to see. A full field, and it really is. These cars are super impressive, and they have all these aero adjustments there for adjusting air down the front of the car into the radiators, down the side of the car, across the top, onto the rear wing. Everything is very, very purposeful. You certainly don't want to get caught up like we did yesterday in a melee into turn number 1. Just watching that car number 7 will be coming out of position number 17. Had some issues yesterday. Jonathan Cicotto straight into the eyes of a race driver right there.
There's a couple of tales of woes further back down the field. So Salim Rafiq in the yellow and white machine on the sort of penultimate row of the grid there. He shares the car with Jasmine Jafar, who stormed through the field early in yesterday's race and sat as high as third or potentially even second at one stage in that race, but they dropped back late on in the race. So watch for Jasmine Jafar when he jumps back behind the wheel in the second stint. If there's a late race safety car, I wouldn't even rule that car out of a potential race victory late on in the day.
Certainly an outside opportunity for those guys. Big g'day to everybody assembling on top of the buildings here. And we are going to have a look around the fantastic layout here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We hone right down on Tailem Bend. That's the famous Murray River, that green stretch of water making its way through the South Australian countryside. 18 turns, the action zones. Importantly, at turn 1, we saw it yesterday, it was where a huge coming together involving multiple cars. It's a wide corner. There's lots of track to use up, and still race drivers managed to come together around there, and that's exactly what happened yesterday. All sorts of issues concerned there. Around turn 4, turn 5, my favourite part of the track, under brakes down into turn 6, and set yourself up for a series of right-handers, normally done line astern of each other, these drivers. 8, 9, 10, 11, the switch back out of 11, and then 12. That's the difficult one. The 11, hold, then you've got to swing the car back and then go right again. 13, very, very fast. Keep the pedal to the metal, or in this case, the carbon fibre firewall in the Super Trofeo Lambo Evo 2s. Up to turn 17, you want to set yourself up now for a wide open throttle run down to turn 18, and you complete the lap of Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. 4.95 kilometres, 18 corners. The track record held by Dallara F3 with John Magro at the wheel, a 140.279. Look at that. The Raging Bull being unleashed on pit lane as we see on board now the 84 Giltrap car, preparing for race 2 for the 2024 Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. And here is our grid.
Yes, this car will start from the pole position. It'll be a rolling start, and he will start alongside the number 63 machine with Brian Lee behind the wheel in the opening stint. Jonathan Cicotto will come out of position number 3. He won one of the races here last year. He'll be looking to do the same here today. Yesterday's race winner, the number 65 machine, the blue and black car, comes out of 4th. That car fielded by Evans group. Miki Koyama comes out of 5th alongside Lee Janyu. Tony D'Alberto, look out for him in car number 93 out of position number 7. And then Decker Thorne out of 8th. Beyond that, Hazik O will come out of 9th. Bukar Rowan out of position number 10. Huang in 11th. And then our mate Super Chai out of position number 12 in the bright orange machine, ahead of Chan Fangping, Kumar Pragakaran, Mark Pierce. Alongside him will be John Paul Drake in an all-Aussie combination. They start out of 15th ahead of He Xinyang. Final 3 positions are Song Jianjun, Selim Rafiq, and then Thomas Yu Lee, who was involved in a qualifying crash for this race in yesterday morning. He did qualify a little bit further up the field, but I think has been penalised for the incident down at turn number 1, which also took out the number 51 machine, which starts from 11th. But here we are. They are coming around the final corner. We are about to go green here in the second Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series race, and they fan out immediately as the lights go out down towards turn number 1. A pretty even jump at the front, but it looks like the race winner yesterday in the blue and black machine has made another barnstorming start. But it's the number 63 that's going to lead them into turn number 1. But he hasn't quite got the exit. He's going to be swooped by both Marco Giltrap and the number 11 of Jonathan Cicotto. So 2 title rivals from last year jumping straight to the top of the order.
Milicarde looked to want to challenge down at turn 1 there. He was hung out wide there. There's the blue and black car we're looking at, the number 65. That's who we're talking about. The 32, Nikki Kayama as well. Starting this race like she finished yesterday, very, very skillfully getting off the line there. The charging 95, which had some issues yesterday, a spin, a couple during the race there as well. Let's hope the 95 holds it all together. There is Tony D'Alberto, the 95 Centaur Products entry, the local Australian entry for this weekend, along with the John Paul Drake Martin Pierce entry. They come around to that very important part of the lap, 9, 10, 11 and 12. The straight in sector 2. There they come up to 13 now. Milicarde sitting back there in 4th place. It's Chang Woo Lee that got away beautifully off the start line there. Johnny Cicotto in the mix there, right in front of Tony D'Alberto, the 93, monstering into the back of the car. There's our race leader, the 84, Marco Giltrap, with Jonathan Cicotto straight into the rear diffuser of that car. Looking left, looking right. Very aggressive start to the race. A dive bomb down the inside there by the SQDA racer, number 63, Chang Woo Lee, and contact. Cars going off.
The real benefactor there was this car on the screen. The number 65 has moved up 2 positions because of that. Our race winners from yesterday staying out of trouble on the opening lap and have inherited positions as a result. Marco Giltrap leads them across the line, but Emmeline Cardi, a great response there, quick evasive action, and took not 1 but 2 places. So really great racing early on, but it shows that Chang Woo Lee might be an AM entrant, but he can certainly drive. He did a great job at round number 1, and he's taking it to these pro drivers again early on in this race.
Harry O on screen now in the yellow machine. Right behind was Mark Pierce in the yellow and black machine. As we look back out to the front of this race, Nikki Kayama doing a terrific job. There's the 93 of Tony D'Alberto for the locals here in Australia, looking for someone in this front group to cheer for. These guys have pushed very, very hard. They had to change an engine on Friday night. That means dismantling your Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo 2, basically from the firewall behind the shoulders of the driver, back to lodge the engine back into it. Look there into the 9, Garawat, Thailand, was caught up in a bit of a melee there yesterday as well. Some little bits and pieces of contact. I've got to say, Super Trofeo in 2024 in the Asian Series, they're not shy to get a little bit of rubbing, are they?
No, certainly are not. There's some real high-quality drivers in this field. So this is what happened down at turn number 17 on the opening lap. It looked like Cicotto was having a real look at Giltrap, but further behind, in came the 63. There was a little bit of contact, and it pushed the number 11 wide off the road and through swept the 65, and the 63 gained a position as well as a result of the contact, but the number 11's got back through. Cicotto in the last few corners has overtaken Chang Woo Lee for 3rd position, but look who's behind, Miki Koyama. She is right there. She's very experienced in fast sports car racing. She races in the Super GT Championship as well in Japan, and she's showing just what a talented young driver she is. Sitting in 5th and right on the tail of the white machine, Chang Woo Lee. But look who's waiting just behind as well. It's the number 93 of Tony D'Alberto. They had a horror start to their weekend on Friday. Engine failure just a few laps into the opening session ruled them out for a majority of not only that session but the entirety of practice too. And they've been really playing catch up from there. Qualifying was essentially a practice session for them. Tony D'Alberto, fastest lap on the final lap to put him position number 7. But frankly, I think he was pretty pleased with that considering the amount of laps he had prior. So every lap at the moment, this team continues to learn. And it just shows the high-quality driver that Tony D'Alberto is, that he is up there in 6th position against some of these Lamborghini regulars.
The 95 there of Lee coming through, the second of the amateurs in this field, or so far in the results of this race. We go on board here. This is the very, very busy office of car number 32 out there on track at the moment. Started out at position 5. Miki Kayama is now up to, remains in position 5. Very deliberate movements on the steering wheel. Very calm, poised cockpit of this racing car, and just dipping it in there as well. Tony D'Alberto has got his mirrors filled with that number 95, the Lee car, which is the 610 Racing by Absolute Am entry, and he will be well aware of that car behind. The 95 yesterday was featured in a couple of very big spectacular spins on lap 7, and looked to go on with it. No damage, but it was very much through a lot of dust up in the air on what is a track that's quite wet around there, so managed to find dust. He's the number 9 filling our screens now, and doing a tremendous job there. That's Kat in the YK Motorsports entry with Decathlon Peruako out in the car at the moment. Kat will be jumping in for the latter half of this race. This is the number 95 we've been talking about. Under brakes, dives into it. Kat and Decathlon right in behind there as well. Decathlon at the wheel at the moment though. It's the 11 for Gavin Wang and Johnny Chicotto. Chicotto at the wheel now, and we are fighting this out. Oh,
that's a tyre failure.
Has torn apart a Hankook, and that's the Madness Racing outfit of Steve Hong and Xing Hao He. And just trying to find where the 77 is. It's Zhang He at the wheel at the moment in 19th place, and at the tail end of the field. As we look back to the front end of the field, here's Emilia Carde currently in 2nd place. Marco Giltrap just over 4 seconds up the road, the last year's champion of Michelin Sprint Challenge, and doing a tremendous job up there. You can see the tail lights in the distance, and this car here, Emilia Carde, who took the win yesterday with Dan Wells, and they are fighting very, very hard. Started out of position number 4 and established themselves very early in this race.
How cool is that? Just shows the speed that they fly past down pit straight. Giltrap continues to extend the lead. The recovering Chicotto has caught up now to Cardi, and the number 77 has not been able to make it back to the pits. I saw the yellow flags down at turn number 1, so that car is stationary there, just on the exit actually of turn number 3. There it is. So it was a pretty significant tyre explosion by the looks of it on pit straight, and it's damaged all of the right front of that Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia car.
I'm going to speculate that Race Control are having a very, very close look at that. We don't tend to see cars go off there, but you know the old rule, if one car can get in there, another car potentially can. So they'll be relying quite heavily on the corner marshals there, and we have a big shout out to all of our volunteer corner marshals here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here this weekend. Doing a tremendous job. It's been cold. The rain so far has managed to stay away. Here's the replay. Obviously something wasn't right because the car was way offline. So we thank Ji Hing He for getting off the line there, because there's some fair bit of debris being sprayed around. Yeah, look, that is not nice. You don't like to see your Lamborghini Super Trofeo Huracan Evo 2 being destroyed like that. As we look back to the front now, a couple of the real fast races out there on track at the moment. Emilia Carde, John Chicotto, all in the pro category. The first of the AMs is the next car down the road, car number 63, Changwo Lee. So doing a tremendous job in P4 for the AM class.
As he did in round number 1, as I said a little bit earlier on, he's an absolute fantastic driver and a real addition to the AM class. He's a good few places ahead of the next AM. If you look on the left-hand side of the screen, all of the orange cars, they are the pro combinations with not one but 2 pro drivers. The green are the AMs. Yellow is Pro-Am, where you got 1 Pro and 1 Am driver. So in the case of D'Alberto in 6th, Tony is the Pro, and Adrian Dietz is the Am. And then as well, the blue colours, that's Lamborghini Cup, which in many years has been dominated by that orange machine, as we see a move, did Mark Pierce up the inside of Hazik O, but ran in too deep at turn number 1 and relinquishes that position once again. But I was going to say that the orange machine just ahead of those 2 of Super Chai, he has been a multiple-time winner in that class, and he's currently out front ahead of those 2. That was the fight for 2nd in the Lamborghini Cup category.
So we're getting word in from race control that the safety car has been called to stand by as that is a massive run there by Mickey, getting right up into the car in front here. So that is fantastic. Mickey Koyama impressing the 2 of us here in the commentary booth. No end.
I've just seen from this magnificent onboard, look, top right of the screen, they have a camera out the back of the car to show what is behind them. So that's a pretty good innovation.
And I can tell you the first one that did that, it was Lamborghini Diablo GTR, where they had a Clarion camera mounted in the back of it for the first time at Mount Panorama at Bathurst all those years ago. 99 was the first time we saw those cameras start to appear in race cars.
That was, you were around that category at that time
was,
very
that
much,
car,
weren't
yes.
you? Yes, exactly. I was going to say it was that very vehicle, wasn't it? So there you go. So, and great bit of history that it's Lamborghini as well. Nice little connection there.
It is, yeah. Great brand, the Raging Bull. Certainly, you think about it and you think about cars that go fast and look awesome. Purposeful cars like these Super Trofeo Evo 2s, and like everything with a good brand, and evolution of the brand is often the way to go. That you don't often see revolutionary manoeuvres, and this is where these sorts of cars can do that, and we've seen the Evo 2 being used very, very nicely indeed. And ever so fitting that the course car, or the safety car, is also a Lamborghini Huracan out there as well, pacing these cars. We've got the, as Alan Moffat, a famous Canadian-born Australian race car driver, used to say, the vultures coming over to pick up the car, and that's what they do. They come over the big cranes and get them out of harm's way. Car number 84 leading the way. Marco Giltrap has done a terrific job. There's the calendar. Tail and Bend here this weekend at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Inji, South Korea on the 26th to the 28th of July. Fuji in Japan on the 18th of August. Shanghai, China, 13, 14, 15 of September. And Jerez in Spain on the 13th right through to the 15th of November. The world finals for Super Trofeo. Lamborghini Super Trofeo, all of them down there in Jerez in Europe to round out the series. But what a great way. Such a privilege for the Bend here this weekend to have Super Trofeo coming back for a 2nd year in a row. Great cars to see, and clearly being enjoyed by many, many fans making the way to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park.
Including our co-commentator Martin Ancaro, I can see on the right-hand side of the screen. So he's enjoying the Lamborghini action from up on the top of the tower. It's such an amazing view, as we say, up there on the racetrack. Look at the amount of fans that have flocked up there. They're also scattered around. It's park and view, so you can bring your car in, park it around turns number 4 and 5. Give us a wave. You are on the Blendline TV stream, not only around the nation, but around the world as well. That's one of the great things about streaming in this modern day and age, that we are going out to everybody around the world. And great to see so many people here after what was a pretty awful morning weather-wise. It's clearing a little bit now, and great to see so many people back after yesterday's exciting opening affair.
I don't make the news and I don't report on the weather well, but I'm looking at a screen here now, and it is clear of rain for quite some time. There's something right out over Yorktown, out on the Edinburgh Peninsula area there, but a long, long way from where we are, a couple of 100 kilometres away here at the Tailem Bend. So everybody up there on top of the Visitors Centre, you should be enjoying a good couple of hours. See out the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series in nice conditions. Kids enjoying the day as well. That was about the same age I was when I first came to the racetrack, and haven't stopped coming back ever since. And I'm not going to let you know how long that's been, Dan.
So let's just delve into the state of play at the moment. We're under safety car conditions, and we will run you through the order. It's Marco Giltrap that leads the way. The race 1 and race 2 winners in Sepang, trying to recover from a disastrous day yesterday. They are leading the way, and he built quite a considerable margin over yesterday's race winner in Emmeline Cardi, but this safety car has very much neutralised things and really brought the 65 car back into contention. The number 11, Jonathan Cicotto, comes out of third. He is the Pro-Am champion of last year, but a great driver, and got a new co-driver this year, allows him to move up into the outright pro class, and was fighting for victory yesterday. Changwoo Lee, the very fast Am driver, sits in fourth in the white number 63 car, ahead of Miki Koyama in the number 32 machine, that red Lamborghini. Tony D'Alberto in the black and red number 93 car is in sixth. They lead the Pro-Am class. He and Adrian Dietz. Then beyond that we have Wanyu Lee, Purkut and Huang and Chen rounding out the top 10. Leader of the Lamborghini Cup is still Super Chai in 13th position. But this really neutralises things, and I note as well that a lot of the Pro-Am combinations have put their Pro in first. So this safety car is unfortunately costing them a lot of Pro running, and it means that it will come down a lot more heavily in those classes on the speed of the Am rather than the speed of the Pro. So that could change the order up a little bit for the amateur classes later on in the race.
Yeah, I think by that you mean the effect on the race that the pro driver will have,
yes.
And that is fast running and gapping the field. At the moment, everyone is essentially back in a starting position, and we're back on board with the 32 here. Subtle wheel movements and getting as close as possible and remaining safe to the car in front. Let's see how we get underway to exit the safety car and get back underway here. Let's hope that everybody keeps it nice and straight and we don't get any stultus insensus, as they'd say in Latin. And by that, I mean stupid driving. Let's get on with it and get this race back underway. Some Aussies enjoying their time up on the hill here with their four-wheel drive in the background. That's pretty much how many Aussies go to motorsport. Bring out the barbecue chair, pull up a seat and watch these magnificent Italian raging bulls get underway. And that's what they're about to do. It's going to be a rage here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, and the bulls are all about to go back at it. 19 of them going to be unleashed on the South Australian landscape. As the safety car exits the field, we come onto this magnificent front straight, 1 kilometre long. Put the boot in, 620 horsepower unleashed onto the straight, and away we go. There goes Marco Giltrap. Have a look at Emilian Carde looking up the inside now as gets through. Johnny Cicotto makes that very, very difficult indeed. In fact, gets through Cicotto into P number 2 there. Then it's the SQDA Soda grid car trying to get through there of Changwoo Lee, the first of the AMs, and they are batting well above their position. Miki Koyama just trying to hold on there. Tony D'Alberto will be starting to pull it up onto maximum a track. 31.5 minutes left in this race. There's the SQDA Soda grid car and the 63 going around there. Changwoo Lee driving the race of his life. The 84 leading away. Marco Giltrap for Lamborghini Auckland, representing their brand out of the land of the long white cloud here today at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at Tailem Bend. The car's streaming on through. There goes Super Chai, one of our favourites here at the Bend Motorsport Park. He's Warongpong Superchai to his friends. That's what we like to look after him as when he's here in Australia. Cheng Wu Lee again, right up onto the back of Emilien Carde. Dan Wells will be getting into that car. The 63 will be, Brian will be holding on there. Cheng Wu Lee, the SPDA Grit Motorsport outfit.
That's a lot of the combinations are going to change in the very near future. The pit window will open in exactly 30 seconds time, but that will be at least one more lap for these guys. So through they go. But for some of them it will be their last lap of the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park for this weekend, because yes, that pit window is about to open. As we look a little bit further down the field, this is the fight for 10th position between Chen and Bunkarowen. And Bunkarowen has got the run down the straight, and there's a bit of body work damage to the front right of that machine. Doesn't appear to be affecting him too bad down the straights with all the aero, but it seems to have got back in line now, so just a little bit of loose body work on the number 78 machine. But it roars out of turn number 3, and boy oh boy do they roar at this circuit. The V10 sound absolutely awesome, echoing around this facility. It just seems to me that the number 78, that bit of body work comes up when it's at high speed on a straight, but as soon as he goes back on the brakes, it files back into where it should be. This is tight, this is close. This is Emilien Carde, Cheng Wu Lee and Miki Koyama in their fight for 3rd position. They've lost 3 seconds in just over a lap to the leading 2 in Marco Giltrap and Jonathan Cicotto. And here we are, look, drivers are ready. They are in the lane, ready to jump into their Lamborghinis. There will be several driver changes this lap because the pit window has now officially opened. Here they come out of turn number 16. Who's going to be first to pit? If you're a pro driver, do you try and stay out to avoid any sort of lap traffic being an issue on your outlap? It's always a bit of a strategy game, this one, because you don't want to find yourself coming out in the middle of lapped traffic.
Gee, it's a traffic jam here at the moment, isn't it? Piling up behind Cheng Wu Lee, Miki Koyama, Antonio D'Alberto. And Emilien Carde is in, Cheng Wu Lee is in. So 2nd and 3rd in the race have made their way in for their stop. That car there that we're looking at, that will be Emilien Carde getting out. Dan Wells will jump on board there. Dan was standing in the lane yesterday when they won the race. This time he gets to drive it to the end. We're yet to find out who will actually win this race, but this team certainly, Dan, you would have to expect would be favourites for the final run to the flag here. We're nowhere near that yet. We're still 27.5 minutes away from at least that time, away from a checkered flag. So Dan Wells needs to get out, re-establish position, re-establish track place, and they will continue on with it. A very calm pit stop. These two drivers are very well versed. They've practiced that changeover, and Dan Wells just getting all those safety features done up. A nice reef on the belt, and they get back to it. The timer going there as well. Start the engine, hold, and away we go into back onto the track there. So getting away, the driver's lap number 65 gets back out on track there. So nicely done. Looks like that looked like the Superchai car in pit lane as everyone just slowly exiting their compulsory pit stops. Just watching the Jam Motorsport crew. John Paul Drake will be now on board. Mark Pierce get out. JP had just got out of the Formula 4 certified by FIA category here, and these cars continuing on. This is Marco Giltrap out in front.
Cheng Wu Lee came in at the same time as the number 65, so Wills has jumped behind the wheel. Minimum pit stop time from pit lane entry to pit lane exit is around about 1:20. It was 1:21.1 for the number 65 car. Cheng Wu Lee lost a couple of seconds in that pit stop sequence, a couple of seconds, 2.2 seconds slower during that pit stop transit. So that seconds loss that you really can't really find on the racetrack. Once again, bought by traffic is Giltrap. The number 11 draws alongside, but will be on the wrong side for this one. Surely he's not going to go the long way around. No, that's not going to work there. They're just trying to negotiate the lap traffic. The number 3 car of John Paul Drake, who has just jumped behind the wheel, and he finds himself right in front of the race leaders, fighting for the race victory. So straight out there in the thick of the action is the local South Australian driver, John Paul Drake, who did a great job there. He was wise to the situation and didn't get in the way. He stayed out of trouble, and it remains the same. Giltrap, the Kiwi, just about holding on from Chicotto. These two both won here last year, and yesterday we had a different winner. As up the inside, through goes the 84 of Giltrap on another lap traffic. Number 71 that was Super Chai that they've both navigated through. But in that middle sector, Giltrap has just eked out a little bit of a margin, just over half a second.
Of course, Super Chai has had his compulsory pit stop. These two cars have not yet perfected their pit stop. So Super Chai, just like John Paul Drake, just exiting the pits, and he stayed out of the way very, very nicely indeed in that very bright orange livery that he's brought to the Bend this weekend, this year. It's good to see Super Chai back here at South Australia. A lot of rookies in this year's championship as well. There's John Paul Drake holding onto the middle of the track there, and the leaders in the race just easing through there. I think there's a bit of a signal there from car 11 to car 3, maybe get out of our way. I'm pretty sure John Paul Drake tried to stay out of the way. Tricky part of the track to be caught by the leaders when you've only just jumped behind the wheel of the car. But Marco Giltrap now just holding on to just under a second lead here to Jonathan Chicotto. They're really holding those two out, aren't they, at the moment, the team? The two pro teams there, the 84 and the 11. Here's a traffic jam of royal proportions with Super Trofeo. It's not a traffic jam I wouldn't mind being in, actually, with these guys. But John Paul Drake just allowing Tony D'Alberto to go through there, and Lee also getting through in the 95, 610 Racing by Absolute, pushing through there as well. So John Paul Drake getting a baptism of fire coming out right in the thick of these cars that are fighting out for places.
Yeah, certainly has. He sits 16th at the moment, but there's a lot more pit stops and things to play out still. 8 drivers or 8 cars are yet to complete their compulsory pit stop, and 10 have, so it's a pretty even split. Some coming in early in that stint, the others coming in 3 minutes when the pit window closes. They got to do it in the next 3.5 minutes. Callum, I believe you're down there in the lane.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I'm down here with Emilian Carde. That was a really good opening stint, mate.
Pretty good. I'm ashamed that I got overtaken at the restart, but I think I gave the car to Dan in a good position. So hope he can dig deep enough to reproduce what we did yesterday.
Were you concerned about the timing of the safety car in terms of the pit stop sequence opening up?
No, we knew that it was going to restart before the opening of the compulsory pit stop. So we knew that we're going to have to deal with that, and I think the team managed it perfectly well.
Thank you, Emilian.
Thank you.
While Callum was talking there, the race leader, Marco Giltrap, has come into the lane, and that leaves this car at the head of the field. Jonathan Chicotto, as we see the driver change taking place. I noticed Miki Koyama is really closing the margin to Chicotto as well, so she's playing herself into this race as well. There's a lot that's going to play out in the next couple of minutes, but we can see the number 84 machine is in the lane, and Clay Osborne has strapped himself in, just doing up the belts, making sure it's all nice and tight. And Marco Giltrap walks away. He's done his job. Now he hands over to Clay Osborne.
Car number 9 is also in now. That will see Decathorn Purakawat out of the car, and we'll see Kat jump in. So she drove very, very well yesterday. A couple of ladies doing a ripping job here this weekend. Miki Koyama and Kat in the number 9 car as well. The 84 exits the lane. Now let's see where it punches out onto the track as Marco Giltrap exits, and we see the 84 car rejoin the race there with Clay Osborne on board for Lamborghini Auckland. Here comes Dan Wells. Wow, This is cleansing itself quite well, isn't it, at the moment? Just watching where the cars are coming out onto track. Harry O in, Jay and Song also in, so there'll be driver changes as we go to replay here involving Jonathan Cicotto and the BC Racing car number 51.
They're teammates, Arrows Racing teammates, but the 51 that's already pitted nearly got in the way of the team car. I think the 51 had just come out the pits and then outbroke itself down at turn number 1 and nearly got in the way of the race leader, which has now come into the lane. And that's because there is only 40 seconds left until the pit stop window closes. So everybody else should be in the lane this lap. Jonathan Cicotto is one of them. Miki Koyama is another. So is Tony D'Alberto. And I believe that Callum's down there with the man who led that opening stint.
Marco Giltrap, that was a hell of an opening stint, mate. You did really well there.
Yeah, it was a busy one. Up until the safety cars, pretty comfortable, just sort of cruising, keeping an eye on the tyres and just making sure I gave over a good car. But then when the safety car came out, it was game on, and I had to really make sure to put a bit of a gap on, and then we got the lap traffic, which made things really interesting.
Crucially, it's all about minimising these little issues like you had yesterday for the championship.
Yeah, like you want to take risks, but controlled risks. So I think we did that, and I think we're in a good position.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Just a busy old pit lane in the back of that shot, wasn't it? Having a chat with Marco. This is alive and well. There is Dan Wells inside the driver's lab, car number 65, and now ranging up on the Lamborghini Auckland car there as well. So we're just watching how this one starts to develop, because these cars, 84 and 65, are 5 and 6 on the road. Gavin Huang is currently our leader to Leon Ho Chi. Adrian Dietz is now on board the 93 car as we start to see the field being cleansed as well. Clay Osborne, of course, we're seeing it live on the screen right now. Dan Wells also in P2.
There's a little bit of a mistake there from Clay Osborne at turn number 5. He's coming under increasing pressure from yesterday's race winner, Daniel Wells, who has taken over in the number 65 machine, the blue and black machine. So that's 1, 2, and 3. The white car of Chang Woo Lee has emerged in third, ahead of these two. This is a fight for fourth as we see it right now on the racetrack. And Charles Leong has taken position number 4.
Great positioning of the car there, the number 32. Just parked it in the exact right spot, gave car 11 nowhere else to go. The beautiful move there. Gee, we're seeing some good pictures and good driving out of car number 32 in this second race for the weekend. Driving away with it too now. That's some brilliant stuff on track we're seeing here under these full race conditions. Early safety car, the black flag out for a drive-through penalty issued from race control. That is car number 7, the racecraft car, the Hawan Lu and Jiang Song. This is the car that had numerous spins out on track in the race yesterday. Back of shot there now. That is our good mate Superchai. And there is John Paul Drake in the number 3.
Yeah, notably in the pit stop sequence, this man, the number 71, has fallen backwards in the Lamborghini Cup class. He was leading that in stint 1. He now sits third, right behind this man, John Paul Drake, who's second in Lamborghini Cup in position number 15 outright. But miles up the road, Harry O in car number 5 sits in position number 11 and leads the Lamborghini Cup class. So not sure exactly how that has all occurred, but there's no doubt about it. Superchai has lost a hell of a lot of ground compared to his Lamborghini Cup competitors.
Certainly has, and that's troublesome for him. Sutali Kucheron in the AM car as well, number 12 as well. So we're talking a driving infringement for car number 7. So we saw that notification come across our screens. The black flag, a driving infringement. So generally that means interfering with another competitor out on track in some form or another. And number 5 now, Hazik O at the wheel there, the HZO Fortis Racing team by Absolute. is doing a nice job. We're just getting these two cars a good look at them. This is a great battle. And currently for 11th and 12th on the road, there's 78 is Sudlik Butcheron, goes wide, very wide indeed, bounces around in the Huracan Evo 2, loses a spot in the race. In fact, went down. That's possibly being lapped there.
No, that was for position.
That was for position. Well, yeah, there it is. Coming down, I thought it was the number 11 of Gavin Huang, but it wasn't. It's Johnson Hua.
It's the identical Arrows Racing car
they
that is identical apart from the number 11 and the number 51. Everything else is exactly the same. There's no doubt about the race leader, though. It's Clay Osborne, but that margin has come down even more. This is a replay of what happened. Just ran wide at turn 9, never made the apex of 10, out in the marbles, out in the slippery stuff, and then took a tour of the grass track out the paddock at the back of the bend.
Butcheron, a very, very experienced racer. Sudlik Butcheron was first in the AM class in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Series in 2018. And we'll go down and chat with Tony D'Alberto.
For this weekend. That's a really good opening stint by you, leading the class, handing the car over to Adrian. But what's your appraisal? You're looking a little bit hot there, mate.
It is a little bit hot in there. Maybe I need to get a little fitter, but yeah, I have felt that these cars are quite hot compared to the GT3 that we raced last weekend. But just still trying to learn this car. You know, my driving styles needed a little bit of a change for this weekend to try and get the most out of it. And we're getting better, but I've run out of time to match those front guys. But the racing at the front was absolutely chaotic those first couple laps. I couldn't believe it. It was like it was the last lap of Bathurst. But yeah, plenty on the line here for these guys. So their second round of their championship. And yeah, it's great to see the level of competition is really strong at the pointy end.
You got Dean Canto in your corner this weekend. He was driving one of these cars 12 months ago. Has been full of advice for you.
He's been full of advice, like he normally is, yes. But yeah, he's been a wealth of experience. He obviously runs quite a few of these cars in his team here at the Bend. He's done a lot of laps here. So we've been looking at his data and vision from last year. I still haven't matched his lap time, which he keeps reminding me of. Maybe next year.
Go and get a pizza, mate.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. Thanks. Cheers.
Great to talk with Tony D'Alberto, a really strong character in Australian motorsport. That Centaur Products family business emblazoned all over this car as well. And Adrian Dietz, a brand ambassador, probably not officially, but just he's waved the flag for Lamborghini Automobili for quite some time. A big fan of the Raging Bull. He loves a car with the Raging Bull in front.
We should say that they both share the car in the GT World Challenge Australia Series, the Huracan GT3 machine, and they were here actually last weekend at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park competing in that championship. But I love the way Tony gets out the car. It's in a great position. They're running really well, but he's just disappointed he didn't beat Dean Canto's lap from last year. That just shows the mindset of a racing driver.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's a great focus on how they work, and they always strive for greatness. We noticed that with the post-race interview with Dan Wells yesterday. Very, very reflective on the performance of both drivers in the car. Big lunge, the 9 to the outside of the 95 there. So that's the YK Motorsports car with Cat at the wheel in the number 9, and the 95 currently at the wheel. There is Wei Zhongji. So battling it out for 7th and 8th on the road, and both AM cars.
And they're both being caught by Jasmine Jafar just behind the former Le Mans class podium finisher. He's coming strong late on. He's behind the wheel. That car has moved up a lot of places, and there it is, the white and yellow machine on the screen. He's a real great driver, the only gold-ranked driver in the FIA rankings this weekend. That's due to his Le Mans class podium. He's also been a front-runner in GT World Challenge Asia, driving for 888 with one of the princes a number of years ago. Look at the way he's caught these two. It's like they're standing still in a completely different race. He darts straight to the inside and will take Cat down into turn number 17, and does so very nicely there. And he'll probably also make light work of the car ahead, the number 95 car of Wen Jung Zi, and he's got a great run out of turn number 18, and in fact leads them by the time they cross the line. Jasmine Jafar is a man on a mission. He's absolutely flying at the moment. He's now up to position number 7 in fact, but the margin to the car in front of that is 9 seconds. But don't worry, This man is flying. He's in a different league to those around him at the moment. 9 seconds, 11 minutes. I think he'll catch it. Meanwhile, the number 11, Gavin Huang, sharing the car with Chicotto, has gone off the road. He was in 4th position, and he's dropped down to 6th. So he's dropped behind Charles Leung and also Andre Couto out there in the number 88. So that's a real costly error for the number 11 car.
Andre Couto setting some good sectors when he first got in the car. Just dropped off a bit now. He'll be getting well and truly aware of Jafar coming up, and he'll want to certainly run with Jafar, being that they're both pros. In fact, Andre Couto in 88 also is at the moment. Leon Chow in the 32, currently in P4. But Clay Osborne continues on. It's not a huge lead, 0.7 seconds. And there it is in reality. That's the Giltrap Group car. We can see the black, red and white car and the blue car of Dan Wells. The 33 getting out of the way very nicely there. Kumar Prabhakaran did a very good job, absolutely staying out of this race. This is for the lead in the race. That's 1 and 2 on the road. Clay Osborne in the 84. Dan Wells in the 65. Both pro-ranked drivers, both dropping these cars down into the low 149s. In fact, Dan Wells, a 149.22. The fastest car happens to be the 32 of Leong Ho Chi, done on lap 11. So the 32 was Miki Kayama on board there, so she clocked the fastest lap of the race during her earlier stint in this one as well. So just interrogating some of those facts that the timesheet can offer up as we're in this last 10 minutes of racing for the 2024 Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Dan Wells doing everything, got all the tricks out now. The Le Mans flashes are coming through. Well, you probably want to get a couple more car lengths closer before you start to send that signal, Dan. But under brakes, ranges right up in the driver's lab. Number 65. The 84 still has the lead, and this is a great experience for Clay Osborne, racing in one-make sports cars around in the Southern Hemisphere this year as well. So doing a terrific job, the Lamborghini Auckland team. They've acquitted themselves very well. They had a horrible race yesterday. It was they got involved in someone else's taken off on the track there, and that really affected their result. Dan Wells is got the bit between the teeth. He wants to get on the big jet airplane and head home at the end of this weekend with 2 winning trophies. Clay Osborne, the leader in this race, out in front. Have a look at that view out the front. That's what every race driver wants. A bit of a double dip there. Are the tyres starting to get a little bit overheated on the front of this car? He's just having a little bit of an extra dip at the steering wheel there. A multiple feed into those front wheels, but still driving the power, not sparing the horses at all on the rear tyres.
Speaking to Clay's co-driver Marco Giltrap about tyres yesterday, he said that because of the weather conditions being so cool here this weekend, it's a lot less strenuous on the tyres than any other round they go to. So they don't need to think about tyres anywhere near as much as they normally would. They still do. They still do have to think about tyres a little bit, but it's not like they're nursing it all the way around. They can push pretty hard, but they probably can't push 100% of the time. Is a little mistake there from Wells.
Maybe that's what we're seeing, Dan. Maybe we're seeing Clay Osborne just try and work the tyre a bit more to get some more temperature into it, because there certainly wasn't getting out of the throttle. Normally, if you've got a front tyre coming off mid-corner like that, you hear them modulating the throttle. The throttle was being buried to the floor, but certainly trying something with the front wheels there. A little bit of a movement there under Dan Wells. He is certainly pushing very, very hard. He has certainly set the fastest lap in that car, where it was Marco Giltrap in the 84 in the earlier stint on lap 4 set the fastest lap here, but 65. We'll monitor the gap. It's been under 1 second now for at least the last 4 laps, but hasn't been under about 0.9. So at the moment, Dan Wells not being able to impress too much on the gap to Clay Osborne.
Despite the mistake at turn number 12 that lap, which cost him 0.3, he was still a tenth faster than Clay Osborne that lap in clear air. That's telling. So despite a mistake, he was still faster than the race leader. This is a fascinating battle, but time is ticking. He's only now got 6.5 minutes left on the clock. If he's going to do it, he has to do it soon. I believe Callum is down there in the lane with one of our female racers.
Thanks, boys. Down here with Miki in the pit lane. You're currently in 4th. You finished 3rd yesterday. Can you take that little step forward?
Yeah, but today I did, I had a mistake a lot, so I just wanted to sorry to my teammate. But, good thing is I got the fastest lap just now, so yeah, it's okay.
Well done. Hope to see you on the podium. Well done.
Thank you.
I think very well done to Miki Kama. She's come here today and she's apologising to her co-driver for putting the car in a great position in the race and acquitting herself very well. Yeah, drivers make mistakes, and she's put her hand up and said, yeah, I apologise for that. But I've got to say, out of that stint, it was 99% good, 1% a little mistake. And we all make mistakes at some point in time.
I think she's been very harsh on herself. I
Yes,
thought she's
agreed.
driven magnificently well all weekend long. And she's new to the category this year. And, mistakes do happen. But there is no doubt that her and her co-driver, Charles Leong, who sits in 2nd position, have the pace to take race victories this year. And their time will come. I have no doubt about that. This is the fight for 6th position. I said Jafar was the fastest man on the racetrack, and he has already caught Huang. That was about 5 minutes ago. The margin then was 9 seconds. It's 9/10 of a second or less as Jafar swings to the inside into turn 13. That's a risky move if you're not fully alongside, but great heads-up driving from Huang. He saw that coming, left the door ajar, and the number 8 filled the gap and has moved up now into position number 6. This is actually a pretty interesting battle because, yes, he's moved up into 6th, but it's 2nd in the Pro-Am fight. The margin, though, to the car ahead is pretty significant. He's 21 seconds behind. Oh, I know Jafar's good, but 21 seconds in 4 minutes, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, there's a major drama has to happen up the road further from him there. But I mean, it's going to be interesting to monitor that gap once we cross the line. Andre Kuta also pushing very, very hard as well. That gap, it's around 7 seconds as well. So we're just getting reports. There's a little bit of light showers in the pit lane. I don't think it's going to play into this race, and in fact, it doesn't even feature on the radar at the moment. But there's the intervals we're getting as we got on the flashes there. Clay Osborne getting through on Super Chai, and Dan Wells has just eased off a little bit, 1.23 seconds now. So it was 0.9, now 1.2 seconds. If Dan's not feeling the time is right underneath him, well, they're going to charge away from this weekend with a very, very handy points haul, this team.
Lap traffic may have played a factor, a bit like
Indeed.
you see in sports car racing around the world. Lap traffic, they don't necessarily have to just move out the way like they would in a normal race. They do get given the blue flags. They should move out the way, but not always that easy, as we see again. Dan Wells gets balked on the exit of the corner by the number 7 car, I believe that is, and that just shows that lap traffic can play a factor. That cost him 0.3 of a second in the final sector, but not only that, it'll cost him all the way down the pit straight as well, and it's really playing into Clay Osborne's factor into his hands at the moment at the head of the field.
The 56 and the 95, this is a raging battle gone through there. A bit of a wobble on the steering wheel. In fact, there's dust gone up in front of them. They've just driven through that, so something has happened further up the road. These cars, as I said, 9 and 10 on the road. Nicholas Gerlati and Wenju Zi in the 95, and very, very close indeed here. There's nothing really going on around them, but this battle for 9th and 10th and that great honour of being inside the top 10 in any race is being fought out here. So very proud couple of racing car drivers in the 95 and 78 just trying to establish that moment. Oh, the 75 is carrying a lot of pace there, and the 610 racing car just holding mid-corner. So we'll see how that plays out. 2 black Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo Evo 2s battling it out in the last 2 minutes of this race. Boy, the 610 racing car there just props right on the middle of the corner there and making it very, very hard for the 75, having to get out of the throttle, not being able to flow the car through onto the straight this time. And this is where we'll see the straight line handling. Does the 78 dive down the inside here? Or sorry, the 95 looks left, looks right, holds on the spot and outsmarts the 95, gets on through there. So we see that spot change. Nicholas Perlatti just getting relegated back a spot.
That was for 10th in the race, but more importantly, that was for a podium position in the AM class. So a change for 3rd in the AM class. The number 78 machine that's still nursing that bodywork damage at the front has moved up a position. So a really nice race from Buncharowan, who is really performing nicely. The next car in front is the 56 machine of Pirlarti. So a pretty great race in the AM class. But out front, it's Clay Osborne from this man on the screen. Daniel Wells, the margin just come down ever so slightly last time by 0.2 faster. Again was Dan Wells, bringing the margin back down to 1.2 seconds. So when they're not in traffic, it does look like Dan Wells is ever so slightly faster. But is it fast enough to make the overtake with just 30 seconds to go? He's running out of time. He's running out of corners. He's got to do it quickly. Oh, that looks pretty wet down there. Was that rain down at turn number 12?
Not sure what was on, but the wipers are certainly on in the leader. So, yeah, definitely would have gone through a bit of a shower. It's a freak of nature that's going on down there. We're not seeing it on the radar at all, but when the wipers go on the race car in lead of the race, then yes, something is going on. Here we are on board with Clay Osborne. Let's just have a listen to this beautiful V10. A faster gear shift down you won't get, will you? That crack down through the gearbox. I've got to say, these normally aspirated V10s enthrall me.
I noticed there a lot of raindrops again in the final sector, so it's going to be a challenging final lap. Oh, the checkered flag has come out a lap earlier than we expected, so Clay Osborne has taken the race victory. We were told it was going to be one more lap to go, but they've pulled the checkered flag. And Osborne takes the win from Dan Wells, and Chang Woo Lee comes across the line in the AM class, 3rd overall, but the winner of the AM category. Charles Leon comes home in 4th, 3rd in the Pro class, and then our Pro AM class winners, Andre Couto coming home in 5th place. So late changes in position, and they're still fighting out there on the racetrack. This is Huang and Harry O, the 51 and the number 5. This is a fight for 12th position.
It's been going on for quite some time there. Massive congratulations to Marco Giltrap and Clay Osborne for fighting back after a day to forget from yesterday. Dan Wells, a fighting finish there, and the combination at DW Evans Racing and the crew down there with Emilian Carde, a terrific result. They dragged the big points away out of this weekend. Chang Woo Lee, terrific result, the 63, the first AM home, and a country mile back to position number 8, where it was car number 9 that will get the results there, which is Cat and Decathlon as well. So they've done it very, very well. The race is still out on track at the moment for positions 9. Nicholas Brady goes through. Butcheron should be the next one through there as well. And this whole group of cars making their way through to finish the race. The BC Racing car, Arrows Racing Delivery, which has confused me 3 times throughout the weekend. Those 2 cars exactly the same. And John Paul Drake coming to the line there as well in 14th place, combining with Mark Pierce throughout this weekend. Adrian Dietz to the line there as well. So Adrian and Tony Delberto come in for a 15th place indeed. And a great race there again for Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, and sadly we wave goodbye to them. This is the results.
Yes, Marco Giltrap and Clay Osborne taking the victory after a disastrous day yesterday. They recover to take the win. It was hard fought though. Dan Wells and Emmeline Cardy threw everything at them in the closing stages of that race. Dan Wells in the end coming home just 0.8 of a second shy of the victory. Chang Woo Lee, or Brian as he likes to be known, came home in 3rd, winning the AM class. What a performance from him. He took it to some of the pros and beat them as well. As we look at the race winners in the lane, here they are. Just getting out is Clay Osborne. Brilliant job by those guys. Really, really nice performance from him. Great rebound after yesterday from Marco Giltrap, and Clay Osborne They look pretty pleased with that, and as they should do. It's a great performance from them, their third victory of the season, their third win in 4 races.
Very happy over there at the SQDA Grit Motorsport team getting themselves home with into 3rd place. And that's a terrific result. Cheng Woo Lee, the first of the AMs home. And just to put some perspective on that, it was Kat and Decathlon that came home in, where were they? About 8th place, yeah. So 5 spots difference between them. Dan Wells just coming over to the New Zealand pair, congratulating them. And there's Brian there as well, just getting congratulated by Dan Lee. So some good camaraderie out there. I will say that there's certainly some strong rivalry, but coming up to congratulate your fellow racer at the end of a race like that is always a sign of a terrific sportsman. And we have got presentations and lots to come, celebrations for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. So it concludes as far as the Lamborghinis go, and we get down to Callum in the lane with the winners.
Thank you, boys. That's a fantastic race by you two. Yesterday was a bit of a horror day, but you've redeemed yourself. What a performance.
Yeah, thank you. Massive thank you to the team. Massive thank you to Marco for driving an awesome first half of the race. It was incredible, and yeah, I'm super happy. Coming from yesterday, from the rear end of the field now to winning, I'm stoked. So yeah, thank you to everyone who made this possible.
And Marco was a lot cleaner into turn 1 compared to yesterday, so you must have been thrilled with that stint to hand the car over to Clay.
Yeah, it still wasn't the best of starts by me. I made it a little bit interesting, but no, we got through in the end and handed it over to Clay, who did a phenomenal job. A really, really good job by him.
So you're both in a fantastic position heading into the next round in Korea. You must be excited.
Yeah, no, I'm excited, obviously, with the championship lead. We'll see what we can do, but yeah, thank you to everyone who made it possible.
Thanks, boys.
Celebrations continue down there in the lane. It's high fives and fist bumps and big handshakes and hugs and cuddles. And gee, I tell you what a feeling that is when you pull the Hankook First tyres hat on, take that one home, put that in the travel luggage and look after it.
We mentioned there Cheng Woo Lee. Can I just add, yesterday his race finished on lap number 1, so to finish 3rd outright. Phenomenal performance. I believe Callum's down there with our 2nd place finishers.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Down here with $1 million, as well as Dan Wells. P2, that's backing up P1 yesterday. Fantastic performance. Great for championship points too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we came here, we couldn't have expected for more. So we'll take that and we'll work more for the next round.
And you're celebrating just as hard as you did yesterday when you won.
No, I was very unhappy. P2's not what we come here for, but it's such a great circuit, hard to overtake around here. Credit to Osborne, who drove a stellar race. The first few laps, he was making a lot of mistakes. I was getting closer, but yeah, the dirty air around here is very, very tricky in the middle sector. But great racetrack, really enjoyed the time here at the Bend. And a big thanks to Lamborghini Kobe for the support, the whole DW Evans GT team, and also Prosperity Investment Management for what's been 1st and 2nd improvement on Sepang. And now we go to Injay and hope to go a step further.
Congratulations, guys.
Thanks very much.
Dan Wells, spoken like a true pro, didn't come here to come second, did he? And just a little bit of disappointment that as a true pro like he is, remembers to thank everyone around him for the efforts to make the team a winning outfit yesterday. But certainly we get that. Looking on board, that is the winning car, and Callum's got the 3rd place getters in for an interview.
Thank you, boys, in the commentary box. Here with Brian Lee, the solo driver on the podium. You must be thrilled with that.
Yeah, actually it was so hard. Actually, solo driver, so we got some 3-second penalty. But they did a very good setup, and also this is 2nd time race here, so a little bit familiar with that compared to before. So yeah, nice job.
Have you enjoyed your time in South Australia?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Yeah, I'm really like the van circuit. Yeah, this is some high speed and also road speed. It's elevation. It's fantastic, I think. Yeah.
Congratulations, Brian.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Super impressive, Dan. Both you and I have been very impressed with how he's gone about his racing this weekend, and really grateful to see how much he's enjoyed himself here as well. So can't wait to see, for a 3rd year in a row, to see if Brian can come back. Cheng Woo Lee, and a solo drive, did it by himself as well. So got to say, that's a really enjoyable weekend, and I think he's going to celebrate quite hard today after this one.
He finished second in race 1 of the season, finished in class, finished first in the second race. Yesterday, his race finished on lap 1, turn 1. It was a disaster for him. So for me, the fact that he's come back with no racing laps this weekend to do what he just did makes that even more remarkable. So brilliant job from him this weekend. Charles Leong and Miki came home in that number 32, the red machine, in position number 4, ahead of Andre Couto in the number 88 machine. So he shares the car with Chen. So that was a great performance from them in the Pro-Am division. They really snuck under the radar and in the late on in the day and came home to win the Pro-Am class and finish in the top 5 as well. 21 seconds ahead of Jafar, who really came home strong late on and did very, very nicely to finish in position 2 in the Pro-Am class.
Just getting a quick look there at the John Paul Drake, Mark Pierce car, Callumeister Wines there. Here it is, provisional results. Marco Giltrap and Clay Osborne take race 2, race 4 for the season, but race 2 here for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Series at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Dan Wells and Emilian Carde take position number 2. Brian Lee, Changwoo Lee in position number 3. Charles Leong and Miki Kayama. Miki did the fastest lap of that race, and that's a very, very strong achievement. Coming down pretty hard on herself in a during race interview there, but I tell you what, going away just like Changwoo Lee, should be very proud of the work there. Charles Leong joining in there as well. Cheng Feng Ping and Andre Kuda. Andre Kuda coming through with the goods after being handed the car. Selim Rafiq and Jasmine Jafar. Dan, you've been very impressed with how Jafar has driven all weekend long. Home ultimately in 6th place. That's a good result. Gavin Huang and Jonathan Chicotto. John started off nicely in that race, ultimately home in 7th place. And then we have the number 9 car there as well. Getting home, Thomas Lequeux and Nicholas Parati in 9th. And Sudelik Butcheron, the 2018 AM champion, coming home in 10th place.
Beyond that, the number 95 car of Zhang Yu and, of course, Wei Yun as well. Beyond that, Johnson Huang finished in 12th. Good performance from him in that one. Then the Lamborghini Cup class winner, Harry O and Hazik O, coming home in position number 13, just a couple of seconds ahead of the Aussie combo of John Paul Drake and Mark Pierce. So it was a really good fight in the Lamborghini Cup in the end, and it went the way just about for the number 5 machine. Adrian Dietz and Tony D'Alberto in the end finished in position at number 15. Not quite as good as they were yesterday, but they thoroughly enjoyed their time in the series, finishing ahead of Superchai, who finished a lap down, and then Prabhakaran in position number 17. Luo in the number 7 car did finish last on the road, but fortunately today no spins, no incidents, no accidents, so that's a bit more of a box ticked and a good improvement in lap time as well, taking a couple of seconds off his best lap in the race yesterday. Just the one non-finisher due to that tyre delamination that we saw on pit straight. That was for the number 77 machine of He. So there are a lot of talking points in that one, but another really exciting race in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia, with the next round set to take place in South Korea.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how that one plays out. There it is. The season started in Sepang, round 2 here in South Australia. Inji and the South Korean race, Fuji, Japan, Shanghai, China, Jerez de la Frontera, Spain, and we go to the podium.
Cars are just, people are still heading around there, out the back, walking towards the podium. So not too far away from the podium, but we look down at the round winners. They got the most points overall, 27 points for Dan Wells in the number 65 car, and I believe Callum's down there at the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the podium ceremony for race 2 of 2024 Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. This is presentations for Pro Class. Now let's invite the winning drivers onto the podium. Number 84 in the Absolute Racing entry, driven by Marco Giltrap and Clay Osborne. And in second position, the number 65 DW Evans GT, driven by Dan Wells and Emilian Carde. And in third position, the number 32 SJM Iron Lynx Theodore Racing entry of Charles Leong and Miki Koyama. It's now my honour to invite Mr. Peter Crombie Brown, Country Manager, Oceania Automobili Lamborghini, to present the trophies to the winners. And let's invite the winning team onto the podium. Absolute Racing. And it's my honour to now invite Mr. Suraj Marta, the Marketing Manager of Hankook Tyre Australia, to present the trophy to the winning team. Now, winners and guests are now invited to take photos. And now it's champagne time.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. We go from Lamborghinis to Hyundai XLs. Probably this whole grid costs less than one of those Lamborghinis.
That's right.
I am Dan McCarthy. Alongside me is local South Australian commentator. He knows a lot of these drivers very, very well. It's Martin Ancaro.
And I'm back. Good call on the Lamborghinis there, Ted. It's been great to get in there and have a bit of a watch. I think I got caught on camera there too out there in the spectator view. Anyway, let's go back to XLs. This is now going to be race 3 for the weekend, and this is, of course, for the trophy class. All the young guys out there, and out they go, and on the track they go. So this is, we saw, it certainly has been Joel Johnson's weekend so far to date with 2 victories out of the first 2 races. And he could be possibly the man to beat here again, because he will line up on pole position. There's a few bruised and battered cars down there in the Parc Ferme area down there with a few marks on it, as you would expect in this category. Let's have a look to see how they line up. Of course, Joel Johnson, as I just mentioned, on pole position, and his fellow Victorian there, Ty Sides, with the other end of Victoria, Melbourne based. And I'll tell you what, that's going to be a great battle. We're looking forward to seeing that throughout this race. Then we go back to Brad Vaughan, Aaron Oliver, those top 4 there right in the thick of it. And I'll tell you what, they're going to be right into this as well. We go back to Fletcher Lewis, Cisco Morales, the other Victorian there, the 187 car. the high-speed excavations entry there of Darcy Hine. The Robilla Racing entry, car 22 of Brodie Dominic. He'll be streaming through the field too. Adam Curry in the speed parlour entry. We go back to Isaac Sparks, rounds out the top 10 in car 30. Shane Nowicki in the Mrs. XL Garage entry, and then Jake Gallia in the Grunter Racing Team entry, car number 10, with the Castrol Livered car there. We go back to Braden Cowell. Alongside of him will be Jack Wallace. He's done a pretty good job being a bit progressive this weekend. We go back to Aidan Brand, another one that's picked his way through the field, and then go back to another young driver there, Jackson Sullivan in the 45. Cruz Frost in the Rye Industries entry. Alongside of him will be Curtis Hinks in the GH Haulage entry, then Jet Zirk, and the 149 car there, which of course is Jordan Johnson. And then we go back to the triple one. Well, there shouldn't be a triple one there. So we go back to Leon O'Nella in car 54.
It's Gallia.
Alien Gallia, sorry. Then we go back to Ian Morrison there in the 10th Gear Motorsport entry, in Jacob Lings towards the back of the field there, JMLS Motorsport entry in position 24 on the grid there. And just a couple more at the end of that had a bit of trouble there towards the end of that race. Sam Woodland, Bailey Perryman also failed to finish that race, and also Ethan Whitehead, who got himself a little bit tangled up with Sam Woodland there towards the end of the race, and that was the issue. A little bit of front end damage there on that car, so that car will be back out there, and which is great to see as well. 20-minute race here, race 3 for the weekend for XL Trophy Series. Line them all up. Jesus, has been great racing. The whole series has been completely full on, and when you've got two young guys like this off the front of the grid, this is going to be a terrific battle. We saw them toward the latter part of that previous race, how close it was, swapping positions, but it was Johnson that held off the challenge there from Tyce Hodge there just towards the end.
Don't rule out the South Aussies, though, on the second row. Brad Vaughan and the championship leader in Aaron Oliver, as well, as the lights go out and they roar towards turn number 1. Very even jump between the top two on the front row of the grid. Aaron Oliver's got a slightly better start than Brad Vaughan on the second row, but in the secondary phase of the start, Vaughan draws back alongside. Johnson goes very far to the right-hand side, the left-hand side of the shot, down in towards turn number 1. And he will lead them, but Hodge is going to swing it around the outside at turn number 1. They're 2x2, Noah's Ark style around there. But it is Johnson that holds on from the 185, but the 185 took a nice line through there, but he's balked behind the rear bumper of Johnson. Couldn't go anywhere with the momentum. Vaughan could, and he's drawing alongside the outside for turn number 5. He's going the long way. That's not going to work. He's covered extra meterage, and it's going to bring the number 70 into contention. Vaughan's going to continue around the long way.
He's trying the long way, and that's not going to stick. So Hodge will keep himself in second position there. So Johnson in his usual role out in front in this series, looking for yet current SA champion in this series from last year. Trying to regain that number 1. Hodge there, holding the challenge for Brad Vaughan. As I mentioned, dropped back from the Super 2 series here this weekend and going back to his original drive in the XL series, back where he all started. Of course, racing for Tickford Racing these days.
Took a pole recently at Wanneroo Raceway in Perth, so did a mighty fine job. Always a front runner in that series is Brad Vaughan. He's the current Saloon Car Nationals champion as well. He is fast in anything he jumps behind the wheel of.
Pretty much. Darcy Hine there under attack there too. 25 Darcy Nowicki, Shane Nowicki in the Mrs. XL Garage entry right up alongside of him there for 8th and 9th position on track. And then it's the other, well, that's Brodie Dominic just in front of that pair. Look at Adam Curry there all over the back of Nowicki. And a bit the same for Isaac Sparks there. That's just inside the top 10. Isaac Sparks a little bit further back at this meeting. He was certainly very much more competitive at the last round, so a bit down on pace so far for the weekend. So there's our lead car, which disappears out of our view. And of course, there's Joel Johnson. Behind there, brand new to the series this year as well. He's done a terrific job. He's been very competitive as well in this series today. Geez, I'm just looking at the Gallia car behind Peyton Colwell there. That was another one going past the wall that was right in his hammer too, so that should be a switcheroo in a moment, I would have thought. And we'll talk about switcheroo. Here we go. The lead has changed. In fact, Johnson's gone back to third position there, because while Hodge was putting the pass down Vaughan was too very smart there and got underneath Johnson as well. So he goes up to completely change the top three right around there. And this is what we're coming to expect over the next few minutes. 7 minutes still remaining in this race. Here we go, game on. There's Vaughan looking for the lead here on the inside there of Hodge. And Johnson trying to sneak underneath. And he's the top dominating three all weekend. And it looks like Vaughan's got to go through there and hold on. Or will he? Oh, up the climb there to turn 7 they go. Hodge has got good track position too, back there in second. And he'll sneak on through and maybe retain second. Yes, he will. He comes down the hill there at turn 8.
He tried to hold it around the outside of Vaughan to give him the inside for 7, but he was unable to do so around the outside there, and he left himself vulnerable to Johnson behind. He just about was able to hold on to second, but their battle at the front has allowed the number 70 of Oliver and Morales to close onto the tail. It's a 5-car scrap.
Oh, someone was extremely wide there. That was Brodie Dominic.
Johnson missed a gear coming out of turn number 12. He's going to lose not 1 but 2 places. So the man who's won the first 2 races of the weekend has got a hard race ahead of him now. 9 minutes to go. And Johnson, the reigning champion, is back in 5th position. Look at this, the number 70, the Penrite car, the current championship leader. He's had a quiet first couple of races, but he's coming alive here now. He's tapping on the tail of Tice Hodge down into turn 17. But Hodge is looking to line up Brad Vaughan into there now. This is great racing. It's now a 6-car train because Lewis, who was really fast in race number 2, he's joined the battle now. Half a dozen cars separated by absolutely nothing as they come out the final corner. They're going to cross the line to complete lap number 2. Look at that, Vaughan has gone all the way to the right-hand side of the road to defend off any moves that come the way at turn number 1. Hodge has got a good run though. He might try the outside attempt at turn number 1. No, he's looking in the mirror. He's looking left and right to see where his fellow competitors are. But he's going to try anyway to go around the outside at 1, and he's done so. Vaughan's going to have some overlap at 2, and we'll have the inside, back up the inside at turn number 3. Boy, oh boy, does Sector 1 lend itself to great racing, particularly in Hyundai XLs, and Johnson's got past Morales. He's now got past the number 70 as well, his title rival in Aaron Oliver. But they're going to be side by side into turn number 5. Vaughan leads, but it's not going to be for long. Here comes Hodge up the inside into the hairpin. He's late under brakes. He's got it stopped. He's got the move completed. And Oliver is just about going to hold on to third if he can slot back in behind Vaughan. He has. Although Johnson's got a slight little bit of overlap. I'm going to hand over to you, Mark. I need to catch my breath.
Yes, he's talking about close racing. You wanted it? You got it. It's right here, right now. At least top 6. It is absolutely game on. So it is Hodge still leading, but for how much longer? Keep an eye on Aaron Oliver there, the Penrite entry. That's the hard charger in this pack. Oh, a little brake pinch there too from Vaughan there, the car 50, just in second position in the Angerson Motors entry. And coming down over the back of the circuit. So it's still Hodge, Vaughan. Johnson now into 3rd position. It's all these other ones behind these front 2 that I'm concerned about. I reckon, as I mentioned before, that Oliver's had a bit of a quietish weekend, certainly from his previous 2 runs leading the championship going into this round, but I think that's going to be game on pretty shortly. Oh, have a look at Johnson giving Vaughan the old hurry up there. Right on his tail.
I love that message at the bottom of the screen. Basically, everybody's been given a track limits warning. They're all using the curbs on the outside of turn number 12.
That's pretty funny because there's probably not enough track room left. It's very wide down there. Oh, have a look at that. That's a great shot between turns 17 and 18 there. The whole train of XLs.
I think they were meant to give the bad sportsman flag to basically everyone, and they've gone, oh, bugger it, just give it to everyone.
Everyone can answer a question at the end of the race. We don't mind. We've got plenty of time. Time has got, and fastest lap has actually gone to our leader there of the race there in Tice Hodge. Still got Vaughan peppering away, and now Johnson on the better track position there for Johnson on the inside at turn 1, and gets it done. Gets up himself up into 2nd position. Nice pass. Down there to turns 2 and 3, the left-hand, right-hand combination down there. It's a bit squirrely down. Darcy Hine under attack there from Fletcher Lewis. He's looking for a pass too. So, oh, and there was a rub. That's going to be a nice little donut on the rear of Darcy Hines' car there.
Yes, he's already got enough on the side of the car, so a couple more won't do any harm. But no, he actually took the place briefly there, did Hine down at turn number 3, but Lewis responds on the run to turn number 5. So he slots back up into position number 6. But I said about 3 minutes ago, Johnson's down to 5th. Oh, he's got a hard race ahead of him. He's got a lot of work to do. Well, he's darted through them, flying through like a knife through butter. In 3 minutes, he's made his way back up to 2nd. He's still got 5 minutes to take the lead. Purple in Sector 1. Johnson is absolutely flying out there in 2nd position, and he's back on the tail of race leader Hodge. But this is the fight we're looking at the moment. It's so tight between these two. In 6th and 7th, unfortunately, though, their fierce battle early in this lap has seen them drop off the train at the front of this field. So rather than fighting in the group for the lead, they're now just fighting the pair of them for 6th position.
That's the case. Adam Curry on shot there behind Isaac Sparks, so that would be the battle for the top 10 there. Isaac's just been consistently inside the top 10 for the weekend. Devil Race Karts entry there of Adam Curry. Gee, the space, the rest. So where's the rest? Here they come. We've got Jade Gallia, Aidan Brand also giving Gallia the bit of that. Oh, he went wide there and he's out in the grass. Right on cue there in the camera shot. Oh, it's busy there. Look at the bright fluorescent colour. That's Jack Wallace. And now he's trying to sneak through in that pack as well.
Oh,
great luck from Gallia there in the Grunted Racing entry. Well, this is another busy part, isn't it? Let's have a look at this is positions. Yeah, this is just outside the top 10.
The sun's out. The sun's out, Mark,
for
the first time all day.
Something we haven't seen too much all weekend. It's been very cold here. I've even managed to take this jacket off myself, so things are improving. Let's have a look. Look at them all down the main straight here. Jake Gallia under plenty of pressure, and the young Mount Gambier base driver there, Aidan Brand on the inside, gets the pass done. Gets not quite alongside of each other. And that's Leonie Anello. That's another new driver in the Series 2, another one of the missiles. Oh, that just got really squeezed up there. There was no room for 3 cars of that turn.
And now they're really bunched up on the run to turn number 5. There's a bit of waving, I think, going on there. This is really tight racing just outside of the top 10. So it's the number 10 of Gallia that's just about holding on from Brand, but it's the battle behind that I'm interested in.
Oh, there was contact again there. Brand just got a little bit locked up and just got into the side of the back of Gallia there.
Oh, this is
He's
fierce.
really trying to worry him out of it. Leon Ianiello there behind him. That's a new competitor in this series as well, and he's doing a great job. That's the sort of aqua green car that's just in amongst them there.
He's going up the inside in the Mishas XL Garage car, who of course are the sponsors of this series, doing a good job there, moving up one place into position number 14.
Plenty of cars from that garage here this weekend. Oh, geez.
Good save. He's going to lose a place, but that was a good save, worthy of a football team. Maybe it should be the new Manchester United goalkeeper. On the run to turn number 13.
Braden Cowell just getting past there. That's Curtis Hinks. And then the GH Haulage entry a little bit further back. Look at these young fellas here. All virtually teenagers. And so, there's the obligatory indicator light hanging out that car. We see a lot of that in this sort of... Cowell a little bit wide. He's just feeling the heat there from Curtis Hinks just behind them.
Taking the rallycross line around turn number 16.
He was.
Oh, another mistake. Same again. Running wide at turn number 17. That's twice in a row he's done that. And again, it's going to mean he's vulnerable around this section of the course and will leave himself very open to a slipstream overtake from the number 54 machine of Ianella. But we look at the race leading battle because Johnson is all over the tail of Hodge with 1.5 minutes to go.
Well, it's a bit like we saw the last race there, Dan. And I think we're going to see a bit of the same here. Fastest race lap and overall fastest time for the race there also goes to our second place getter there, Joel Johnson. So that's the reason why he's all over the back of our race leader there, Tyce Hodge, in the 185 car. That's the SDR entry leading them around. And Oh, he got a little bit wide there, Hodge. Johnson just got the nose stuck under there, so he'll be very aware where Johnson is now. And he realised that he's crawling all over the back of him inside this last 2 laps of this race. Race 3 here for the weekend for the Circuit XL SA Championship. Jeez, we've done a bit of calling this series so far, Dan. I'll tell you what, it's been pretty full on.
It has,
and,
as always.
To say the least. And Hodge still holding on to this lead at the moment. They're starting to, this pair now got away from Brad Vaughan, who was briefly leading the race a few laps back. So look how they're starting to dominate. They're really, this pair is a bit what we saw at the previous race. They just got away from the rest of the pack. And here we go. Oh, I just saw a pass there, or attempted pass there from Johnson. Just had a shot. See if we can get that back down when they get down the back of the circuit. And,
that's wide.
There's a few, got a bit wide. Curry very wide there, just on the edge of the camera shot there.
What a great camera shot.
Here we go. This is game on now. I thought that Johnson would look like he was much closer just a moment ago. And then Aaron Oliver is absolutely crawling all over the back of Brad Vaughan there as well. So 3rd and 4th position.
This is the 5th as well, Morales and Lewis.
And that's the next pair. So basically 3 sets of pairs there for 1st to 6th position. Darcy Hyde, gee, where did he come from? Here's the 83 car and shot there, so he's made up plenty of track space.
Certainly has. He was in that fight when they were all one big group, but he has been left a little bit by those top 6 as they've cleared out. Final lap of the race has begun.
Here we go.
And here is Johnson. He's braking late. He's going to go around the outside to give him the inside for this next corner. Oh, it's tight. It's really tight. Can he pull across and block the move at 3? No. Hodge sends it back in there. He tried everything there, Hodge, but Johnson, I think, has made it stick on the outside. He'll have the better run out the corner as well. That was a nice pass.
This is inside the last lap here. What a pass that was. And that's why you're the current SA champion, Joel Johnson, for that reason. Just pure skill. And he gets himself in front. Looking for a clean sweep this weekend, maybe. We won't call that just yet. Oh, nice little bit of wheel lift there under brakes as normal. Down there at turn 6. And up the climb they go to 7. Not too many passing opportunities down this section of the track. They certainly will, when they get down the back section here. Head down towards turn 9 there on that camera shot. Very fast sweeping consecutive right-handers, and then it's flat stick here right down the back of the circuit. And the heavy braking about this point.
This is going to be on here. This is going to be on. He's got a nice run there, Hodge. Johnson pulls to the inside. Oh, there might have been a bit of a touch there. Hodge is going to try maybe the outside at 13. He's forcing Johnson to defend anyway.
He's going to put him in his right position for 14 if he's close enough. But obviously not there at the moment. Johnson, he's fighting back. He wants this race victory pretty desperately. And here's turns 14 and 15. Not too many more passing opportunities available here. Can he do a dive down here at turn 17? We're about to find out. Oh, he gets the nose under there. Has a look. Oh, you're going to find it pretty tough trying to get around the outside there. This is a run for the checkered flag. So side by side at 17, and it's game on. Both stay on the bitumen. Terrific job. Johnson has a big look in the mirrors there. So where are you, son? Bring it on. Here they come. And this will be for the checkered flag. And Johnson takes his 3rd race victory there for the weekend.
He had to work for that one. I see that Oliver has got past Vaughan in the closing stages.
He did too.
Vaughan tried to get back past in the final couple of corners, but despite his best efforts, could not do so. Another error at turn number 17 for car number 10. That's the 3rd that we have seen at least down there, and he's going to lose position to the number 18 as a result of that. Brand, it's going to be a drag race to the line though. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? It is number 18 of Brand ahead of Gallia, then Wallace, Sullivan and Hinks. They continue to come through just outside of the top 20. Such a huge field of Hyundai XLs here in the trophy class this weekend. 27 cars in total, and this is one of them, Woodland, in the number 73 car. He is in position number 26. Flashing lights, goes across the line, does Morrison. But Yeah,
Woodland will be pretty happy with that, I think. Former Formula 4 competitor here in this state. And let's have a look at this replay.
This is on the final lap of the race. The number 30 running wide through 14 and then fires back up the inside into...
There must be a touch
14.
here, surely. What's happened here? No touch, all good. That was Curry and Sparks there, battling it out. So that is all cars have gone across and greeted the checker flag. Let's have a look at the official results there. It will be Joel Johnson from Tyce Hodges, as I mentioned, Aaron Oliver, Brad Vaughan, Fletcher Lewis, Cisco Morales, Darcy Hine, Shane DeWicki, Brody Dominic and Isaac Sparks once again consistent, gets himself inside the top 10 in the 30 car, the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry there. Back to Adam Curry, got himself in front of the Rye Industries entry there of Cruz Frost, Leon Ionella, Aidan Brand, as we mentioned, just got in front of Jake Gallier there just towards the end. Then Jack Wallace, Jackson Sullivan, Curtis Sinks, Braden Cowell, and the youngest driver in the field there, Jet Zirk. We go back to Bailey Perriman, Jordan Johnson, Jacob Lings, Adrian Gallier, Ayn Morrison, Sam Woodland, and he actually beat Ethan Whitehead home there towards the end as well. Around that 27 cars in that field. That's a lot of cars.
Absolutely. A very entertaining affair in Hyundai XL Trophies. I'm going to take a quick break in commentary. Darren Smith will jump back in alongside you, Mark, with the 944s. Porsche 944s up next for their final race of the weekend.
Cars on track now for the Porsche 944s. Mark Nancaro stays on air with me. Darren Smith as part of the 2024 South Australian Motorsport Series. The Porsche 944s have travelled from Victoria, largely a Victorian-based series, and into its 25th season. They turn on a ripping show and a very, very close-knit bunch of races off the track. But don't let that get in the way of the red mist descending once the lights go out. The grid up on the screen now, ready to go. Cam Bella, 4 times champion, is on pole position. Had a couple of wins already this weekend. Mark Verdino in the side link. Transport, Porsche as well on the front row of the grid. He's looking for a result. Adam Brewer, as much as Mark Verdino is looking for a result, Adam Brewer is as well. Mark Torbert's still on cloud 9 after getting a couple of race wins in March this year. 2024 March will go down as a good month for Mark. Carter Fox will be out of 5. A good result to him already, starting out of 5. That's a good position for him to be in. Joey Kellock in the 1-800 Lasagna. Car number 77, welcome to 6th spot on the grid. Tony Westaway in car number 50, the Westbond Management. 944 out of 7th. Peter Grant, the debutant, out of 8th position. Chris Lewis-Williams, the reigning and defending champion for Tyre Power Benalla, out of position number 9. Michael Westaway, Josh Brisbane, Nick Carter, Jared Campione and Andrew Goldman round out our field, and we are not too far away from a race start. Bella gets the clutch bite he wants. Away he goes. Mark Torberts goes with them as well. As Brewer just left standing there. Joey Kellock getting another ripping start. Have a look at sliding up the middle of the field there. Carter Fox started out of 5th. Got himself in a nice position. Ads Brewer's going backwards at the moment. And the AVI Technology number 3 has gone back in behind Joey Kellock. And the number 88 of Jared Campione has not left the start line. Around through 3 they go. Cambella, Bedino with him. Mark Torbert's in there as well. That's a shame.
No good. That's going to bring things to a bit of a halt there, unfortunately. With a stalled car there on the grid. That's not what you want to see. And
let's hope it's a matter of just pushing it away and getting back on with it here, because Cambella... Oh, he's copped one! Oh. Bedino served him up, and Torberts and Bedino go off. Bella, gee, he's left his autograph on the side of the car there, hasn't he? That's a big dent.
Jeez,
wow.
Absolutely nailed him there. So that's interesting.
Looked like Joey Culloch was at a standstill on the exit of the corner there as well in the 1-800 Lasagna car. But what it's done is it's opened it right up now. As Lewis Williams just managed to slide his way through there. Started out of position number 9 and now leading the race. There's the 1-800 Lasagna machine. Wow.
That's all happening here. So that's a cold bit of lasagna there at the moment. There's not much happening there.
Mark Bedino absolutely drilling Cambella down into turn 6 there. That was a very interesting bit of strategy. But Ads Brewer has streamed on live through the 37. Car. Yeah, we're going to have safety car.
Had to happen.
I wonder if they've got that car off the grid yet, but certainly there's a couple of other cars stricken. There is the 77 of Joey Kellock, the bright livery of 1-800 Lasagna, and emblazoned across our screen. Yeah, the 88 is off the grid there, so that's really sad. The Campione Electrics entry. Parked up, number 88, looking under the back there. So you think, what do you think, a clutch?
Probably a diff, I'd say.
Axle or something like that.
No, guys,
here we go. Here's the replay.
Oh, Verdino. Bit late on the anchors here. Got himself tucked up underneath and boom.
Oh, he tipped it in and then straightened up too. Wow, Mark Verdino. I think he was in a bit of an uncontrolled slide. He tried to catch it, and what it did was it snagged the race leader on the way through. But the field comes under control, and they come across the line for the first time. Into turn 1, Ads Brewer had gone backwards to P5, and he leads the race coming around on the completion of lap number 1, albeit under safety car conditions. Chris Lewis-Williams started out at 9th. He's in P2, so it gives you a fair old idea of what's busted loose down at 6 and the exit of 6 and up to 7 there as well, because Joey Kellock got a ripping start. He started out at 6th and had made his way up there as well.
Let's have a look. A replay again.
I think we're going to be watching this for a while. Yeah, I think he's got in there. There was a decent gap between them. They could have gone into it. Cambella just get a bit of threshold braking there. He starts to turn in. And straightens up.
That's a bit of the old left hook there.
Yeah, that bit of a slide. and wow, gave Bella a big clip for his troubles on the way through there. But certainly watching how that washes up is Jared Campione parked up in pit lane. That's not what you want to do at the end of your weekend in the 88. The number 3 now just getting the keeping the brakes warm, making sure that they're nice and warm. Heat transferring out to the Yokohama tyres that they've run on these cars for the entire series. This has been in existence. A good, durable, fast tyre. Comes on as a new tyre and stays on for quite some time. You can wear it right down past the tread markers, and they're still offering up optimum grip. So been a very happy servant, the Yokohama tyre, for the 944 category over many years. Of course, they have a great bunch of organisations that support them. This weekend, EJM Advice is the title sponsor for them, but they also have a great relationship with Porsche Cars Australia and Tony Andrzejewski, one of the competitors who will be back at the next round at Phillip Island from Porsche Cars Australia. Make sure that relationship continues on strong. EJM Advice, Campione Electrics, and here is Joey Keller. Just no harm, no foul, just coming to a halt trackside, parking it off there. Bit of raw fuel in the exhaust just burning off, but didn't appear to be too much going on there. 1-800 Lasagna, Stratton Finance out of Hobart, the Butcher's Diner, AVI Technology, LK Diesel Service, Don Watson Transport, 888 Home Loans. Give them a call if you're looking for a home loan. And Pit Lane Clothing, making sure you've got all the fashion to look great at the racetrack and beyond. Good entry here for this round 3 of the 944 Challenge series. 16 cars coming over the border and doing a very good job. It's great to have the debut of Nick Carpenter at the last round and continuing on racing here this weekend. You'd have to suggest, Mark Nancaro, that these guys are lining up for a restart.
They are, and safety car has come in. Lights are out, and this will be a restart with Adam Brewer leading them around this time around. Lewis Williams right behind him. He's a multiple champ, or 4 times champion of the Victorian State Series. So plenty of capability there. Got himself a little bit close. His start was pretty clean too, so that certainly helped him at this early stage of this motor race. So Brewer to lead them around. And Jim, as we mentioned there, Cam Bella got a fair bit of work to do from back in the middle of the field. It's actually back to 11th position. Now again goes the green, so we have the full restart there down to turn 1. And Brewer to lead them through, and Lewis Williams around the outside. Probably not the wisest position there. So Brewer will go through and lead them through to turn 1 on the restart. Westaway just going through there. Through nice and clear. There's Bella there. Got the big ding in the rear quarter there. The earlier incident. He'll be the one to certainly look for. He'll be certainly charging his way through this field. There will be a bit of red mist descending there, I would have thought at the moment. He'd be pretty angry. So he'll try and pick his way through the field. And he's got car number 10 in front of him, which is Mezasama. Oh, brake lock too, right on cue there. So that give Cam Bella the look in there, and he picks up that position. So Tel Blitz will be the next one to go through, car number 66. He'll be the next one in his sights. And the other one of the Westaway cars there, which is Tony Westaway in the 50 car. A couple of yellow cars there in front of the multiple state champ there, and Cam Bella. Now he's looking for the challenge here. He's going to pick his way through the field. W 7th position.
Next spot will be Mark Torbitts in the yellow car there. Mark Torbitts in the 66. Cam Bella looking for it. Tony Westaway in number 50. Looking also as well. Bella goes wide. Torbitts goes wide in the 66, and the 55 fills the gap very, very quickly indeed. Looks to round up 2 right round the outside. And has he got it?
Yes, he has.
Indeed, he has. Comes back into the complex here. We can see them crest over the hill and make their way down into the last part of this particular lap. But Ads Brewer has got the lead, 1.19 seconds over Chris Lewis Williams. There's the leader. There's Chris Lewis Williams. Car 20, that's Carter Fox. Welcome onto a podium position, Carter. Hang on to that. But Mark Verdino's got the elbows out in this one in car number 44. So keep an eye out, Carter Fox, for the 44. Cover your ground as you can. Adds Brewer now not having to cover. He's just driving wild and free out in front. Verdino to the inside. He looks to take on both the Lewis Williams and Carter Fox. Carter Fox goes through on Chris Lewis Williams as well. Lewis Williams just having a little bit of a nap there on the run down to turn number 1. Opened the corner up nicely to try and sweep himself through. And what he's done is left the welcome gate open for Verdino and Carter Fox.
That's the case. So a couple of interesting moves inside that lap. I thought the Bella passed down at turn 15 the previous few turns along the previous lap was a pretty smart move in that area. Very difficult to get around that turn 15 area, especially around 2 cars. Guess that's why you're a Victorian champion. Oh, hello. That looks like the Goldman entry there, and that's an expired engine. Have a look at the...
Oh, this is not what we wanted to see. Get off the track, Andrew. Park it up. The 333.
Oh, he's right in the middle of the track too. That's not good news.
There you go, he's off. So that's expired. Yeah, spinning on his own oil there, and then continued.
Just tripped up his own oil there. Yeah,
that's a big please explain that one, isn't it?
Wasn't very aware there. Should have had that in the grass straight away, not trying to get around the pits. But the oil down is going to be an interesting point here now. Get inside the last 4 minutes of this race, but we're about to find out. But that engine in that Goldman car has expired, no doubt about that. Well and truly gone.
Yeah, you don't get smoke like that without there being some sort of catastrophic failure somewhere along the line. And 56 with Josh Brisbane now. Josh is currently sitting in 10th place in this race. This is back up the front now. There's Cambella gone through now on Chris Lewis Williams. So the fight back happening in earnest now for Cambella. 3 minutes left in this one. We're just getting reports back from around the track that Goldman car has put a lot of oil down around turn 3, 4, 5 and 6 is where it eventually expired on the side of the road. There is Carter Fox. That's our race leader, Adam Brewer.
Oh, you see the oil there.
There it is. Look at that.
Look at the shine there on the bitumen there. Yeah. That's where it is.
They're sliding on it too. Yeah, look at that. Mark Torbitts has been caught unawares by it. And not the only one. They're all slip sliding away on that oil. That's going to be a very, very big clean-up.
Oh, they're all tiptoeing through there very well. There'll be plenty of change of services flags waving down there. There's our race leader there, Adam Brewer. And so this is now just confirmed being the last lap there. And there is our race leader on cue. Adam Brewer, that looks like he might hang on here. He's got past the oil, no problems. A couple of the others didn't. There's Verdino, and there's Cambella up into 3rd position. He might get a little bit closer to Verdino here inside his next few turns.
You think he might sign his autograph on the side of the 44 on the way through?
Well, there might be a bit of payback here.
Yeah, he might show him where he autographed the 55. That's where it was right there, buddy.
The passenger side door on that Verdino car has already got a massive knock on it anyway. Might get one on the other side here in a moment. Hopefully not, but you can see there, that door there is absolutely crumpled right in.
Which wasn't from the incident earlier on in this race. He opens up the corner, the 45, and the 55 slides on through. So that was damage from a previous event. And the 55 goes back through into, well, ultimately we'll be position 2 behind this guy, Adam Brewer. And our information is that this is the final lap of this race, so he's got one more corner to go. And the weekend is done for the Porsche 944 Challenge here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park for 2024.
And there it is. There it is. There's the checkered flag, and that's a good way to finish off your weekend, isn't it? Win the race.
Ads Brewer takes the race win over Cambella, who disappeared back down the field after a turn 5 incident. Mark Verdino home into 3rd. Carter Fox, congratulations for that finish inside the 5. Chris Lewis Williams fighting back after a pretty horrible Friday. a decent old Saturday, and then Sunday's just giving him a little reward for his efforts. Tony Westaway to Michael Westaway, Josh Brisbane, Manny Metz-Zalma. Then it is Mark Torbitz, who ended up down in 10th place there. Peter Grant on debut finishes in 11th. He got one and a better this morning in this morning's race. And across the line goes Nick Carpenter. Andrew Goldman won't finish. Joey Kellogg won't finish. And Jared Campione in the lane. So there are our provisional results for the 2024 944 Porsche Challenge Series here at the Bend.
And you've just covered all bases there. So it's Brewer, Bella, Verdino, Fox, Lewis, Williams, Tony Westaway, Michael Westaway, Josh Brisbane, Emmanuel Metz-Zalma, Mark Torbitz, and just inside the top 10.
Fastest lap to Cameron Bella there. Peter Grant home, Nicholas Carpenter home. Big thanks to Porsche Cars Australia, EJM Advice, Campione Electric, Stratton Finance in Hobart, 1-800 Lasagna, Butcher's Diner, AVI Technology, LK Diesel, Don Watson Transport, 888 Home Loans, and Pit Lane Clothing. And we will welcome the Circuit XLs on track next. Back in a moment.
Got a little bit of a clean-up happening out there on the racetrack. A couple of cars, 944s, scattered around the place as the big engine failure, wasn't there, in that one? It was quite an exciting final race for the Porsche 944s, making the trip from Victoria down to the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park here in South Australia. This is still what we have to come while they continue to clear up the major oil spillage down there through turns 2, 3, 4, 5, and all the way down to turn 6. But XL Masters will be out next for their third 20-minute race, and then from there, all the categories have their final race. The Australian Prototype Series. We've had 2 crackers in that series so far this weekend. Really interested to see who's going to prevail in the final 20-minute encounter. Then the Australian Formula Open is before that. So Australian Formula Open at 3 o'clock. That is going to be really good as well. The top 4 have been really dueling it out in that particular championship this weekend. It's so tight in that title battle, and it's been tight all weekend long. Formula 4, first 2 races have been won by Jimmy Pezik, and he's looking to make it a clean sweep this weekend in the third race for Formula 4. And then we finish with a couple of XL races, Trophy and Masters for their 4th race of the weekend. Alongside me, once again, he's remained in the box for his 3rd straight race, Martin Ancaro. The Masters this weekend, we normally say they're a bit more mature, a bit more... not relaxed, that's not the right word, but they think about their vehicles a bit more. The trophy guys like to get their elbows out, but this weekend the racing between the top 3 has been incredibly fierce.
Certainly has. You can see the rest of the series here. We're over halfway in this series, and you can see the pink mark through the 7th and 9th of June. We have a little bit of a break from the series actually and go to Malalar Motorsport Park on the 2nd and the 4th of August for the 2-day event there. And we're also going to see the South Australian Aussie Racing Car Series go there for the first time also in that round as well. So that's another big weekend there coming up at Malalar. And we know Blendline TV coverage for that, but I'll be certainly there covering all that action. And of course we come back to the Bend for the next round on the 20 and 22nd of September here as well. Most of the rounds have been run here at this series. And then we get into the big one, the 777 Enduro event at the end of the season there. And that's going to be, this is not this track, it's going to be the big GT circuit here. We haven't had too many events on that circuit to date at this particular venue.
So, the 777 Enduro event, that will be held here in November. The big draw card of the weekend here was Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia. We're spoiled with not one, but 2 great races. While we wait for the XLs to hit the racetrack, let's have a look at some of the highlights of race number 1.
We get round number 2 of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Australia underway. Have a look at the Raging Bulls. They charge down there 3 wide. Who's going to jump into the lead there? Right across the front of the field there in the middle of the pack. And a clip up the back there for the number 32. Not a nice way to start there. The SJM Iron Links Theodore Racing Charles Ho Chi got a bit of a whack, and ensuing, as it says on the side of the car, madness. Car number 65 absolutely nails it and jumps away nice and early there. Dan Wells gets himself an immediate advantage across the line there and streaks away from the field. A pro driver knowing exactly when he can go and does that. Again, looking to the inside. Roger Dubois plastered across all of their windscreens as they go down into turn number 1 that time there. The Arrows racing car of Gavin Huang gets into P2, and they all very gingerly, Dan, just making their way around now. Andre Couto doing a brilliant job in the Madness Racing outfit there as well. And we've got someone off just at the back of shop there, gathers it all back up. But boy, when you get it wrong, when these things break loose, it ends in tears down the inside now. Is that John Paul Drake coming through in the number 3? Yes, it is, sharing the car with Mark Pearce here this weekend for Jam Motorsport, the local team from the Bend Motorsport Park.
And here comes Osborne making another place up the inside now of Harry O. So that puts him up into position number 10.
Wide. Some really violent moves being placed here. Cars zigging left, zagging right, and bottling up there. The 32 running wide. The 8 and the 11 go through. So Selim Rafiq goes through. The 11 coming through is Gavin Huang at the moment at the wheel of that car.
He's actually coming under pressure from Hong, and he is in fact going to lose the place. So the local South Aussie falls back to position number 10. Number 95 has taken an off-track excursion. That's Z That looks like it's out of turn number 3 on the run up the hill. So I think here we go, a further move for the number 84, the recovering Clay Osborne. That is now 6th position. Great move up the inside of Kirkali.
Go back and have a look here at the green number 33. And that is not what you want to... No contact with anything. Just a very ginger slide. TDK Pro Car type of livery there as well. Oh, the 7 off there in the replay. And that's another one. Dan McCarthy, I think, what did you say? Reaching for a new set of strides after that one.
Look at this recovery from Kat. She's performing very nicely, although, sorry, she's handed over now to her co-driver, but up to position number 11 now.
Great, have a look at this. Oh, under brakes there. That car just dove to the right.
That's a very strange place to go off. So all by himself, understeers out wide, and is he going to hit the Giltrap car? No, the championship leader just about avoids. Brilliant evasive action taken by the 84 machine. Cat-like reflexes to stay away. Oh no, there was a bit of damage. That's a shame. It must have been the slightest of slight touches, but it's just pushed the guard onto the tyre.
Into the lane. That's a real shame there for this car there as well. Points it to home. Checkered flag being taken. Car number 65 gets the win. There's Dan Wells, very, very happy indeed, celebrating with the crew. Hugs abound with all of the crew there. Have a look at that smile. That's a work hard for result. Done a terrific job.
cars are back out onto the racetrack. The oil spillage has been cleaned up, a bit of cement dust has gone down, and we should be underway in a matter of moments. It's the third of 4 Hyundai XL Masters races for the weekend. It's been an exciting opening couple of encounters, and myself, Dan McCarthy, is alongside Mark Nancaro. Mark, I'll let you run us through the grid.
No worries. So on pole position there will be Kim Anderson in the everywhere entry. There's been a lot of change up the front of this order. Then Sean Panowich, Brian Smith and Vaughan Colwell. Those top 3 have been dominant throughout the weekend. This is, of course, race 3 for the weekend. And we go to the next part of the grid there. And we'll have Adrian Gallia. Shane Chancellor's had a pretty good weekend. Then Darren Swain, Aaron Semler in the Golf Livered car there, car number 36. Darren Matisky, interesting sponsor there, Darren's wife, paying all the checks there. Then we go back to Alan Hawkins in the P&H inspired entry. Then we go back to Graham Hewitt, Rob Zoanetti should be back, Sean Berger in the car number 100. Graham Hicks had a bit of significant damage after the last race, and I can see that car back out. That's great news. And David Zolo also had a bit of an issue there towards the end of that race. He'll start from the back of the field on debut here this weekend, of course. Graham Hicks got the short back and sides. But actually, it was a bit of an innocent victim. He did a spin by himself down there at turn 6, and unfortunately, as the car was rolling back on the track, unfortunately, Rob Zoanetti just cleaned him up. So that was the reason they had all the rear end damage, and good to see that car back out there in the GH Haulage entry. All looking in a bit more ship shape now than what it did when it came in from the previous race. This is for Masters. This is for the more senior members or experienced drivers, I guess you can put it, in the category. They used to be all together once, but remember, the fields got too big, so then they decided to split them up. And it actually is fair game as well. And it has been pretty entertaining since they've introduced it into the series. Like Sean Panowich there in position 2 on the grid. Long time stalwart here in this category. Interesting to see these pair off the front again. Keep a close eye on that 99 high beam car wash entry there. Brian Smith, he knows how to start a race. No doubt about that. He'll chase Anderson through here.
What a start from him. He's got a great launch off the line. Far better than the 2 on the front row. Panowich with a slightly better start over Anderson in the 42. But will the 99 be able to fire up the inside into turn number 1 with that incredible start? I don't think he's going to be quite close enough, but he might follow the 42 through into position number 2. He thinks about it. He's up the inside anyway of Panowich, and they're going side by side. Look at all the cement dust. It's going to be slippery there. It might not be oil, but it's not going to be easy for them on that cement dust, which is on the racing line all the way now through until turn number 6. So hard to drive on a track with conditions like that. You just don't know what sort of grip you are going to get lap on lap. Henderson's broken away out front. The fight for second is on. And look at this. Colwell is fighting into this battle as well. There's going to be 3 wide on the exit of turn number 6. Panowich, a bit of oversteer there mid-corner. Collected the slide and just about held on to second, but a nice run down the hill for Colwell, and it's been a great start to his race. He's finished 4th in the last race, but he's right in with the 2nd and 3rd place drivers early in this one.
Yeah, so as we mentioned with Smith with a good start behind Panowich. So just giving eyes to the close on the 11 car, the Adrian Gallia also just behind that pack. There it is, and he's under the pump too. Shane Chancellor right on his tail. There we are. You can see the Castrol inspired livered car there. Shane Chancellor just putting the hard word on that car, on that competitor at the moment. You can see that Graham Hicks has made up a couple of positions too. The GH Haulage entry there. We described it as probably the Hot Wheels inspired car.
Yes.
With the big flames down the side there. Looking a lot straighter than what it did coming from the previous race. They've done a great job down there at with the Black Ball Racing crew down there. And he's got Rob Zoanetti, so those two are together again as they were in the previous race. That was where the incident was, and they'll go past Darren Matisky there. Zoanetti past Matisky, and I think Kinks is about to do the same. Car number 100, a 5-second penalty for a start infringement. That's car number 100, which is the Berger car. Sean Berger only his second race meeting here this weekend. He cops a penalty in his early part of his racing career there.
Easy to do. That's either for being too far forward in the grid box or rolling when the lights went out. Both are a firm head shake down into turn number 1. I'm hearing in my ear that it was rolling, so it was moving when the lights went out. So you gain a big advantage from doing that. If you're not stationary and you're rolling away, a bit like at the set of lights. If you approach the set of lights and you're still going 5 k's an hour, you're obviously going to start faster than if you start from a standstill. So that is the reason for it. Anderson continues to lead. He certainly came under pressure there, though, down in the opening sequence of turns from Panowicz, but Smith is in the fight as well. Just 1 second separates the top 3 now on the racetrack as the fight for 5th intensifies between Chancellor and the first of the retro liveries, the Perkins Engineering inspired livery of Gallia. That's followed by the Golf inspired livery on the car behind of Semler. Of course, Golf sponsored Porsche at Le Mans in the 70s and 80s, and in recent times as well, sponsored McLaren at the Monaco Grand Prix as well.
Certainly did. So also on the lap, actually Adrian Gallia lost a position there from Shane Chancellor. We saw just previously he was right on his hammer. In fact, he's driven away from Gallia there, and he's now under threat from Aaron Semler. So they're currently back in 6th and 7th position on track at the moment. So not finding too much pace there, Adrian Gallia. There's a big look in the mirror there, and Aaron Semler breathing down his neck at the moment. A little bit of a brake lock there. So he's certainly finding a little bit of pressure there down through turns 14 and 15. And they're behind the catch fence there. That's Darren Matisky there. That's the Rothmans inspired livery there. That's where that colour scheme comes from. And he's now got Curtis Hinks behind him. Or Graham Hinks, I should say.
Inside into turn number 17 and makes it stick. Good move from the Hinks driver, or the Hinks driver. Good move from Hinks, I should say, as he turns around turn number 18. That move was for position number 10 on the racetrack. So a nice top 10 result on the cards for Hinks after what's been a very challenging weekend for him.
And looks like he's going to be return serve here, Darren Matisky. We'll go back to the front of the pack here. This is Kim Anderson. This is for the lead. So Anderson in the 42 car there and the 39 car there. The complete doors and windows entry there is Sean Panowicz. So this is game on the front, just like we saw in all the other races over the weekend. It's game on. So Panowicz trying to get back to the lead. And that gap is really close, quite significantly. You can see down in the box of the bottom corner of the screen. And now they're at turn 6. That's a great passing opportunity if you can get it. But Anderson too smart there and didn't let Panowicz through to the climb down there to 7. Always right on him. He's just about rubbing the bumper bar there. Down through the consecutive right-handers. Over the 8 they go.
If they duel quite a bit, it's going to allow Smith to catch up, the reigning champion in the series, the sole champion in the Masters. Of course, for many years they raced together, did the trophy cars in the Masters class, but with so many of the elder statesmen jumping into Hyundai XLs in this state in recent years, they elected last year to make a Masters class for the first time. And boy, oh boy, was it a success, and it's come back with even stronger numbers in 2024.
Panowicz had another look there, not close enough. As you mentioned, Brian Smith there, third car there in 3rd position. And he's gained a bit of ground too. He's really close now. Now there's positions 1, 2 and 3 right on our screen as they make the climb up over the crest there at turn 16. There could be a passing opportunity here. Panowicz a bit squirmish under brakes there, trying to get in nice and hard. And Smith was probably very close there in 3rd position. Oh, they all stay nice, not too wide there. So nice turn in there by all those top 3 competitors. Panowicz down there at 18.
Just feel it's building, don't you?
Yeah, there's tension in the air, as they say. And Smith up against the pit wall there. looking for the wide berth.
Here we go. I think this is where the intensity lifts. So Panowicz goes to the outside of Anderson, but Smith is on the right-hand side, out of the shot on the outside. They are 3 wide down there now into turn number 1.
Oh, he wasn't quite close enough. So Anderson retains a Oh, Smith on the inside of Panowicz at turn 1. So, there's a bit of look at the mirror there. Panowicz, not much room. He's going to squeeze him up a little bit there. Gets a little bit tight through that section. Smith, now the climb over turn 4. And no change there at the moment, or will there be? There's very important turn 6 coming up here. This is a massive passing opportunity. It just depends who's smarter on the brake pedal here. Oh, I'll tell you what, they were all pretty even going through there as well, so no mistakes.
Anderson missed the apex by about a car's width, and it's allowed Panowicz to get a nice run out the corner. You can't do anything around the outside at turn 7, 8, 9 and 10 unless you've got an incredible overlap and you're basically ahead of the car entirely. So despite having a nice run out of there, he was in basically the only part of the track where you can't do anything about it. Everywhere is an overtaking opportunity on this track, apart from the section where he had all the momentum, turns number 8, 9 and 10. It's such a great track, this. It really is. Every single corner you can make a pass.
That's exactly right. So still Anderson leading through a little bit wide there too. I think that was Panowicz who dropped the wheel over there earlier. Back through the field there. Aaron Semler. Just in a shot there on the golf coloured car. Here's the top 3, although they have been the dominant trio. A bit of a brake pinch there from the high beam car wash entry there, Brian Smith in the 99 car. Just trying to keep in touch there with Sean Panowicz. So Panowicz has got it from both ends here. He's trying to make the pass, sticking for the lead and trying to defend at the same time. Not an easy thing to do. Smith there, very smart here, gets under brakes again, nice and close. Up behind Panowicz again, down there at 17. Almost an actual replay of the previous moment they went through there. Now they're much closer this time as they head towards the main straight here. And let's see how they fan out here. Oh, they're all bump drafting each other. So this time Smith was tucked in behind Panowicz this time around. Didn't go for the wide berth down through the pit wall. Really, really close here. And it's also their final lap, so it's still anybody's game. Change of lead. Panowicz has gone to the front there. Nice move, and around the outside, Brian Smith trying to get up into second, and he's done that. Well, that was a nice clean pass. Can he make it stick down through this section, though? This is the big question mark as they head down towards turn 6. This is important.
I thought Smith had the move made there. I thought he had already taken second, but then he left the door open and back through came Anderson up the inside into turn number 3. These two fighting is allowing the number 39 of Panowicz to slightly break away out the front.
6, Smith will get through.
So, change of position then. Smith has watched these two both take a win in a second, and he's had to settle for third in both races, and the reigning champion doesn't like to finish third. He's taken second in this one. The margin is only 0.6 of a second. He can see his first race victory of the weekend just ahead, just a couple of inches down the road. He's going to give it everything in this middle sector to try and close the margin, and closing the margin he very much is. Smith's had a blinding sequence of turns down the back, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. He's hooked them all up to absolute perfection. He's flying out there. Anderson's trying everything, but he's run wide. The race 2 leader might be out of contention in this one. I think it could be a two-way fight now. With just a few corners to go. Smith's throwing everything at it, a little bit of a lock-up. It's not going to cost him too much momentum. Is he going to be close enough on the run down the hill? He's got to drive nicely out of here. He's throwing everything at it, but Panowicz seems to have the answers at the moment. The 39 machine has just broken away around the stadium section. Smith very late under brakes. You can visibly see how much faster he was down in towards turn number 17. He's thrown everything at it on the final lap, but it's not gonna work. It's not gonna happen. Panowicz is gonna hold on to take the race victory. A great drive from him in the number 39 machine. Smith comes home in second, and Anderson down to third on the final lap. Colwell comes home in fourth, just 3/10 ahead of Chancellor. Then it's Gallia, Semia and Swain rounding out the top 8 positions. This is the fight for a top 10. Hinks we saw take that place earlier, and he did hold on by just 2/10 of a second at the line. We look a little bit further back. Berger and Zollo. Zollo will cross the line in position number 4. Oh no, he's just lost the place to Berger. So Berger will cross the line in position 14. However,
Berger's got
a
a
5-second
penalty, yeah.
penalty will demote him back behind Zollo anyway. But great to see Zollo getting involved in a fight in his first race meeting, as we could see what happened on the final lap. So Berger at the penultimate corner fired up the inside, a really nice executed move. Zollo, in fact, just too deep under brakes himself, ran out of room on the outside of turn number 17. Nevertheless, despite that, it's not going to be enough because Zollo will reclaim that place thanks to the 5-second penalty for the white number 100 machine. So Sean Penowich takes the win by 3/10 of a second in the end. Just 6/10 separated the top 3, with Anderson rounding out that trio. Vaughan Colwell came home in the fight for 4th, ahead of Shane Chancellor, Adrian Gallia, Aaron Semler, Darren Swain. Robert Zanetti, nice recovery from him, moved up a few more places in that one to finish in 9th ahead of Graham Hinks. So both of them really on recovery drives in that one. Darren Mattis came home in 11th, ahead of Graham Hewitt, who didn't have an off-track excursion at turn 12 this race, which is good news for him. Aaron Hawkins came home in 13th, ahead of rookie Zollo, and Sean Berger rounding out the Masters field. Another cracking race there, Mark.
Yeah, it certainly was. And we're going to have a short break, and we still got more more Circuit XLs coming. They actually have the 2 last races of the program this afternoon. And while I step aside and have a little break, we'll come up next with some very exciting racing we've seen from the weekend, the Australian Prototype Series. And we'll be back with that in just a few moments.
Sam Rashid. Welcome back here trackside for the Australian Prototype Series as part of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asian event here for the South Australian Motor Racing Championships. You tuned in just in time to see the Australian Prototype Series Race 3 for the weekend about to get underway. It's a 15-minute journey of which the clock has already gone. Miles Lacey on pole with John Paul Drake right alongside. Julian Newton is the next one there. Macris, Lauke, Cook, Borman, back to Ben Cheney, Ross Palakis, watch that one from 10th spot. Dyson Song and Thomas Hughes, who had a sad demise in race number 2. So watch the number 44, Black Radical, as they get underway here for their final race for the weekend. This is going to be a torrid affair. And there comes Thomas Hughes. The track opens up in front of him. The Birra Baraka sponsored car number 44 gets right up with Mark Lauke, series champion of the past, and Macris commands the lead there with Julian Newton getting right up mixed there with the Praga. Gee, that's a bit willing, isn't it?
There's a lot of contact
Miles
early.
Lacey. Yeah, definitely. Last race for the weekend. There goes John Paul Drake, Julian Newton going with him, and there's Thomas Hughes in the mix there. And he has made his way from the rear of the grid up to position 5, right alongside Lauke, and the 20 also charging there. That's Ross Palakis in the Praga 1T Evo. But the SR8 Radical of Thomas Hughes just being pushed wide there. He hangs on, holds his ground. A very young driver, inexperienced, but he has absolutely got a set of very, very clever racing, and he's logs in right behind Mark Lauke, and that's a good bit of schooling to get there. Mark Lauke, multiple series champion in this category, and they basically bookend the age group of competitors out here on track. Mark Lauke being the senior and Thomas Hughes being the junior out there at the moment. Macris is leading over Lacey, Drake, Newton, Lauke, Hughes, Palakis, Dyson Song, who had a penalty to rear of grid, and that was because of that restart. You'll remember, Dan, from the race earlier on where he just charged at the restart and had to front the stewards. Please explain on that one, as we alluded to in the coverage.
Absolutely, yes. Jumped the gun there, didn't he? Overtook 5 or 6 cars before the start line on the restart, which is a big no-no. It's been a really frenetic start to this race. Ultra aggressive. Macris with a bit of contact up the inside of Lacey down into turn number 1. Then Lacey and Newton made contact at turn number 3. So it really has been wild and willing. But it's seen the race leader Macris with that aggressive start, that ultra aggressive move into turn number 1, has moved up into the lead of this race. This was the biggest loser on the opening lap, down from 4th on the grid to 9th on the grid. The damp conditions in the race earlier on today suited that Formula race car just ahead of the 18, that green machine. So suited the wet conditions nicely earlier on. But now, as the track has dried out, he's found himself going backwards. And in fact, he had a spin on the warm-up lap we heard down at turn number 3. So Fortunately, the tyres have been cleaned and he is back up to race pace, but he's being pushed by both Cheney and Cook behind.
Great to see Cheney out there. This is a more traditional type of prototype that we've seen racing, a chain-driven 1000cc, 1 litre power plant in the West WX10. Very, very effective piece of kit over a long, long time in this sort of series. Oh, the 20 just backing out of it there. That's Ross Polaka starting out of position 10, made his way up inside the 10, and he is going to disappear down the bottom of the field now. But this battle pack out on track at the moment. This is for 8, 9 and 10 on the road. That's Tim Cook we're getting a look at now in the number 3. And number 3 just sizing up the 18 there of Ben Cheney at the moment. Ben Cheney looking to get onto Sam Rashid. The lower frontal area of the Formula type of car is very, very interesting to see how they go here. Very close competition now. The FT40, as we see Ben Cheney pull out in the WX10, uses the air over the front and down the side of the body and also underneath the car. And he looks to the inside of turn 1, holds on strong. The switchback trying to be attempted there by the 19, and the number 3 also wanting to weigh in on this, but not being able to squeeze through.
He's got a good exit though, good run out of turn number 3, but he'll be on the wrong side for this one, and you don't want to be on the dirty stuff around the outside at turn number 5. And the discretion, the better part of Valor there, pulls it back in behind, but has a lunge at turn number 6, the hairpin. But again, thinks better of it. It's a really long machine, isn't it? The number 3, who's got a great run again out of the turn, and will take that position before they head down the never-ending series of right-handers.
Yeah, the Wolf GB08CN was a specific rules car that ran in the CN type of competition that Tim Cook's got there, and it's one of the earlier Wolves that came to Australia and really did set the scene for a long list of Wolves that are now racing in the Australian prototype series, and very, very welcome car as well. So there's Mark Lauke in a Wolf, there's Thomas Hughes in the Hughes Supercar Services number 42 Liquamolly outfit, and behind him I think that is Dyson Song in the Wolf there as well. So that's the Wolf F1 Mistral we're looking at there, 88 machine.
Much more modern Wolf, you can tell, with the halo, which is also being driven by John Paul Drake. He's got a similar modern Wolf, the most modern machines out there on the racetrack. Door. The driver door on the car in second place is coming open. This is not good news at all. He'll be trying to reach for that door handle and pull it back closed. Actually, in the World Endurance Championship, this happened for one of the Porsches, where mid-stint the door opened and would not close again. So hopefully he can get that thing closed, but it seems to be a theme in motorsport at the moment.
I wonder if Miles Lacey has got a fix for that. He's a development driver. He might actually not have even been aware that it's even popped open yet. He'd be that concentrated and engrossed in the race. These things don't hang around. They're very, very fast. He may have noticed that it's getting a bit breezy in there, but that's probably about the extent of it. But John Paul Drake behind him there as we go back to the 42 of Thomas Hughes. Great support from Vera Baraka and Cafe Cavallino in Carlton in Melbourne. Big shout out to the crew down there. They'll have the racing on the big screen of the TV in the restaurant. As we get a good look at the SR8, 2.7 litre V8, one of the nicest sounding race cars at the racetrack. In fact, Jason Macris is probably the only one who's got that lot deeper, the 5 litre V8 sound to it. This is a good battle here. Thomas Hughes, as I've said a couple of times, very, very new to racing and acquitting himself very well indeed. The family should be indeed very proud of the way he's acquitting himself. And at the moment, Dyson Song with a lot newer modern equipment behind him, giving him the really big hurry on. It's out in front, it's Jason Macris who's leading Miles Lacey, John Paul Drake in P3. And John Paul Drake has only got one more race to do this weekend. It'll top up about 15 races he's been in throughout this weekend, and I'm not joking. Fastest lap, Miles Lacey with the door open indeed. So it's obviously inspired him to do so. A distinct advantage on that aerodynamic system that he's got. Maybe that's what he's developing, the aerodynamic door open system.
Well, DRS is being changed, isn't it? That's being eradicated for 2026 in Formula One. That's been announced. Maybe that's the new system they're going to use, that maybe they can open something like that in a Formula One car. So as they head around turn number 5, really does have an Italian theme to it, doesn't it? The radical, driven by the sort of Italian look, the colours, the green, the white and the red.
You've hit the nail on the head.
Yes.
Being a Ferrari mechanic, that's the deal.
Yes, but I think it's very appropriate for this Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia round.
I agree. I think they've done well with the theme.
Yes, absolutely.
I think it stays.
He's coming under pressure, though. They've ran that for quite some time, haven't they? That particular livery, but he's coming under pressure from 2 cars behind in Song and Cheney as they come around turn number 12, Crofty corner, and towards turn number 13. Can't quite make it stick there on that particular occasion, but he's got a good run out of the corner down towards turn number 14, and he'll go around the outside. Great pass.
It's a nice manoeuvre there. Newer car got a lot more aerodynamic aids on the number 88. And, Thomas Hughes did well to defend for the last 4 laps there. He's now got the West lurking in behind him with Ben Cheney. And there is the car that set the fastest lap of the race with its DDRS, door drag reduction system.
I think that would be producing more aero. It'd be a hindrance in a straight line.
Your engineering degree says so, or you're questioning the development driver?
I'm no Adrian Newey, but I feel a door open on a straight is going to cause drag rather than be an aerodynamic aid in a straight line. Let's put it that way.
We'll have to see the coefficient of drag sums, won't we, to see that?
Absolutely. I'll ring up Adrian.
You are no Adrian Newey. I agree. Thank you for pointing that out. Are you talking to Ferrari about a controversial move?
No, I'm most certainly not. I'll stick to the job in here.
Yes, that's exactly right. Me too. I'll be happy to do so. Have a look at this John Paul Drake now. All jokes aside, he has driven a massive weekend. He's going to be super worn out tonight. I think being the boss of the business he works at, he may even take half a day off tomorrow to get a massage tomorrow morning and ease some of that pain. It's beautiful pain, but certainly these high G-force cars that he's been driving all weekend will have a sore neck and shoulders tomorrow morning, that's for sure.
3 races in this, 3 races in the Formula 4 machine. He'll be up next, is it? No, he's got 1 race break as he tries to attack Polakis into the final turn. He'll get a good run out of here, actually.
That's Miles Lacey.
Oh, sorry, it is 2, yes. As he comes down pit straight. So, yeah, John Paul Drake, a good run on Lacey down towards turn number 1. But no, can't quite make stick that Prager. He's pretty good in a straight line. But yes, what the point I was making, 3 races in this, 3 races in Formula 4 and 2 races in the Lamborghinis as well. So a total of 8 races across the weekend.
Plus the practice and qualifying sessions. Ooh, yeah, change of direction there. That was very aggressive by Miles Lacey on the Heltec replay.
What will be frowned upon is the fact he went back to the racing line again.
Yes.
You're allowed to make 1 move, but not 2. So the move to the inside, that was fine. It's a questionable move back to the outside because that's where the 66 of John Paul Drake had moved to, and he went back across. So yeah, as I say, the rule is you can make 1 defensive move, only.
So yeah, the zig left and then the zag right again is frowned upon, and John Paul Drake will probably be well aware of that before he tries something new again. He'll make sure he's got a full committed run on it. But at the moment, the Prager is very, very nicely matched to John Paul Drake. Of course, all of these cars have a balance of performance equation applied to them, and John Paul Drake, I think, at the moment carries the most balance of performance adjustments, if you like. Adjustments is the right word, I think, but certainly it is adjusting the performance of the machine back to the field. So John Paul Drake is clearly just been given enough to hold him in a position here at the moment. So the impetus to fight is there, but the impetus to get through maybe not so much.
Didn't have a good opening round, John Paul Drake, at Sydney Motorsport Park a couple of months ago. So left that round 7th in the series. He's really trying to play catch up now. He's had a reasonable weekend, still not quite the lofty standards that he is, of course, used to. He did win race number 1, but in the damp conditions earlier on today, slipped back several places, and he's trying to reclaim those positions now on the racetrack.
Good news, Jason Macris goes fastest in this race, a 150.1127. Jason, a winner in this category many times. Great to see him out in front in his new car. It's a welcome new 5-litre version of the Wolf Racing Cars outfit, the F1 Extreme 5-litre outfit, and we're just getting a good look back now. There is the Ross Polakis entry, and that is in behind him Tim Cook there as well in the older style of Wolf, the GBCN entry.
Just set purple, Sector 1 last lap, and that shows what his weekend could have been. He led much of race 1 until the last lap, where he fell to 4th. In race 2, he was right up the pointy end again. A mechanical failure under safety car saw him fall back as John Paul Drake has a big look up the inside there in the fight for second position, but couldn't make it stick. But yeah, Polakis was running well again in race 2, but a mechanical issue meant he fell a lap down. He still finished and got points. And then again in this race, he's just had difficulties in every single race. It's been a real shame, a weekend that could have been. But the good news for Polakis is he has had very good pace, and that's always a positive. Yeah, okay, he's not got the results, but it's always better to go away from a racetrack knowing you were fast and just maybe not getting the results on this occasion.
So we're on the last lap here as the cars come across the line. Jason Macris had a bigger lead 2 laps ago. It's now down to 0.9. Miles Lacey has found a good bit of forward motion because he's closed the gap to Macris and opened it ever so slightly to John Paul Drake. So this is the 3 fastest cars on the track, and first, second and third. They'll come around to complete the 9-lap journey. This is on their final lap. And this is where Macris is finding the ability to open up a gap, these fast-flowing corners, particularly getting the power down out of 3, pushing it to 4, 5, and then under brakes into 6. The Praga looks immense under brakes, as does John Paul Drake. But Jason Macris is in the lead of this race, 0.36 of a second in front of Lacey, 0.22, 6 seconds further behind to John Paul Drake. But it's really, it's a moot point at the moment because all 3 cars are on screen, and it appears as though Jason Macris does have what he needs to be able to take this victory here today. Coming around their final lap, John Paul Drake still got one more race to go. Monsters him under brakes, and he is not done yet, is he? He is going to take it up to Miles Lacey for as long as he possibly can. He's just got that VOP on it now, and he's just not being able to push on through. Look to the inside. The only way he's going to do it is a big dive bomb under brakes. He's got one more opportunity to do it, John Paul Drake. Here's the corner coming up, but it's covered off by Miles Lacey, very much so, aggressively covered off. The 44 gets up the straight now as we look for the checkered flag. John Paul Drake draws right alongside. I don't think it was done.
28 thousandths.
Yes, Drake takes position number 3. But well done to Jason Macris, taking the win in race number 3 for the weekend here for the Australian Prototype Series, to Miles Lacey in the Praga in position number 2. John Paul Drake takes number 3 in his 66 machine, the Wolf. Then it is Newton in the SR10. Mark Lauke gets himself home nicely indeed for his best finish for the weekend in the Tornado S. And here is the battle for the line now. Young Thomas Hughes beats home Ross Polakis in the a lot newer Praga number 20, the Praga R1T Evo. And Thomas Hughes brings a 2.7-litre V8 Radical SR10 to the line there as well for his finish in that race in 8th position. This is the last bit of the last lap, and they're coming up to Turn number 18 onto the straight. JP soaring away at the wheel. And, wow, the Praga moving right over and crowding him right over onto the right-hand side of the track. Boy, Miles Lacey wanted that more than anyone else, didn't he?
He
right
did.
Then?
The Praga, driven by Lacey, had 2 big kicks of oversteer on turn in and on power down as well through the corner, and it really cost him momentum, and JP Drake was just 28 thousandths of a second away from stealing that second position. I see in the round honours, Jason Macris has stolen it from the 2 of them by just a solitary point. He finished on 43 ahead of Lacey and Drake on equal second for round point honours. So it was Macris overall for the race, 1.3 seconds ahead of both Lacey and Drake. Newton in 4th ahead of Mark Lauke, who recovered well today after a challenging Saturday. Dyson Song moved up a couple of places after his post-race penalty to finish in 6th ahead of Ben Cheney, and Thomas Hughes in position number 8, just ahead of Ross Polaskis in what was another photo finish. Tim Cook in 10th. Sam Rashid rounded out the finishers in 11th. Scott Borman was a non-finisher, while Knowles was a non-starter.
So that rounds out this round of the Australian Prototype Series, round 2 for the season, as we look forward to round 3, which is not until, I think, September. But keep your eyes peeled to their social medias at around the place, because there's some stuff happening at Queensland Raceway that they might be called upon to add an extra round to. That's a little bit of scuttlebutt around on the internets at the moment, so check that out. Dan, let's take a quick break because we've still got plenty of racing to go here at the 2014 South Australian Motor Racing Championship, celebrating the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series. Back in a moment with the GT Australian Formula Open Series on track. Without too much further ado, let's get this race meeting back underway with some more open wheelers. In fact, we've got the GT Australian Formula Open Series and, of course, the Formula 4 certified by FIA coming up straight after it. 2 more races, the Circuit XLs, Trophy and Masters. Here is our grid for our final Australian Formula Open race for this weekend. Cars on track making their way around.
But Russell took his first race victory of the season. He took pole at Sydney Motorsport Park, but he was yet to take a win until earlier on this morning. He beat home race 1 winner Ryan McMillan. Last year's reigning champion Trent Drugel had a great race. He moved up a couple of places to finish in 3rd, ahead of the opening round winner Kyle Evans out of 4th.
Miles Bromley, sadly, a mechanical failure in that last race, and to say he was gutted would be an understatement, but he is going to return serve in this one, returning serve from rear of the grid in car number 9, but here's the rest of the cars line up. The 88 Lachlan Evanet, George Kansos there as well, Chris Slarowski, Harmang Huang in there as well. And it is Jarrett Ruff to Matt Rosley and Miles Bromley. So Miles Bromley, the tales of woe continue. He hasn't left the paddock area to get to the grid yet. So car 9 had I believe it was a drive shaft failure or a CV failure in the race earlier today. Now car 9 won't fire. Let's have a look how the start of this race gets underway. The Giddy Australian Formula Open Series, race number 3 for this weekend. There's a massive charge from the 3rd row of the grid there, and they're going to fan out 4 wide, but it'll be Bo Russell that leads them down into turn 1, car 1. Reigning champion Trent Goobel sits into P number 2 after he started off the 2nd row of the grid. Kyle Evans also lining up there. The 21 is Ryan McMillan, gone back just the spot there with the reigning champion Trent Goobel, just pushing him back into one spot on the grid.
McMillan had the poorest start of the front 2 rows and lost 1 place and could have lost 2. Kyle Evans tried to go around the outside but got squeezed out at turn 1. And that is good news. That is Miles Bromley. The championship leader heading into today is back out there on the racetrack. So we'll be able to move up a few places and get some points, which is absolutely fantastic news for his title fight, really. He couldn't have gone away with no points today.
Yeah, it's made a big dent in that lead in the championship, that's for sure. Sunday here at Shelby Power Motorsport Park's probably going to be one to forget. But we don't know. We've still got a huge race ahead of us. He might be able to fight back and drag himself some maximum points in this. But I'm going to say that Trent Goobel has got the absolute bit between the teeth because he isn't committed to an entire season at the moment. And the word is that Miles Bromley may have some other things to do internationally in the not too distant future as well. So keep your eyes peeled for that news about Miles Bromley. But Trent Goobel at the moment is committed to, obviously this weekend, may do the local round at Sydney Motorsport Park coming up as well. But the budget and the impetus to actually do any more than that is just not there at the moment with the team. But he is enjoying running around Tailem Bend at Shelby Power Motorsport Park with the number 1 emblazoned on his car, and boy, wouldn't you ever.
Absolutely, although McMillan's looking up the inside down into turn number 1. Quite an important message. If you are watching on Facebook, for all uninterrupted coverage, go to glenline.tv/live to get uninterrupted coverage for the remainder of the day. And there's plenty more to come after this. We've got Formula 4 and then a couple of Hyundai XL races as well. But this has been an interesting affair so far. And we see a little bit further down the field the 2 different category machines fighting it out. The number 27 and the number 23 head down into turn number 6. This is Ruff and Kansios out there on the racetrack. Kansios has lost a couple of places early on in this race in the Formula 3 machine, so he'll be looking to move back up the field. His class rivals are 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. He is, of course, still ahead of Miles Bromley, who is nearly caught up to the rest of the pack.
Interesting thing with Kansios' car is that he has got the F304, which is the oldest of the Formula 3s that we've got here. The rest of them are running the 308-11 and 308-12 out there as well. So they're, I guess, at a distinct disadvantage with the 304 being a 2004 car versus the 08-11 version of the same thing. And that's what we're looking at now out in front. The newer version of the Dallara, used in internationally in Formula 3.
Grubel's got the newest of the lot, but saying that, he's coming under incredible pressure from McMillan, who is fully alongside, this time down into turn number 1. That's going to make his life easier, and this time he does make the effective pass down there into the first turn. But our race leader has not been able to break away. Bo Russell is only just there. The top 4 are separated by just over 1 second, and we are 2 laps into this race. This is really going to be a fight right to the finish with 9.5 minutes still left on the clock. Plenty to play out. Further back, Huang is coming under pressure now from the 23 of Kanzios. And Kanzios briefly had that move made, but the Formula Regional car made his way back through on pit straight with significant straight line speed advantage with the much bigger engine.
Certainly isn't it? Just looks more modern, doesn't it?
It does.
It's the improvement of the breed, and that's exactly what's expected of a newer set of rules. Different rear wing there as well, different front wing, and just physically a larger silhouette of a vehicle, footprint, etc. Quite a lot, quite a big margin between them, isn't it? They're that quite different. Interesting one now is that Trent Grubel's gone back a spot. McMillan is moved up a spot as well. So just watching to see how that fights out. This very, very intricate livery that we're seeing on the 16 car. Position number 7 and, in the Formula Open 3 category.
Here we go again up the inside. Oh, no, couldn't quite make it stick there. In fact, it's going to leave him vulnerable to Bo Russell. Same class, Formula 3 machines, and Bo Russell comes through. So Miles Bromley, has made up a couple of places on this lap. This is Bo Russell. This is the race leader out there on the racetrack. But he's coming under pressure from McMillan. Look at this. The gap is absolutely nothing now. McMillan has got a nice run through 5. He's looking to the inside at 6, but no. Bo Russell defends that one and forces McMillan the long way. McMillan cuts back, trying to get a nice run out the corner, but can't quite do so on this occasion. This is where these cars come into their own. This shows the speed of these machines. Oh, McMillan's going for it down the hill. Oh, that would have been a sensational move. Had to pull out of it. It's almost impossible down there.
I couldn't tell you how many times we've said this weekend. It's line astern from 8, 9, 10 and 11. He was trying to go
and they proved
too
us
wide there. That just about made it stick there as well. Trent Grubel looks to be having a bit of issues there as well. Came off the corner with a little bit of rear wheel spin, it appeared to be, or a little bit loose in the rear end. But losing a spot there now. Trent Grubel just goes back one more spot as the 17 comes through. Evans now 3rd on the road. Trent Grubel going back to 4th, and they're all in the Formula Open 1 category. It's the next car down the road, which is evident, the F04 category. And it's Thorowski Bromley. So Bromley now up to 7th. Swathing his way through the field with after a horrible result this morning and a very, very frustrating beginning to this race, because sitting there in the marshalling area and nothing happening, not firing, not getting it underway. Big challenge being thrown out here. The 21 going right around the outside position beautifully for turn 2. Will the fight back come from Russell? No. Not being able to do it. The 22 just languishing a little bit there now as McMillan charges on through. Ryan McMillan getting in the start in front of this race and doing a ripping job.
Huang, I think, is running a bit slow. Is he just letting the Toyota Racing Series car through? I think he was briefly, but what an exit. That just shows the speed of that thing in a straight line. But it's cost the 27 on the exit, and he's going to lose out to his class rival, Rosler, down the pit straight. Rosler spun out of the race on the opening lap earlier today, but he's recovered nicely and takes Ruff down the straight. And, oh, no, not quite. Ultra late on the brakes from the 27. Ruff holds on. Great bit of driving from him to go, I'm gonna brave it out. I'm gonna keep it around the outside here. Go the long way at the first turn. And did so successfully. Good race in between these two. They've been pretty much glued together all weekend, apart from race number 2. And you're pointing, Miles Bromley, fastest lap of the race, and he's gone purple in sector 1 as well, just to really show how much pace he really has had to burn today.
Good bit of experience for him, though, trying to come through the field like that, setting fastest laps while having the sword out, swathing your way through the field is certainly an experience you need to have at some point in your career. This is a battle royale as well. This is Kansos and Huang fighting it out. It's actually not Huang, it is. It's up the front. Yeah, sorry, further up the field.
And here comes Bromley. He's going to get them both. So he moves past the Formula 4 machine of Evernet. And now he's got Sloraski in his sights as well. So 3 different class of vehicles fighting it out for a top 5 slot. Great run out the corner for Miles Bromley. And he takes that 5th position down the straight towards turn number 1. So orange in the box, that means Formula 3 machinery. Grey means Toyota Racing Series. And then red is Formula 4. And blue is Formula Regional, effectively. So a few different cars there fighting for position. Bromley moves up inside the top 5. But it's been a real challenging Sunday. But at least, if he can keep it on the road anyway and there's no mechanical issues, he will get some good solid points at least out of the day.
Still 3 rounds to go. The series finishing at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit at Island Magic, 28, 29, 30 of November. Would absolutely recommend anyone who is an enthusiast for car racing to get down to that last round of the GT Australian Formula Open Series. It's a massive celebration. There it is, still saying Queensland Raceway on the 2nd to the 4th of August. There as well, Sydney Motorsport Park, October 18, 20. Rounding out at Phillip Island, 28, 29, 30 at Island Magic.
Notably as well, that last round on Blendline TV as well. So that's really, really good news. That'll be the 4th round showcase live on the screens of Blendline TV this year. As we look a little bit further back, this is the 27 of Ruff, who's still fighting it out with Rosler. Evans is on charge. He's made it past Grubel, and he's catching up to these top 2. So all of a sudden, Kyle Evans, the round 1 winner, is on an absolute charge at the moment. He's from Brisbane, is Kyle Evans. A Queenslander, and he's going to come under attack from Grubel potentially late on, who's dropped back mid-race. He had a challenging Saturday. Looked like things were all rectified this morning, but he's lost out late on here to Kyle Evans. He's just north of Brisbane, actually, from Redcliffe in Queensland, if you know your Queensland geography.
It's a big old state like South Australia is.
Exactly right. You're from a small part of the world in that sense, in Victoria. As they come through turn number 13, another corner that really suits these cars. It's a great layout for a big, fast, open-wheel machine like these are. It's a very European-style circuit, this one. Fast, flowing, but with challenges as well, such as this one. Turn 17, you go up the hill, and it's quite deceiving, a lot tighter than 90 degrees.
It's interesting, the interview with Sam Shaheen before the Super Trofeo cars went off on their second race for the weekend. He intimated this is what the place is designed for.
Yes.
For big GT cars and open wheelers, and the guy that owns the joint would know what the design intention was to be, wouldn't he? Of course, there is also the big the GT track over 7 kilometres as well as part of the layout here. The West Circuit, which was raced on last weekend. As this battle continues, we're into the last minute of the last race for the GT Australian Formula Open race for this weekend, and it's very, very lively at the front. Ryan McMillan to Bo Russell, Kyle Evans, Trent Grubel sort of just missing out on that. But we're looking at these guys down for 9th, 10th and 11th. Wang, Ruff and Rosler. And they're all running in the FO2 class.
Wang isn't, he's in a slightly different class, yes, in the Formula Regional machine. The only one here this weekend, so he's in a class by himself this particular weekend. These guys are not in a class by themselves. These are in the Formula 3 class FO1, and they are pretty much nose to tail now in the fight for second position. Bo Russell from Kyle Evans. The margin is just over half a second. Can the Queenslander close the margin to Russell ahead? In fact, they're both Queenslanders, these two, as they head down the hill. Bo Russell has recently moved to Tim Macro's workshop, does work at Tim Macro's facility, does the driver of the number 22 machine. As they come around to complete yet another lap of racing here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. We're hearing news that this is the final lap of the race.
Big move there. Bit defensive on the 22, Bo Russell. Ryan McMillan to Bo Russell in the 22. 21 out there. This is the fight for positions 2 and 3 on the road. Kyle Russell with the orange and yellow. The black and yellow. Wow, this is getting close to 17, ranging right up underneath the rear wing. I love the gnashing teeth on the nose cone of the number 17, like a fighter pilot, like a Spitfire in World War II.
Here we go, it's on. I said just before that Bo Russell's from Queensland. He's from Ballarat. It's Bromley.
The Ballarat part of Queensland?
It's Bromley, who's the Queenslander who works for Tim Macro and driving for Tim Macro as well. So I apologise there. That's the second time I got Russell and Bromley mixed up in this race.
Dan, you're allowed to make a mistake every now and again. Don't come so hard on yourself. Like Dan Wells, you're coming down hard on yourself for no particular reason.
So the fight for second continues with half a lap remaining. Can Russell hold on? It's going to be a tight finish to this race. Evans has really thrown everything at him late on, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. McMillan won race number 1, had to settle for second earlier on, but it's going to be another race victory and a round victory for the number 21 machine. A great result for him, taking the honours here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. Second place for Bo Russell, who edges out Kyle Evans by just half a second at the line. Trent Grubel, he'll probably be a little bit disappointed in the end with position number 4, falling back 4 seconds at the end of the race. And look who's trying to set the fastest lap of the race. Purple in Sector 1, PB in Sector 2. Miles Bromley's about to come into the shot, and here he is. Can he steal the fastest lap of the race on the final lap? Yes, he can, and a lap record as well. A 1 minute 43.1 is the GT Formula Open lap record.
He only broke his own lap record too, so that was a 1:43.45, but he's broken it by 0.3 of a second. That is a big margin, isn't it, for a lap record? These cars continue on their merry way. The number 16 with Huang, Ruff and Rosler making their way around the final sector of this lap. They come up and over turn 14, down into 15. Hold on tight for 16, because that seems to have brought quite a few people unstuck. Getting out on that painted ripple strip area there and just wheel spinning it up and going around doesn't help when there's been mostly a sort of foggy sort of a rain throughout the day. Sun's out now. It's a really nice afternoon. It's still only 15 degrees, but in the sun it would feel absolutely magnificent getting that on there.
As they come across the line, Huang is going to hold on to position number 9. Ruff comes home to round out the top 10, second in the FO2 class, with Rosler rounding out that podium. There was a fourth competitor in that class, Woodland, who finished 1 lap down in position number 12. So that was all of the finishes through. I note as well, though, that Bromley set that lap record. He took it by 0.05 of a second from McMillan, who did break that lap record a few laps earlier in that race. So it really was lap record setting pace in the GT Australian Formula Open Series for their final race of the weekend. McMillan takes his second race win of the weekend, takes the round win as well, ahead of Bo Russell, who finished second for the round, and Kyle Evans rounding out the top 3, just half a second behind Bo Russell. Trent Grubel in 4th, Miles Bromley in 5th. Christopher Savlarsky won the Formula Open 2 class in 6th, ahead of the Formula 4 class winner in Evernet. Then it was Kantsios, Huang, Ruff and Rosler rounding out the people on the lead lap. Matthew Woodland rounding out the field just 1 lap behind. Really great race there to finish things off in GT Formula Open, Australian Formula Open. We're going to take a quick break here in commentary. Up next, we have another National Open Wheel Series. And there is John Paul Drake just strapping in, hot off getting out of his prototype car. We'll be back in just a moment with Australian Formula 4.
And welcome back. We're down here in the Formula 4 Australian Championship paddock, and you can see the cars are rolling out for their third and final race of the weekend. These Tartus carbon fibre, fully bona fide FIA homologated chassis are out for the final race. The teams are doing a wonderful job this weekend, keeping the cars as beautiful mint condition as you can see. And a lot of the liveries you can see, they're pretty basic. With the Sebastian Armadio car here, he's literally just thrown his stickers at the plain carbon fibre, and it's a wonderfully presented car. These cars are very well proportioned. They really look good. They're low slung, and it's a great rebirth of the series, or the championship, I should say, in Australia. So the countdown is on to the third and final race, as we said. AGI Motorsport this weekend. We've had Jimmy Physick at the head of the field for most of it, but without further ado, it's time to hand over to our commentators for the final race. We've got Darren Smith and we have Dan McCarthy.
Thanks very much, Callum Brannigan. Got some time before the cars actually get away for their race start. So it's been a pretty good weekend for Formula 4 here as well. It's the curse, I guess, of Australian open wheelers. You're never going to get a massive field of them. Having said that, the field we've just had on track is of sizable proportions, but not just one there. There's John Paul Drake absolutely pinging, giving the shucker there. He has had due reason to be absolute pinging this weekend. The shopping centre supermarket man has had 3 categories to race in. He's been in his home turf of the Australian Prototype Series, also a guest driver in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series, but I wouldn't be surprised if he straps in for another one of them. And of course, Formula 4 certified by FIA. He's been running this series now for 2 rounds, and I think fully committed to seeing the series out. So we're getting just a good look around each one of the cars as we wait for the cars to head out onto track. The Tartus outfit there is the safety car poised at the front of the field, which they'll go out, have a siding lap, come around and grid up. As we saw earlier on today, their last race, of course, was at 11:15 this morning. So a decent break, get a nice lunch break in there and continue on with the rest of today's racing. The grid will line up very much Formula 1 style on a staggered grid rather than a side-by-side grid that we're used to seeing here with domestic racing. And John Paul Drake still waving to his fans in pit lane by the looks of things.
He always has people in his garage, whether it be in prototypes or Formula 4 or whatever it is. He always has people in his garage saying g'day. He's a popular man, has a lot of mates in the motorsport industry, and he really is a South Australian icon in motorsport, almost you'd say. He just jumps behind the wheel of anything, whether that be here at the Ben Motorsport Park or the Adelaide 500. He sometimes has a steer down there as well, so he always enjoys his local racing, and he's taking part as well in the South Australian Prototype Series as well here and at Malala Motorsports Park as well this year, so very much keeping himself busy. We should explain, as the cars leave the lane and head out onto the racetrack, there were 2 qualifying sessions yesterday, and qualifying 2 determines the grid for the final race. So for the first time this weekend, it's not the finishing order of the previous race that determines this grid, it's the positions from qualifying 2 alone. I have that in front of me. It'll be busy, the race 1 and 2 winner that will start from pole position, but the margin was only 0.3 of a second. As we look at where we are, we're just a little bit further south of the little town of Tailem Bend, and here is the recently built 6 years ago Bend Motorsport Park, now supported by Shell V-Power as they blast down to turn number 1. It's a long run down there into the really wide open turn number 1. You can run 2 wide, maybe in 3 wide around there and around turns 2 and into turn 3. It always produces great side-by-side racing. This is a great overtaking opportunity. The hairpin, turn number 6, one of the slowest corners on the track, and it's a fast approach there, which is why it makes for such good overtaking opportunities. The really fast sections, turn 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and turn 12, Crofty corner, and then turn number 13. Up the hill the blind corner. Stalled on the final corner of Oran Park, but of course in the opposite direction. The stadium sections of 14, 15 and 16 and down and then back up into the really tight turn 17. Again, a great chance for an overtake, but we've seen even supercars drivers get caught out there. I remember an incident between Scott McLaughlin and Jamie Whincup several years ago. 18 turns, lap record held by John Magro, still set 5 years ago in a Formula 3 car. Tell you what, they're getting pretty close to that in Formula Open just a few moments ago. But now we turn our attention to Australian Formula 4, revived this year after a few years away. It was 5 years ago that the Australian Formula 4 Series last ran a national round and then returned here just a month ago, and round number 2 here once again. Jimmy Pezik will start out of position number 1 for AGI Sport. So far this season, he's taken the wins in every single one. So he's 5 from 5. Blake Purdy, a South Australian, another South Australian. It's a South Aussie 1-2 on the front row of the grid. He will be really looking to challenge Pezik this time around. He did a really good job in race 1. He was only a couple of seconds behind. He threw everything at it. Didn't quite have the pace, though, to match him in race 2. He'll hopefully have found a couple of tweaks and can close a bit further up in this one. Nicholas Stati comes out of 3rd. He's had success all around the world in Formula 4 racing in recent months, and he'll come out of 3rd for AGI Sport. I spoke to him earlier on today. He was saying the car was just a little bit twitchy in the high speed for him. So hopefully they'll have dialed that out at AGI Sport and it's a bit more stable for him around the fast middle sector. That'll help confidence be built, and that'll help faster lap times and potentially a better race result. He beat Blake Purdy in race 3 here last round, so he'll be looking to finish inside the top 2 again. Seth Gilmore, the rookie, comes out of position number 4. He's leading the rookie class. He starts ahead of Sebastian Amadio, another South Australian. In fact, it's a 3rd row South Australian party with Amadio alongside John Paul Drake, who's won both of the Masters class races this weekend. He had a great tussle in the last race with Nathan Gotch. Gotch tried his best but came home just short. He'll be looking to take his first Masters class win of the season in this one. Imogen Radburn, she's performed really well in the 2 races so far this weekend. 2 6th places. She'll come out of position number 8. It's her debut weekend and she's done a really good job. A recent Formula Ford graduate. She'll be looking to move forward again as she has so far this weekend in this race. Jaden Hamilton for Tim Macro Racing in the bright red machine. He'll come out of position number 9. He's had a solid weekend. A couple of mistakes in the opening races. He'll be looking to have ironed those out now as he begins race number 3. He'll start alongside Mark Wilson and Tim Boydell, who did not greet the checkered flag in the last race.
Certainly, definitely going very, very well is Imogen Radburn. She'll be racing at Phillip Island at the end of the month in the 3rd round of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. But this is one of those toe-in-the-water type of exercises to see if you can make it work, make it stick. And keeping the car all in one piece is very, very important in these situations. Any one of these drivers would like to emulate the likes of Tom Randall or Nick Rowe, or Will Brown, Lewis Leeds,
Jaden
Ojeda, who have all gone on with it. OJ certainly loving the Easter weekend in the BMW over the last couple of years, but certainly those drivers were the names, I guess, that we're familiar with. Also a potential Formula One debutant coming out of that as well with Liam Lawson, the New Zealander. So we'll see how that starts to transpire, but certainly 5 years of competition in Australian F4. It was much maligned, but we come along with this rebirth of the series and it fits in very, very nicely indeed into the Australian motorsport landscape. But certainly these drivers are in a bit of a hurry to get their careers going, and hence why they're involving themselves with the local F4. This is something that transpires all over the world. So that in itself is extremely helpful to any one of these drivers and their career aspirations.
Yes, certainly is. We can see ha 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 on the side of John Paul Drake as he is about to pull into position. But yeah, you mentioned it at the start of the broadcast, staggered start, European style. Of course, in Australia, we see them start side by side on the grid, 2 by 2. But it's sort of a more European look to the grid as they start in positions 1, 3, 6, 7, etc., staggered across the grid. But it does mean that you do have a few meters advantage over the person that you are ahead of as you blast down the road into turn number 1. So Jimmy Pezik has taken the maximum 50 points so far this weekend, and he's looking to make it a clean sweep. Blake Purdy currently sits second for the round with 2 second-place finishes, and the 15-year-old in car number 15, Nicholas Staddy, has got 2 third-place finishes so far this weekend. Amadio and Gilmore had a battle in the opening race of the weekend. So what can Amadio do in this one? Going to be fascinating to see what he can do this year. They are using a different chassis to what they have in the previous iteration of the category. This year using the Tatus F4T421 Gen 2 chassis with the Halo. It runs a completely different engine as well. The Fiat Abarth turbocharged 1.4 litre engine, which produces a pretty staggering 160 horsepower from such a small engine. It's pretty good.
Just looking at the shadows starting to grow across the track. When we came here this morning, they were growing from the other side as the sun was coming up, and it's a timely reminder to thank all of those awesome volunteer officials that we have all the way around the track, and not just here this weekend at the Bend. Right around the country. We love the volunteer officials. Let's go down to Callum Brannigan with Imogen Radburn.
Thank you, Darren. Down here with Imogen Radburn. Final race of the weekend, but how are you finding your time behind the wheel of a Formula 4 here at the at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park?
It's been a really good learning experience. It's very different to what I'm used to. Obviously, I'm usually in a Formula Ford, and the rear usually comes around, but these things just stay planted. So it's been a really good experience, and I can't thank AGI enough for the opportunity.
So what's the game plan for the final race? Are you going to send it?
Yeah, just keep pushing out clean laps that we've had all weekend and see where that leads us to.
Thanks, Imogen.
Thank you.
A very, very clear program this weekend. Get an experience, learn about it, see if you enjoy it, and keep it neat and tidy. And good there. I'm glad she mentioned a big thank you to AGI Sport, because these opportunities can be given to anyone, and she's been handpicked to have that opportunity to drive one of these cars. And I think she's rewarding them so far with a a clean lot of racing. You know, the only thing she's going to wear out is brake pads and tyres.
Nicholas Staddy there, just adjusting his mirrors, making sure it's perfect for him as he blasts down to turn number 1. He needs to be looking left and right, although, let's be honest, he'll be looking ahead of him to the front row of the grid. Purdy and Pezik. Callum, I believe you're down there with John Paul Drake.
2, 1. JP Drake, you're pretty much running your own endurance event this weekend, doing 3 times the amount of racing that a lot of other people are this weekend. But final race of the weekend, what are you going to do? You're going to send it? You're going to go hard? What's the plan?
Well, I've come this far. I'm definitely going to give it a send. I've had a battle royale with Nathan behind me the whole bloody weekend, which has been fantastic. Got a couple of kids up front here. They're getting a little bit too smart for their own good, so maybe some of these old dogs are going to keep these young kids a few tricks or two.
And it must be good putting the old purple suit back on for the final.
Yeah, the purple suit does feel a bit more of my natural habitat, and the only thing I'm concerned about is I've got a broken helmet here. I think that aerodynamic's going to cost me a few seconds.
Plenty of excuses. Thank you, JP.
Thank you. What's that?
I love it. He got him stitched up, Callum Brannigan, on JP Drake. He'll find you and he'll make you pay for that, Callum Brannigan. I do think JP's dreamy if he thinks he's going to send it to some of these young drivers in front of him. Dan, what are your thoughts on that?
I like the fact that he's got a slight little bit of a broken little reflector
Aero
there.
trim.
Yeah, exactly. That's
I've got
apparently a
broken
couple of
helmet.
seconds. A couple of seconds. That might be a couple of a thousandths of a second at most over the course of this
Put your head down,
race.
JP, and get on with the job. That's what I'd be saying. So maybe reward yourself after this weekend, after the mini personal enduro with a new a new helmet. But an absolute character of South Australian and Australian motorsport, well known for his antics around the tracks. And I got to say, it's nice to get dragged into his world every now and again and just enjoy a bit of a laugh and have some fun with it. Getting a good look across the entire field is Seth Gilmore, next driver from the famous open wheel racing family. Gilmore's out of Queensland, and that is the AGI Sport car that he is going to be driving. A very impressive hue of matte blue, isn't it? The metallic matte blue, the AGI Sport. You know, they're out there. Very, very similar, actually, to the local team over many, many years that was so successful out of Adelaide, BRM, with what they did in open wheelers.
We talk about the cars looking the same. Each halo is coloured differently. So Jimmy Pezik, we can see, he's got a black halo on his AGI car. The Seth Gilmore car that we were just looking at, that's got a blue halo, the same colour as the actual car. Nicholas Stati has a light blue halo, and Imogen Radburn has a yellow halo. So they are all subtly different, but the main blue is across all 4 AGI Sport cars. And they've won the last 2 championships in Australia with Jaden Ojeda and Lewis Leeds in 2018 and 2019. So they're looking to make it 3 in a row here in Australia. And they've got off to a good start, that is for sure, with this man on the screen, Jimmy Pezik, leading the way in the Australian Formula 4 Championship early on.
Talking about the volunteer officials around the track, what about our cameraman? There's the big peace sign from our cameraman up on the tower. A couple of fans up there realising they're on the big screen TV. Big shout out. Well done to all of you for coming out to the SAM Champs, the South Australian Motorsport Championships. We're enjoying that here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park and across to Malala as well for a couple of rounds this season. But I hope you enjoy it. And if you can't be at the track, checking it all out via the SAM Champs and the Blendline TV YouTube channel. Cars waiting down on the area. You get the feeling this is a big countdown to a race, isn't it? We could set the lights off now and get some racing underway with the Formula 4 certified by FIA in accordance to the FIA regulations. And if you've ever been to a Grand Prix, this is pretty much how the start of a Grand Prix plays out. All the guests come out in the grid and they walk up and down. Martin Brundle offends a celebrity. See if we can't get Callum to offend someone down there before the end of the day.
He already has.
He has, that's right. He just offended JP.
Got our own Martin Brundle with us this weekend, and we didn't know it prior to the commencement of this race. So visors are going down. The final siren has gone. Everybody has been told to evacuate the grid. We are moments away from the final race of the weekend in Australian Formula 4. As we can see, they're being all waved off the medical car at the back of the field with the headlights on. So that engine has just been started behind 11 Formula 4 cars.
More volunteer officials. We could not do without them. They are the absolute heartbeat of world motorsport, not just here in Australia. Every race meeting needs a group of volunteers to put it all together. We've got the safety car driver and the safety car observer and radio operator. They will be volunteer officials in the Motorsport Australia realm, and certainly plenty of training. You're not just thrown out on a racetrack to do it. There's lots of training, and there's certainly a hierarchy of command that comes into these sorts of events. So a very big thank you to, right around the world, the FIA volunteers, and in this situation, the Motorsport Australia volunteers. Cars are now underway, moving around. Let's confirm that grid. The number 93, Jimmy Pezik, in the Icon AGI Sport outfit. Blake Purdy for Nippies, the best orange juice ever. The Jam Motorsport race team 48 there. The number 15 and Nicholas Stadi for AGI Sport. A guy who really in this field has got a great amount of experience there as well. Seb Amadio from Amadio Motorsport and Amadio Wines. JP Drake, car number 1 out there. Nathan Gotch for Formula Race Academy AGI Sport. Imogen Radburn, we heard from her. She's just looking to bring it home clean this weekend. Jaden Hamilton to Mark Wilson in the Formula Race Academy. Tim Boydell also for the Formula Race Academy. Jaden Hamilton out of Tim Macro Racing in the number 81 there as well. So a field of 11 cars, and they are well and truly on their warm-up lap now. There is a 25-minute journey which will start once the green light is extinguished. Sorry, the red light is extinguished to start this race. And we are not too far away from getting underway. Blake Purdy holds the lap record, which was set earlier today. And that is a 150.2433.
It was a good time, wasn't it? Set in pretty overcast conditions earlier on. It's brightened up a little bit this afternoon, but temperatures are still pretty cool out there. It's 3:46 local time, a lock up there for Sebastian Amadio, trying to get warmth into the brakes and making a flat spot potentially on the front tyre. You don't want to do that. But yeah, 3:47 local time, so only a couple of hours until the sun is completely set and will be in darkness. So it's very much in the evening, or heading very quickly towards the evening now, as we look at the pole sitter, number 93, weaving left and right, trying to get as much tyre temperature in as he possibly can. He, as we say, drove in British Formula 4 last year, did an immaculate job. This year, he just wants to show himself on the Australian scene, show what he can do, and try and get a bit of money, a bit of backing behind him. And boy, oh boy, I'd certainly be backing this kid. He is a talent of the future. Look out for the name going forwards. Jimmy Pizik comes out of position number 1, and the 11 cars are now coming around the final corner onto the straight as we look at Boydell, who makes up this 11-car field. I can hear them from outside the commentary box, hard on the accelerator, hard on the brakes, trying to get as much temperature in as they possibly can. So that is the view that they have down the pit straight. It's the number 93 from the number 48, Nicholas Statti, in car number 15 with the bright blue halo. Will start out of third. Revs are rising. We are about to go green, and we have done. Seth Gilmore bogged down a little bit there. That's allowed straight away Amadio through, and also John Paul Drake bogged down as well, and Gotch took that position. Very defensive from Nicholas Statti. He's coming under pressure from Amadio, who made the best start of everybody in the field. He got Gilmore, and already putting Statti under pressure into turn number 1. John Paul Drake definitely did not have the start that he would have wanted. He's dropped back a little bit as they exit turn number 3 and head down the hill towards turn number 6 now. Pazika's bolted early. He's got a little bit of a margin already over the number 48 of Purdy, but it's a fight for third where they're tight. It's Statti, Gilmore and Amadio, nose to tail. This is a fight further back. John Paul Drake's trying to recover from his poor start. He dropped down to 8th behind both Gotch and Hamilton, who's made a really nice start in the Tim Macro racing machine. That's the bright red one that you can see on the screen. So he's made a good start in this race, up a position ahead of the man who's won both of the Masters class races so far this weekend.
John Paul Drake missing the start as he did. It's created almost a race in two. The first 4 cars and then the rest of the field following on, the other 6 cars that make up the field there. The Tim Macro Racing livery there in the red and white, number 81. Oh, John Paul Drake, just a bit of understeer there, had a big jab twice at trying to get the car to go left that time as they come around out of turn 15 to 16 and run down to 17. Got to be very, very fast in this part of the lap there. But JP looks to fight back and goes straight into the back of the car in front of him there, which was the Tim Macro Racing car. Sands front wing now on car number 1. I wonder if that's a bit of fatigue starting to slip in, and oh no, that car's beached up on the ripple strip there as well. No rear wing on board and some bent in rear wheels there. So John Paul Drake into the back of the 81, Jaden Hamilton, and that car not taking any further park. John Paul Drake, I would suggest, would come down the lane and possibly be a retiree in this one.
That was an absolute clobbering. I don't know if it was John Paul Drake just going in a bit early, a bit hot, sorry. I think it probably was. Hamilton may have broken a little bit earlier, and it certainly caught out the man behind, and John Paul Drake has hit him at an insane rate, and it's lifting the two wheels in the air. The front wheels of John Paul Drake flying high and coming to a crushing blow back down to earth, and done significant damage, ripping the front wing off the number 1 machine, and with the rear wing, and damaging the whole rear gearbox and everything on the tail of the number 81. As you say, we've gone safety car, and there's going to be a bit of a recovery down there at turn number 17. So here is what happened then. So number 81's under brakes, and you can see John Paul Drake just couldn't get it slowed down, and he's ploughed into the rear.
Did the 81 have an unreasonably large amount of brake on there? It seemed to be hauling up very quickly. It's like a big extra push on the brakes there, because JP arrived. So, yeah, I don't know about that. But anyway, he's a tall dude and gets out of the car. 81 substantially damaged there as well, and beached up on the ripple strip, being guided away by the officials.
He'd have known absolutely nothing about that until the moment of impact, and what an impact it was. That car is certainly looking worse for wear, shall we say, down there at turn number 17. It took a real clobbering to the rear, and that's where all the driving is done. Rear wheel drive, of course. The gearbox back there as well, so that's really not what you want to see. It's been such a clean weekend from these guys, and a real shame that has occurred so early in this final race. It's certainly going to need to go onto the tilt tray, and we can see out there weaving left and right down the straight, just trying to get warmth or keep warmth into the tyres down the pit straight. So lost a couple of cars then in this one, because of course John Paul Drake has come into the lane. We can see it down there in the lane.
He's out of the car too, so it's Stricken in the lane there, sands the front wing. The 81 sands its rear wing, and look to be some maybe hub or upright damage there as well. So we started with 11, we're down to 9 as we see the officials just walk up and go, right, where do we hook this up on the halo? Yep, we'll wrap the strap around there, see if we can drag it back in here. The Let's Go Motorhomes.com entry, Tim Macro Racing car number 81 in the 2024 Australian Formula 4 Championship. Cars continuing around under the safety car.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the moment, it's Jimmy Pezik that leads the way ahead of Blake Purdy. Third position is Nicholas Statti, who's only 15 years old, and he's done so much already in his young career. From Perth, over in Western Australia, he's raced for AGI Sport not only here but overseas as well. He kicked off his open wheel career in November last year, racing at the Sepang circuit, which is where this series will conclude in a couple of months' time. He did a couple of rounds of the Southeast Asian series over there. He scored fifth place in the rookie standings with an outright win in the penultimate race of the series in Sepang, so he's certainly going to go into there with some form, that is for sure. He'll be very much looking forward to getting back to Malaysia and seeing what he can do around the former Formula 1 track. But yeah, he's continued to race with AGI in the United Arab Emirates Formula 4 Championship, where they have over 40 cars. It's an incredible championship that they have over there in the United Arab Emirates. And yeah, since the last round, won the opening race of the US Formula 4 Championship, and went on to win the round as well. So a really good start for the young 15-year-old in car number 15. And then so far this season has been a mark of consistency. This is what happened then. John Paul Drake just in far too deep, plows into the back of the innocent number 81 of Hamilton, and yes, some significant damage to both machines.
Piece of wing left sitting in the gravel trap there. It looks as though our recovery crews, still double wave yellows being used down there to give the drivers well warning that these cars are recovering. The Manitou lifts that stricken F4 onto the flatbed, and we will be underway, I would say, another 2 laps under safety car.
It is now on the back of the tilt tray. The rear wing is just going to be placed on there as well. So it's been a quick recovery from the marshals and the recovery team, and we've got to thank the work that they do as well. You know, we thank the flag marshals and the people in the secretary's office. We often overlook the recovery team. They do a fantastic job, and without them doing such a quick job, we wouldn't be able to get race cars fixed and back out on the track for the next race. If they took their time and were slow about it, we'd have a lot shorter fields a large majority of the time. So they sometimes go unnoticed, so we have to say a big thank you to them as cars continue to just try and keep warmth in those tyres, weaving left and right, braking, accelerating. And you can see the field, all 9 of them, nose to tail. Let's run you through the grid then, or the field, I should say. Jimmy Pazik out of first, ahead of Purdy and Stati. Amadio moved up ahead of Gilmore at the start of this race. Gilmore still leads in the rookie class. That's the red box, and the reason why he's red. So all people new to open wheeler racing this year have a red box on the side of the screen. So he's leading in the rookie class. Then it's first of the Masters class entries. The blue boxes indicate it's for the elder statesman, and it's Nathan Gotch who leads that at the moment. And he's got his best chance at taking a Masters class victory this season. John Paul Drake's won 3 of the 5 races. Mark Rosser isn't here this weekend. He won 2 in the opening round. This is Gotch's best chance now to try and take his first victory in the Masters class. He's ahead of the very promising young Imogen Radburn, and there she is on the screen at the moment in the number 29 machine. She has already moved up a position on this start, and she will restart ahead of Boydell in position number 9. Of course, John Paul Drake and Hamilton are both out of the race after that spectacular incident down at turn 17.
Let's put the Tardis FT chassis under the microscope. The F4 T421 Gen 2 is its actual name. Carbon fibre monocoque composite to the FIA F4 2021 homologated Tardis Halo FIA homologated. Carbon composite front, rear and side crash boxes. The FIA Formula 4 Gen 2 homologated extrication seat FIA standard. All of these are new bits of technology for Formula 4. The steering column is FIA homologated for collapsibility and side loads. The roll hoop FIA homologated, which is nice. You don't want to go over and have something that's Jimmy built, do you, or Johnny built, or whatever it might be.
Yes.
Jerry built. The SAR-belt,
Darren
safety
built.
belt systems, my stuff I built is very good. Hand system, the CM might not be FIA homologated, but it's good. Extinguisher, electronically operated and removable head protection system. Of course, we've touched on the Fiat Abarth F413T turbocharged 1.4 litres, 160 horsepower with the Autotecnica Motori engine tuner and the electronics by Magneti Marelli, as you'd expect on anything with Fiat Abarth in it. LCD dash, data acquisition also via the Magneti Marelli system, and a SADEV 6-speed paddle shift gearbox as the cars line up all perfectly, almost vernier distance between each other. That is very good indeed. Line up behind each other. We go this time without John Paul Drake, and we leave the 81 of Hamilton as well aside. We've still got 13 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in this race, so sneaking up the half race distance, of which the last 2 laps have been under safety car. The snake wiggles its way down the straight. The 93 of Physic with Purdy in behind. This is the opportunity for Purdy to go with Physic this time around. Staddy to go with Purdy. Amadio to go with Staddy, and Gilmore to remain in touch with them as well. And that is what is happening right here, right now.
Imogen Radburn with the yellow halo. I saw she made a great start, a great run out the final corner, and she's got out Nathan Gotch, so she moves up into position number 6. The good news, though, for Gotch is he still remains at the lead of the Masters class as Seth Gilmore is looking to reclaim the 4th position he had on the grid. He lost out immediately to Seb Amadio, and he's trying to fight back and reclaim that place. So those two fight as they head down the hill towards turns 7, 8 and 9. Here's Imogen Radburn, who's made that move on Gotch and quickly pulled away from the veteran open wheel racer. And we can see around turn number 12, Amadio slightly pulled away from the driver behind of Seth Gilmore. A bit of a lock up there for Staddy into turn number 13, manages to keep it on the road. Just about. That was a strange moment. You don't see people lock up into 13 often.
No, there's been this weekend actually here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park has had some strange phenomenons that we haven't seen in the racing years in its short history since 2018, particularly that exit of 15 where we've seen so many cars coming off there as well. I'm pretty sure it's getting onto the painted surface on the outside edge, but it's never been an issue in the past.
No, it certainly hasn't, and we saw the first ever spin as well on the straight between turns 12 and 13. We'd never seen that before, had we? That was a spectacular spin in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia race.
That's right, a spin in the straight.
Yes.
The hand of God came down and spun the car around.
Down into turn 1, the 22 is defending. Amadio is coming under pressure from Seth Gilmore. These two had some great battles in the opening round for podium positions, really, or just outside the podium positions in 4th, and it's 4th that they're fighting for again here right now. They haven't been so close this weekend, but they are right now. You can't separate them. Amadio defending once again down into turn number 6. Gilmore is right there to pounce on any unforced error the South Australian makes. Amadio ran last round in the number 22 car, but has a new livery, the black and red livery. Quite simple, but the red stripes really bring it out, and it stands out as the Amadio Wines sponsored machine.
It's not hard to stand out amongst the field of blue cars, though, is it, when you're in the black car? Look, a very impressive display here by James Pizzic this weekend. He's already eased his way out over a second lead in this race to Blake Purdy, and I've got to say Blake Purdy continues to impress me. A very sensible drive. He's been fast, not being able to match it with the leader, but has always remained in touch if something was going to go awry out in front. But very impressed with the lead two in this race. In fact, Nick Staddy as well has come on really, really well since we last saw him.
Absolutely. Down into turn number 17, Amadio really pushing hard to try and stay ahead of Seth Gilmore. But you know what? Imogen Radburn is catching them both. She is notably catching multiple tenths of seconds a sector, and the margin down to 1.2 seconds. On that lap, she was 7 tenths faster than both of these drivers, and that's because Amadio's defending everywhere. He's not taking the optimum line. Seth Gilmore, though, can't seem to find a way through, but the constant compromise lines from both of these drivers is bringing Radburn into contention.
Yeah, and what that means is that the 22 is going to have 2 blue cars ganging up, and that's going to be certainly very, very interesting, because I'm sure Imogen, although she's playing a safe, long game here this weekend, if she gets a sniff of a position in this competition and can make a pass, that will be exactly what she does. A skilled race car driver, and it's really cool to see her advancing into Formula 4. And we're going to watch the media and the press and the social media very closely over the next little while to see what may come of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Around turn 11 and swing it back to the right for 12. Such a tricky sequence, that one. If you get 11 wrong, you'll lose the rear, you'll run wide, and it'll compromise your run all the way through 12 and down this reasonably long straight, actually, into turn number 13. Imogen continues to catch up. You can see on the screen she sits in, I think Gilmore must have run wide at turn number 14 and missed that sector loop there, because he's still ahead of Radburn. Yeah, definitely, I think that's what's happening. Gilmore ran quite wide there at turn 14, and that's just about where the sector split is. And I don't think was picked up. Yeah, 2 wheels through the grass. You can see the dirt on the tyres for Amadio. That's going to take a few corners to scrape that off, and that will affect grip around the opening sector of this next lap. They cross the line. Seth Gilmore in 5th, just ahead of Imogen Radburn, but his eyes are forward on the 22 car, not behind. Amadio defends once again. Gilmore can't do anything down there. Has to file back in line. He wants the inside line into turn 1, and he's not being given it. Amadio's wise to the move at turn 1, and he's also been wise to the move at turn number 6, although he got that a little bit wrong there. That time through at turn number 3, and around the outside at 5 for Gilmore. He's going to switch back to the inside at 6, but again, Amadio defends that one off. Amadio just slightly missing the apex there, but look at this now. It's a 3-way fight. Imogen Radburn is no longer catching. She is in this fight. Amadio, Gilmore, Radburn, 4th, 5th and 6th. And note as well that the 2 blue machines, the AGI cars, are fighting for honours in the rookies class. So look out for that battle. That's why they are red on the screen. Also, the young 15-year-old has caught up to Blake Purdy in the fight for 2nd.
Interesting the reach that this race is grabbing out there. I'm getting text messages from people locally here in South Australia and actually internationally over in Europe as well, coming through, wishing you and I all the best and the rest of the crew for this race. But certainly the reach of F4 is well and truly beyond just us here at the track this weekend. A big shout out to those engaging with the reignited Formula 4 series here in Australia. Championship indeed, an FIA championship, so we're lucky to have that designation on this championship. 5.5 minutes left to go in this journey. James Physick continues to impress. Here comes the Nippies racer of Blake Purdy. Nicholas Staddy right up now underneath the rear diffuser of that car. Seb Amadio getting very defensive now. Over to the left, back to the right, holding the mid-track, turning it in. I got to say, Seth Gilmore is being very, very patient indeed. And have a look at that. Imogen Radburn, each lap is just easing a second closer. It was quite the gap back to Imogen going back a couple of laps ago now. It's now 0.46 of a second. She's in striking distance for both these cars here, the 22 and the 24 of Amadio and Gilmore.
Yeah, she caught them about this time last lap. She didn't have a clean lap entirely last time through, so she's lost a couple of tenths that last lap, but she's certainly there or thereabouts. I think she's regained that in the opening half of this lap, and it is, as I said, 1 lap ago, a 3-way fight for position. Oh, she's fighting the car there through turn number 10. You don't want to have a tank slapper moment at that sequence of the corners. It's such a tight, fast section of road. If you make a mistake there, it's a 1-line groove. You'll be in the marbles and you'll be out through the grass before you know it. And that's one of the things we spoke about a little bit yesterday, was this might be a new venue, but unlike a lot of new venues, it's not got acres and acres of tarmac off the exit of the corner. It's got grass, it's got gravel, and it will catch you out.
Yeah, it's a circuit with consequences here. There's safety to bring it to the specification that it is at. But, unlike some of the older tracks, and I'm going to say Malala here, because the South Australian Championships race at both tracks, Malala is a track with consequences. Yes. You come off and you've got a very good opportunity to haul it up. But if you come off fast, you're going to find something fairly hard and you move it to hit pretty quickly. Having said that, I've seen many cars hit the walls there. No one seems to get hurt. They're all on that sort of angle where you glance and blow, you do the damage. Have a look at this now, the 24, well and truly weighing in on it. Hold strong there, Seth. The corner goes the all way next time around, gathers it all up. But what that's done now is brought these 3 cars all in immediate contention for that spot on the road that is currently being held by Seb Amadio, Seth Gilmore, Imogen Radburn, just in the mirrors of these cars now. And I would suggest that Imogen is not going to sit back with only 3 minutes left to go here. We might see her turn up the pressure on these 2 rookies in front.
Absolutely, as they exit turn number 6. That was the closest that Gilmore's been. Oh, and he has another look there at turn number 7. But this is the closest he's been all race long on this lap. He is really, Amadio jostling away at the wheel there, trying to keep it in a straight line. He just about did so, but that was really a real tail-happy tank slapper moment there through turn number 10. Although he has slightly broken away from the two AGI sport cars, I don't think that'll be for much longer. He is working so hard to keep that thing just facing in a straight line at the moment. The South Australian knows this track well. He's done a lot of laps here in a lot of different vehicles, including S5000 here last year. And he's coming under pressure from the rookie, a former Bathurst 6-hour class podium finisher. But in recent times, he's been driving F4 machinery in Formula Open, which you've seen on the bill this weekend. So he's racing in the Formula 4 class of Formula Open just to get ready for this series. And it served him well because he's had two great rounds, two consistent, solid rounds where he has been the front runner in the rookies class for a large majority, if not all of it, as they go into turn number 1 once again. The 24, not as close as he was last time through, that is for certain, but he's still there. He can easily pounce on a mistake from Sebastian Amadio, but getting a little bit sideways and up in the air there on the exit of the corner. But at this point, Amadio is not putting a foot wrong. It's been a faultless drive from him so far. I don't want to put the commentator's curse. I'm going to touch wood saying it, but yeah, he's really driven well so has Seb Amadio.
Holding these two AGI Sport cars at bay, definitely Imogen Radburn's just drifted off the back there. She ran wide coming through the turn 3, heading out there, so she lost that impetus where you need to be fast and hard on it out of 3. Ran a bit of wide and lost it, so through 4 and 5, that's why this gap has eased back to car number 29 at the moment, just off the back of this 15. We go back up to position number 2 and 3 on the road. There's the 48 of Purdy, and he's doing a good job and holding position 2 pretty much right across the event here. The Nippies outfit to a iced coffee and an orange juice. Very, very nice indeed. And Pizik now, the best part of 4.6 seconds out in front, and in a one make, one design, one tyre, one everything type of category. This is an amazing lead. It's a true display of skill and ability and should be noted. Jimmy Pizik is doing a tremendous job.
Pizik really has made these guys all season long just fight for second position. The majority of the time it's gone the way of Blake Purdy, but Stati got his PB result in race 3 at the last round. He came home second ahead of Blake Purdy. It was a race-long battle between those two, and we're seeing it again in race number 3. Stati almost had a little bit of a look there. You could see he darted to the inside just to try and show that he is there. Forced the 48 into a mistake. Really great, wise thinking there from the number 15, who's got a lovely run out of the hairpin and all the way down the hill. The ever-tightening right hand is so deceiving. First one's flat, 7, and then they get steadily tighter through 8, 9, and then 10. And then this section of the course out the back as well. It's caught out quite a lot of drivers over the years, and just in this weekend alone, we've seen a lot of offs at turn number 12, and here at turn 13 as well.
Tell you what, that switch of direction at 11 back to 12, where you've got to go, you've been right for 3 corners and you've got to go left and then right again at a switchback type of corner, is really very tricky indeed. Have a look at this, Blake Purdy just getting balked a little bit there by one of the tail end cars, but this has lit up the battle for second right now as they've grabbed that tail end car. We come around, there's our race leader. This is a run down to turn 18. It's going to change position on the penultimate lap there. Purdy just a little bit of understeer, tipping it in. The aero effect taken off his front wings as we head off on our final lap. It's Pizik right down already in turn 1. Blake Purdy looks to the outside, looking for the run into turn 2, and then being on the inside, running for turn 3, stays wide, holds it out, has to jump back inside here. Is it the switchback going to happen here? Maybe at 3, swings around underneath the diffuser at the back there, but right in contention There could be another swift return serve here from Blake Purdy. Certainly got the wherefore art thou to do it. The will to do it. There it is. Looks to the inside. The 15 holds up the corner. Blake Purdy locks it all up, throws it in. That's commitment. That's what we need from young rookie drivers. That's the sort of thing we need to display. It didn't work that time. But if you don't have a go, you never know what's going to happen. He's done it. The 48. You should be proud of yourself, Blake. You gave it a go. The car behind you sat there for lap after lap and finally snuck on by. This is the business end of the weekend. And that was a brave, brave move. Throw the cans at him and have a red-hot go. It looks like he's lost a little bit too much ground now to have a further go at it, but we've still got at least 4 opportunities here at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park to throw an F4 at a gap. A bit of a dive bomb. Gee, the gap's easing out a bit too much though right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it just ran slightly wide at turn number 12, lost all the momentum over the next couple of corners, and that is going to become a factor in the end. Jimmy Pizik out front, 2 purple sectors. Wow. He's going for the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. It's 3 from 3 for Jimmy Pizik, and he sets the fastest lap of the race and a new lap record for it as well on the last lap of the race. Statty is absolutely delighted, as he should be, coming home in position number 2 to make it an AGI 1-2 ahead of Blake Purdy. It's going to be a drag race to the line here for 4th position. It's going to be Amadio that holds on just from Radburn and Gilmore. So Radburn getting Gilmore in the closing stages of that race. A great job from her. Those 3 separated by just 0.4 of a second at the line.
Well done, Imogen. That's a great result there as well. Car in one piece, making a position on the last lap. And I've got to say, Blake Purdy, you might have finished in 3rd place there, Sport, but I tell you what, you gave it a red-hot go to try and make that move back. Absolutely should be proud of yourself. Seb Amadio held on there as well in the 22. Really came under fire from behind there, but Seth Gilmore and Imogen Radburn really did show great patience and possibly could have served up something, could have even lifted the back wheels of the ground up of Seb Amadio's number 22, but acquitted themselves very well indeed. Sadly, Dan, we had 2 cars damaged early on in that race and a safety car, but certainly Formula 4 bringing it home in that top 5 or 6 for this race.
Yeah, they really did end with a cracking race there. It really came alive late on, and that was the best race of the lot in Australian Formula 4. Jimmy Pizik is now 6 from 6. He is certainly the man to beat heading into round number 3. Nicholas Staddy equaling his best result in position number 2, getting the local South Australian Blake Purdy on the final lap of the race with a great move. Sebastian Amadio just held off the 2 AGI rookies in 5th and 6th. But yeah, Radburn, for the first time, dethroning Seth Gilmore in the rookie class honours. She came home in 5th ahead of the AGI driver Seth Gilmore. Nathan Gotch got his first win as well in the Masters class in position number 7, ahead of the lonely Mark Wilson and Tim Boydell, who really did bring that race for second alive on the penultimate lap of the race. He came home in 9th. And then the 2 non-finishers, John Paul Drake, his great weekend at the Bend, unfortunately ending with a collision with that man, Jaden Hamilton.
And a repair bill, I would suggest, too.
Yes, correct.
Still plenty to go here. It's been a fantastic weekend. We're really enjoying the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia Series here, part of the South Australian Motor Racing Championships, or SAM Champs, as we're beginning to get it known as. And what a great colloquialism that we do in Australia here, and it's going to push on it really well, I reckon, the SAM Champs. That's all for me at the moment. There's still 2 more races to come your way, XL Trophy and XL Masters. Can't wait to see how those races play out. We'll be back with more here trackside at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park, the Bend to its mates and those of us that are locals. Be back soon.
Welcome back to the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. Darren Smith has exited the commentary box, and we're going to get the local South Australian alongside myself, 2 South Aussies in the box, Dan McCarthy, and now alongside me for this one, Mark Nancaro. Looking forward to this one. 2 more XL races to round out the day.
Yes, and we're going to start off with the trophy class for their final race here of the weekend. And having a look at the round points there, actually fairly close with Hodge, Morales, and well, obviously Joel Johnson will be in that, and he's on our pole position once again, and looking for a clean sweep here for the weekend. And alongside him with Tyus Hodge, what a battle they've had over the weekend. It's been absolutely fantastic. Then we go back to Aaron Oliver, then Brad Vaughan alongside on board there with Fletcher Lewis. It's in the Mrs. XL Garage entry there. There he is, and he's in position 5 on the grid there alongside Cisco Morales, Darcy Hine, and then back to Shane Nowicki, another one of the Mrs. XL Garage entries. Then we go back to the Robilla Racing entry there of Brodie Dominic, and also on the top 10 there, Isaac Sparks. We go back to Adam Curry in the Devil Race Cars entry. Then we go back to Cruz Frost in the Rye Industries entry. Then we go back to Leon Onello. He's had a pretty good debut meeting also here this weekend. Back to Aidan Brand, Jake Gallia, and Jack Wallace in the brightly coloured Warren Mining entry back a bit further in the field. Position 17 on the grid is Jackson Sullivan, alongside him is Curtis Hinks in the GH Oilage entry. Braden Cowell, and then Jet Zerk. Car 77 a bit further back, then Barty Perriman, Jordan Johnson, Jacob Lengs, the triple one there of Adrian Gallia. So there's a sort of struggled a bit through the weekend. And then we go back to Ayn Morrison, Sam Woodland, and Ethan Whitehead, last position of the grid. He hasn't had much of a successful weekend. He's had a bit of a disappointing weekend, so still trying to fight his way through the field. 25 cars here, I think we counted here last time to the finish. Cooler conditions, the sun has vanished, and the clouds have come over just like they did yesterday afternoon. Makes it, there's Jet Zerk on camera there. Youngest driver in the field, only 14 years of age. He actually looks quite big in that car, but he's a tiny frame little 14-year-old. And there's plenty of cushions underneath that, on top of that seat, just prop him up to get his head over the top of the dashboard.
It certainly does. What makes me laugh is we're saying how young Nicholas Staddy is, being 15 in Formula 4. Well, that's next level again, isn't it? 14 years of age. Yeah. I mean, what were you doing at 14? For me, I was, just
trying
starting
to get
high
educated.
School. Exactly right. Yes.
Which didn't work very well, by the way.
I ditto those remarks.
Okay, so there is a bit further back on the grid, and there's the ominous 2 again on the front of the grid that we've seen all weekend. I've just been pretty good off the start too, so we'll see how he goes this time around. Could it be Aaron Oliver's turn to finish on the weekend on a high note? He's slowly but surely been working his way through the grid. And away they go here for race 4. Here for the South Australian XL Championships, of course, here for the trophy class. All these young guys with their elbows out here. And here they go. They spread out. And on the inside, check out Vaughan there in the 50 car. He's not giving an inch, and neither is Johnson. Down through the first couple of corners here. Oh, and there's one backwards. That's Brodie Dominic. Absolutely way out west there.
Started around 8th position, and he was right in amongst that big group that we're looking at right here on the screen now with Nowicki. So it was somewhere around these cars, Nowicki, and then the one we're riding on board with, which is Lewis, I believe, isn't it? In the
Fletcher Lewis in
machine.
The Mitch's XL Garage entry. There's a lot of bright orange there, isn't there?
Certainly is.
Missed that car in the dark. Might be coming handy at the moment because it's quite gloomy out there. That gives you a great look inside of the XL packages here. Not a highly budgeted car. We've got a replay. Let's have a look here of Brodie Dominic. He got a bit of a touch up there from Morales. Things just got a little bit tight there. And unfortunately, that's turned him around. That happens in this class. That was a lot.
That was a case of 3 into 1 doesn't go. I think none of the cars are aware, apart from the one in the middle, that they were 3 wide, and the guy in the middle couldn't pull out Morales, and contact was made. I don't really apportion blame. Morales has got front nose damage, look, but I don't apportion blame with him. That was just a racing incident down there at turn number 2. 3 into 1 doesn't go when the guy on the inside and the guy on the outside don't know they're 3 wide.
Here's the formidable 4 out the front. This time it's Brad Vaughan from Joel Johnson. Aaron Oliver might be the smoker here. He's now got in front of Tice Hodge, who was up the front of the field very early on before they got to turn 1 for the first time. And here they go. So like a game of chess, more moves than that. And this is what we've pretty much seen all weekend. Vaughan now coming back from obviously the Super 2 series, running for the Tickford Racing team. Had a bit of success in that team too. He's a fairly highly profile driver, certainly back in this series. Of course, this is where he started his racing career, right in this very same South Australian series.
Here we go.
And here we go. And here we go again. So Johnson trying to get himself up towards the front. Can he get the lead on the turn in at 1? Oh, we just missed that. We got back to Fletcher Lewis in car.
Oh, they're wide. Vaughan a little bit wide. That's pushed Johnson further out wide. And these guys are going to try and get the run on the inside, and they are going to. So the Penrite car overtakes him. Fletcher Lewis now diving to the inside. He's got not 1 but 2 cars on the outside of him there, I see. Look at him looking in the mirror. Looking in the mirror again. Looking in the mirror once again. He's really got his eyes in the mirror at this stage of the proceeding, and this is because Hodge is darting back up the inside of him in the 185 machine. There's a car off there on the grass, I just noticed at the bottom of the camera shot, but it's play on at the moment. We remain under green, and Fletcher Lewis coming under immense pressure from the 185 machine. But our race 3 1-2 place getters are now side by side, but in 5th and 6th positions. Hodge is going to go around the outside here. Surely not. Surely not. He's going to be on the inside now for turn number 11. What a move. What a move. He's done it. No, there's contact. There's contact with Lewis and Hodge, and Johnson's got a great run out of there now. This is incredible racing to end the day here, which is the penultimate race here of the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park round at the bend. Oh, this is so tight. 2 by 2 into turn number 13. That nose continues to drop on the front of the Morales car. Where'd you look at the moment? There is action all the way through the top 10. Johnson's sort of cleared out here. Lewis and Hodge remain side by side. Hayne and Morales side by side. And look at this now. The number 59 of Curry's vying into the action. He says, I want to join you guys. You guys look like you're having a lot of fun. I'm going to join in.
This is closer than the previous race, you can believe it. Unbelievable. Something happening up the front at the moment. So we're still with Vaughan to lead them through. Oh, busy Adam. Curry got touched.
Oh, there's
there.
2 cars.
He leaned on the car on the inside, and he's been cleaned up. I'm not sure what who the other car was there.
Oh, he's on his roof. He's on his roof.
That'll be Adam Curry on his lid there. I didn't see the outcome of that, so
the 2 cars, there's 2 cars that made contact on the run up to turn number 18, and they both went off centre stage right of the screen at a vast rate of knots. There was definitely, I thought, another car involved, but there's one that's ended up on its roof. That's what happens when you hit the gravel at high speed like that, not quite straight lining it. So that was quite an awkward incident there, but it just shows how hard they were all pushing early on in this race. The intensity was lifting lap after lap. There'd been a little bit of contact, but it ended up with that incident down there at the final corner with the number 59 machine of Curry, I believe it was.
Yeah, it was Adam Curry. Just got to the side of somebody else down there. He's out of the car, so he's fine, and unfortunately be a little bit irate at the moment.
Yeah, he's not happy at all with what has occurred down there at the final corner, making his feelings known. But the good news is he's out of the car. He's seemingly absolutely fine.
So let's have a look here. The car on the outside is the issue. It was Darcy Hine. And he just got into the side of him right about this very moment. And it just tagged him. And there he goes. And they're both out there. And Darcy Hine, that's who he was signalling you to, because he's up in the wall too, and it's just a very gentle little flip over there. It wasn't too violent.
He wasn't too pleased with Hine, but the way I saw it, he was on the inside. The car was fully alongside him on the outside, and then he squeezed him up against the grass there. So I'd like to watch that again, just to see if I'm wrong. But that to me was a bit of a case of the person on the inside was squeezing over to the left, the person on the outside was not backing out, and inevitable contact is going to be made when two people are going for the same piece of tarmac. So I'm not apportioning blame either way in particular.
Oh, there we go.
There's no doubt about it. That incident could have been avoided. And you can see the damaged front left wheel, which has clearly hit the concrete wall for Haynes, and the number 59 machine as well.
Here's
so
another view here, Dan.
Yep.
This will give us a really good perspective here of exactly what's happened. Look down the dip there. Oh, bang! And Hine has hit the wall really hard too, and it was just unfortunately for Adam Curry there, just got himself dug in the turf there a bit and just gently rolled the car over, so there won't be too much damage there to that race car. Hine on the other side of the story might be a bit more significant damage, unfortunately, with a fairly heavy impact on that concrete wall there.
Curry didn't come across like I thought he did on the initial replay.
No.
That was just a case of two cars really fighting hard, and they've just tangled wheels. Unfortunately, that sometimes is motor racing. I'm sure the stewards will have a look at that after the race, but from my side, I think that was just hard racing and two cars tangling, and the inevitable incident was two cars firing off at very high speed. One, surprisingly, the one that rolled over, it was only a gentle roll with no damage. It was the other car, the Haynes car, that didn't roll, that clobbered the concrete wall hard on the run to the final corner, and that's got significant damage on that machine. Speaking of damage, I think that Morales front nose has dropped down even further still out there on the racetrack. I'm not sure what your read is, Mark, but that front nose is certainly going to be causing some aero performance issues.
I don't think it's hanging on by too many clips there, by the looks of things. Yeah, it's really dragging along the ground there. More cosmetic than anything. They'll be able to fix it up between rounds. As you said, that Darcy Hine car hitting the wall, that's probably bent the front chassis rail there, so that could be curtains for that car if that's the case. I can't speculate on that too much, but the way that car's gone in, that on that particular angle, I would suggest that's probably the case. Side of Fletcher Lewis, an interesting character in this field. Mitch's XL Garage had a talent quest, or talent driver quest, back in Malala earlier. Looking for a new young driver to contest in one of their race cars, full package all supplied. And Fletcher was the winner of that talent search. And that's the reason he is competing in the 2024 series this year. Another young teenage driver, as we said, there's many of them here. And tell you what, he's come leaps and bounds from where he started. He certainly has got talent. Now at the very much the pointy end of the field. So I don't know whether they're going to do that talent search again next year, but it certainly has worked out all right for Fletcher. That's a great shot. Look at the size of the mirror in these XLs.
Yeah, huge. It's just you have to look in the mirror a lot.
You'd have plenty of mirror. You see the eyes lit up there looking in the rear vision mirror.
Let's run you through the order then. There's 3 minutes left of the race. We're under safety car. Unsure if we are going to get back to green flag racing. Brad Vaughan, what a start from fourth on the grid. He immediately got past the man in third alongside of him, the number 70 machine of Aaron Oliver. Pulled to the inside of the road. He then got in the toe of the pole sitter Joel Johnson all the way down to turn number 1. But he was damn dear on the brakes, ultra late, going down through the gearbox, managed to get it stopped, pulled it up, and has led the race since that moment. So the Super 2 star doing a magnificent job at the start. But we have not even mentioned Shane Nowicki from 8th on the grid has stayed out of all the drama, out of all the contact, all the incidents, and finds himself in 2nd position. He's obviously had great pace, but he's just stayed out of the drama, plucked away at it, and broke away from that fierce and frantic fight just outside the top 3 and sits in position number 2. The series leader, Aaron Oliver, is in 3rd, ahead of Joel Johnson. Those two are 1-2 in the championship at the moment. Fletcher Lewis, as you say, boy oh boy, has he provided us with some brilliant in-car camera footage in this race.
Certainly has. Time ticking here. This is going to be a fairly long recovery, and I would probably predict that this is probably going to finish under safety car. See officials stand there scampering, trying to get that car back on four wheels.
Checkered flag looks like it's about to be flown, and there it is.
There it is. So that completes that race. Fairly significant recovery. So that's a bit of an unfortunate end to their final race here for the weekend. And so the win will go to Brad Vaughan. He'll take out the last victory, and I guess you can take him any way you can get him.
Yeah.
So that's the way it ends up. So it won't be Johnson taking the clean sweep as we've seen him do on many weekends here in this series.
Still took the round though, so fourth in that race. Still took the round honours ahead of Brad Vaughan, and then third for the round. Tice Hodge in the end in the 185 machine. But yeah, both Johnson and Hodge were beaten up a little bit early on in that race and finished 4th and 6th in that one. But that was an entertaining affair under green flag conditions. It was an absolutely berserk race. But here are the results, Mark.
So Brad Vaughan will take the victory there, finishing under safety car. Then Shane Nowicki getting up to second. Aaron Oliver, consistent weekend again. Joel Johnson, Fletcher Lewis is the camera we can look at the moment inside that race car. Tice Hodge, Cisco Morales got a bit of damage too. Isaac Sparks, Cruz Frost, Jack Wallace inside the top 10. Be pretty stoked with that. And we go back to Jackson Sullivan, Aidan Brand, Braden Cowell, Curtis Hinks, Jacob Lengs, Barney Perriman picked up a couple of spots. Jet Zirk into position 17. Jordan Johnson, Adrian Gallier, and Leon Anella on debut here this weekend. Go back to Ian Morrison, Sam Woodland, Brodie Dominic, and then we got the ones that didn't make it. Obviously Darcy Hine, Adam Curry in that incident. Jake Gallier also didn't finish, and also Ethan Whitehead. I don't think he even started that particular race.
No.
So bit of a sad week of Ethan this weekend, unfortunately, but he'll come back and fight another day.
While these XLs come into the lane and the recovery continues down at the final corner, we are going to take a quick break. If you're watching on Blendline TV or here at the race circuit, don't go anywhere, because XL Masters have put on a real show. The top 3 have had insane battles all weekend long. I expect that to be the same in the next one. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. South Australian Motor Racing Championship, Sam Champs. The fourth round is just about to enter the final race of the weekend. Sadly, that last one finished under safety car after a collision. Oh, and there might have been another one.
Jake Gallier there. Jake Gallier, I wonder why he didn't finish the race. He's got pretty significant front end damage, so there's another recovery. It's got a fairly stretched out recovery at the moment, keeping our volunteer officials very busy down there at the moment. Bit of an untidy start to our trophy race. Sorry, untidy finish there to our trophy race there. We've got our Masters coming up in just a moment once we can get this track cleared. Jake Gallier in the Grunter Racing Team entry. That's a bit of a Penrite-inspired livery on that car.
Yes, very much so. That's the car I saw stationary on the run to turn number 6 early on in that race, so that happened very early on.
That didn't work.
Strap's just broken there. That's not good news. But this is the grid for the final race of the weekend, Mark.
Yes, once again, it'll be Sean Padowich on pole position here for our Hyundai XL Masters. Completing doors and windows entry. Alongside of him will be Brian Smith this time, not on the second part of the grid, in the high beam car wash and Gawler entry. Then we go back to Kim Anderson. So they've been the dominant three. They're the ones that have been sorting each other out all weekend. Then we go back to Vaughan Colwell in the Tatiara Trucks and Trailers entry. Shane Chancellor's had a pretty good comeback too. The Nalunga Auto 4x4 entry. Alongside him is Adrian Gallagher in the 11 car. Then we go back to Aaron Semler and Darren Swain on the AE Electrical entry, which have actually sponsored this round this weekend. I failed to mention too, AE Electrical. We thank for them coming on board this weekend. Rob Zoanetti is trying to be fighting his way through the field after a couple of incidents this weekend. Graham Hinks on the GH Orleys entry. Then we go back to Darren Batisky, one of our long-time volunteer officials, usually when he's not racing a car, one of our Sam Rowan members. Then we go back to Graham Hewitt in the Blackball Racing entry. Alan Hawkins back there in the B&H Inspired P&H a car back there in 76. And David Zola on debut this weekend. And, of course, Sean Berger there at car 100, who copped the 5-second penalty in the previous race. So he'll go back to the rear of the grid, and here they come. So big thank you to our volunteers and officials there to get that multiple cars cleaned up that are scattered around the track. Let's have a look at our track map here. At Tailem Bend, you can see the town there down by the river, just down the road, a couple of k's down the road. And this big complex, we've talked about 4.95 kilometres of racing here at this track. This, of course, is the international circuit. 18 turns on this circuit, they're all different. This is a big passing opportunity down here at Turn 1, and we've seen it plenty of times through multiple categories here this weekend. Down through turns 2 and 3, it'll switch back down there, a little tight down there at turns 4 or 5. Then this is where all the action happens, down there at turn 6, where we see all the people getting a little bit wide or trying to sneak up on the inside of wider apexes under braking. So plenty of passing happening down there. The consecutive right-handers down to 10. Little dip there down at turn 11 and 12, and down the crest down to turn number 13. Lots of actions happening here. And that's just where we saw the other cars end up down there in the wall, unfortunately. And then they come back turns 14 and down that really interesting turn 17. It looks easy when we can see it, but it really tightens up. It's a little bit more than 90 degrees down there. They certainly test out a few drivers, and then down to the finish line here at Shell v Power Motorsport Park here in Tailem Bend in South Australia. We're about an hour down the freeway from the city of Adelaide here. And here's our lovely aerial shot there looking across. Dark, gloomy clouds. We're getting towards the end of the day, and here we go with our Masters class coming around. Headlights well and truly in use, just what we saw late yesterday during the gloomy conditions here out here on the Dukes Highway. Right on the Dukes Highway here, which of course is the main road to Melbourne here, heading towards the border of Victoria.
Also, if you're south of the city, it's the sort of point where you turn left to go to Sydney as well, isn't it? So
That's right.
It's quite an important little point in South Australia, where you either go south-east to Melbourne, or you go directly east to Sydney at Tailem Bend.
Bit of smoke out the back of there, the 49 car. Dave Zola on debut here this weekend. In the car he's sharing with Jordan Johnson. It was actually Jordan's car, the Hampstead Auto and Dyno entry there. I've been a good supporter of this category too. Good to send him aboard race cars. More than one race car in this category. Darren Matisky there also.
Here's the calendar coming up over the next couple of months. The next round we'll see the XLs back, along with the South Australian Aussie Racing Car Series improved production, MG, South Australian prototypes, saloon cars and HQs, the SA Tin Tops and sports sedans. So they'll be out on track at Malala Motorsport Park. Round number 7 will take place back here at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park. And then the big one to finish proceedings off, that'll be the 777 Endurance Crown, the 4-hour endurance race that has recently been announced. Look on the Bend website for details on that one. Expect large numbers in that 4-hour endurance race. There is the website at the bottom of the screen. We'll also see Hyundai XL endurance race around the 7.77 kilometre circuit, as well as a non-championship improved production round, MGs, SA prototypes, and the Australian series as well, back in a couple of months' time, as well as sports sedans and Porsche sprints. So a few race meetings to come as part of the SAM Champs series, South Australian Motor Racing Championships, really going from strength to strength at the moment, Mark, and you've really seen it grow in the last few years.
Certainly have. I've done a lot of state championship racing, probably too much. I'm not sure if they can get too much, but yeah, I've seen a lot of it. And especially this category, of course, I've seen from the very start. And boy, oh boy, has this category changed.
Yes.
It's been really quite unbelievable. We had 7 or 8 very not modified cars when they first started off, and now they really are very professional. And Panowicz got the pole there. Now, as I mentioned there, Brian Smith up the front of this time on the second part of the grid, so it gives him a massive opportunity to get up alongside of Sean Panowicz here. And that's exactly what he's doing here at the moment. Cowell got a good start too. He got in front of Kim Anderson down through that turn.
I don't think he's going to have full overlap, no.
I think he's a bit further up there. Darren Swain, the AE electrical entry goes through. So these front pairs, so it's Panowicz, Smith, Anderson, Cohill there, the top 4 just going out a shot there. Pair Aaron Semler's got to deal with Darren Swain there. Also in this series for the first time this season. He's also a brand new competitor for the 2024 series. Nicely presented car too, the AE electrical entry there. Nice little rat. And there's Rob Zonetti. He's the one that started from rear of the field of the previous race after having some issues in the race before that. So he's had to make his way through the grid and gets himself up into... still in 7th position at the moment, so he hasn't got past Darren Swain just for the moment. I'm sure that'll happen somewhere along the motor race.
But up 2 spots in the opening 6 corners of the race. That's not bad going anyway, so up from 9th to 7th.
A bit further, it's the second of the Grunter Motorsport entry there with Adrian Gallagher on board there. And the Hinks car just one, that's Graham Hinks in the GH haulage entry. He's been very patient a little bit further back in the field over the weekend.
So Nettie up the inside of Swain there at turn number 13, and he's made it stick. You don't see moves very often there, but he made it
Aaron
really
Semler
good.
trying to do a bit of the same there. Up on the inside there of 14, not quite close enough. Have a look at that. That's close. So we go back to 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th position on track there. Everyone trying to get inside the top 10 on this final race here for Honda XL Masters for the weekend.
This car's running very slowly.
David Zilo there. So
you saw a bit of smoke and it's still smoking out the exhaust, so I think there's some sort of mechanical issue.
Oh,
no!
not again.
Hinks.
Oh, gee. Hinks and Gallagher got tangled up there.
That was very similar to the last race, but fortunately it was a lot earlier in the straight, and it meant that they hadn't got the speed and momentum to fire them at the wall and into the gravel trap. So that was almost identical to the last race.
Oh, no, the
got
two.
all crossed up. Sideways under brakes there did Anderson, and Smith is just about going to hold on. This is fierce racing. It's these three once again. So Colwell has been overtaken by Anderson. Oh, no, he did hold on, didn't he, Anderson, at turn number 1. But those three are fighting sheep stations. So this is what happened on the run out the corner. Oh, dear.
Gee. Not too sure who's to blame there. Hinks has sort of leaned over the Gallia car there a little bit, and it's just spun him around.
I thought the one was veering slightly right and the one was veering slightly left, and they've met each other very much in the middle.
Turn 6 is happening, and Smith has still got the lead there. Panowicz trying to get up on the inside to get up to second position there on track. As we said all weekend, these have been the dominant trio in this class, and what battles they have had. It's been terrific racing in this class. Had lots of plays there. Vaughan Colwell's got Darren Swain behind him.
This time, though, they are dragging with them Colwell and Chancellor. And Chancellor set the fastest first sector of anybody till turn number 6 on this lap. So it's a 5-car train at the moment. A mistake.
Oh, the leader.
A mistake from the number 99, the reigning champion, Smith. That was a costly mistake there. Smith yet to take a win so far this weekend. He's been, I wouldn't say outperformed, but he's not quite had the rub of the green, and he's had to settle for 3rd and 2nd throughout the weekend so far. And that mistake's left him vulnerable to a move from Anderson, who fires up the inside at turn number 14. And he'll have the inside now for turn number 15. This is next corner, the flat-out right-hander as the road falls away from you down the hill. They are side by side down towards turn number 17. He's just about going to hold on, I think, but that was a costly, unforced error at turn number 12. Anderson tries around the outside of Panowicz now.
Now it's a group of 5. Colwell, and certainly the hard charger in this field at the moment is Shane Chancellor.
Yeah.
He's right up behind them. He's been slowly but surely improving race after race, and he's right in the thick of it. Absolutely, he's going to follow Colwell, who's got, he's right on the back there of that's Kim Anderson, isn't it? No, it is Kim Anderson. Had lots of blaze there. Colwell on the inside. All of a sudden, it got Sean Panowicz back behind them. He was up at the front early stages of this race. It's changed dramatically.
He was up towards the point end of this group about 2 corners ago, but he tried a half-hearted move at turn number 18, and when you do that, you affect your run onto the pit straight, and that's exactly what happened. With a nice toe, Anderson really got onto the toe of Smith ahead, and Colwell followed through as well in the slipstream of Anderson. So that demotes the number 39 down to 4th place, but he'll be looking to retaliate, reclaim that place, back up the inside into turn 6. Can't do it on this particular occasion. He's got to do it soon, though, Mark, because the top 2 have broken away quickly here.
Yeah, once again, it's those 2 blue cars with Smith and Anderson. I mean, pretty dominant in this series. They, of course, are the top 2 in this championship going into this final round. And depending on how things end up here, we might see a change around. But we've still got to sort that out. They have broken away, haven't they? Colwell! Oh, he under brakes. Big tag slapper there. And he's given Sean Panowicz a massive look in. And also Shane Chancellor's tucked in behind those 2 cars. Headlights ablaze on that car. So back there in the 87 car. And I think it's going to be too long before maybe Chancellor's probably going to lose a little bit of patience here and try and get a pass done. Not a bad area to do it. He's just being patient, tucked in beyond the other 2 at the moment.
Panowicz will be thankful of that mistake by Colwell, because it's allowed him not only to take 3rd, but it's given him a bit of a break. He can now try and break away and catch those 2. If that mistake didn't come, it might have been a bit too little too late. But these 2 out front are going to fight it out. Smith goes defensive into 17 and forces Anderson around the long way as they head into the final corner. Out wide.
That was Colwell.
No, I think that was Zanetti. He's a little bit further back outside of the top 5 positions. So the top 5 come through. So it was the the white and green cars a little bit further back. Yeah, the number 29.
Here we go. Now they're side by side. Have a good look at each other. Give them the stare. Here we go down to turn 1. Smith has a look across in the mirror. And I think Anderson, yes, gets through. That's exactly where it'll be. Got to be on the inside there at turn 1. Bit hard to go around the long way. And now all of a sudden Panowicz has come back and be on this pair as well. I think Chancellor's got past Coble too, just there in the background. We'll pick that up in a moment. I think he has. There it is. So Chancellor gets up on the inside there of Coble. Being very patient, just tagging behind Coble in this race to this point. And here they go. So there once again, the dominant 3. Here they go again. They're at it again. Round turn 6. So it's Anderson, Smith and Panowicz in that order. Anything's possible. 5 minutes to go in this final race here of the weekend. Just come up with our clock there. And they've got away from Coble, so headlights ablaze.
Look at how dark it is now. You can see the sun setting at the back of that shot as they came down the hill. We're going to be in almost darkness with 5 minutes left in this race. You can certainly see it in certain camera shots like this one. You can really see the headlights actually making a difference as they head down the hill into turns number 8 and 9. But yeah, this is what they're going to be driving in potentially. Well, they didn't they, race at Malala under lights?
No, they did not yet, but that's coming. So we'll talk about that in future rounds. Anyway, let's have a look. Panowicz all over the back of Smith there. Under brakes. Oh, no one's given an inch, are they? Everyone's driving very defensively there through that section of the track. Replay coming up here. Oh, that was the race leader there, Kim Anderson. Way out in the grass down the back there. I think that's turn 10 down the back. Here we go. Now it's game on down here at 17, alongside of each other, the two blue machines. Oh, Panowicz had a look too. He wanted to go 3 wide, not quite.
Smith's going to grow up the inside. He's going to compromise his run though now. If you make that half move and don't make it stick, you are a sitting duck on the straight. The only thing that might save him is a slipstream toe on the tail of the number 42, and he's wise to that, is Anderson. That's why he's pulled to the inside. Somebody else out wide further back down the field.
That's Darren Matisky. Yeah, the Rossman's inspired livery there. Way wide. Anyway, go back to the front here because it's all happening. Is it happening or what? So now Smith, Anderson, Panowicz in that order. Well, Panowicz looking for a pass on the inside at turn 2. It's going to push him wide at the next corner, unfortunately. Not really where you want to be. Sticks to that side of the road. Probably giving him good track position down to turn 6, and I think that's what he's planning on doing at the moment. And he just backs off again. Panowicz there just being a little bit patient there on the inside. Anderson looking for a pass. So under brakes here, they hit the pedal right about this very moment. Down there at turn 6. Nose to tail, no change. Panowicz on the inside, gives him a good run up the hill there to 7. Just going to push him wide on the right-handers there, unfortunately. That's a very, very difficult part of the track to do an overtake. And he'll back off there, getting down to turn 10, where it just tightens up on the last right-hander out of that combination. So no change there. There's Cole. To see the green nose just coming to screenshot there. He's actually got back in front of Shane Chancellor. That was another move. The leader again's gone wide. This time it was Smith. I've seen a lot of that in this category over the weekend down there at turn 10.
12.
12, sorry, my apologies. Lost count. There's been a lot of corners here.
Yes, there is a lot of corners to keep track of, and it's late in the weekend as well. It's going dark. I forgive you, Mark.
Thank you. At least someone does. And back to the gloom and darkness here at the bend at the moment. How much time we got left? What, 1.5 minutes remaining here. Getting to sort of the last couple of laps.
It's those camera shots that face away from the remaining daylight, isn't it? Like the one on top of the pit building, looking away from the sun. It really does show just how dark it is out there on the racetrack. Here we go then. It's back to a 5-car fight for the lead with just over a minute left on the clock. Anderson's got a nice run out of there. But what is the number 99 going to do? Is he going to pull to the inside to defend the move? No, he isn't. So Anderson pulls alongside and will actually pull ahead, but here comes Panowicz. Where does he go? Inside, outside, maybe even through the middle. In fact, it is going to be through the middle.
He's going to try and do the split.
No way.
Has he done it?
He's got one place.
Oh, he can't do 3 there. That's too tight. Oh, they all got through there safely. Oh, big curb up there for Panovic, if you don't mind. He's got right up in that painted curb. They put him back into 3rd position there.
He's got a great run. He's got a great run out of turn number 3. He took the wide sweeping line, got great momentum up the hill, but he's going to be on the outside now for turn number 5. He's going to hold it out there, keep it around the outside, and just about keeps it together. And Smith holds on, but he's all locked up, is Smith. He's going to run a little bit wide, and Panovic will be looking for the cutback. He's got the cutback. Great piece of racecraft from the number 39 machine. As we just saw at the bottom of the screen, Smith has been given a bad sportsmanship flag for overuse of the curb at turn number 12. He's not going to care about that right now as they head down the hill through the sweeping corners. He's just about held on to that position. This is awesome racing to end the day here at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. The XLs turning on the action as they always do wherever they are around this country. But that fight for second has allowed the 42 to slightly break away. But I've said that a few times this weekend, and the gap shrinks like that.
Yeah, it changes pretty quickly, doesn't it? So Smith, as mentioned, got the bad sportsmanship flag there. Don't worry about that now because Panovic is all over the back trying to get up into 2nd position. So I mentioned there, Anderson's just got that little bit of a buffer at the moment. And down there at turn 15. And, Smith out there on the dirt too. Gave now Panovic another massive look in. And in fact, he's right up alongside of me heading down to turn 17.
Oh, he's got it wrong. He's locked the rear brakes up. He's going to face backwards. Oh, that is incredible. When he just got out the shot, he was at 45 or even more degrees to the corner.
Doesn't matter. He's got past him on the next corner.
Oh, I can't believe that Smith kept that facing in the right direction, frankly. Yeah, okay, might have lost a place, but he could have lost a hell of a lot more than that down there at turn number 17. He might lose more though here because Colwell's on the outside, but that means he doesn't have a draft on the run towards turn number 1. Here comes the number 87. We're going to be 2 wide, maybe even 3 wide down here into turn 1. Smith reclaims 2nd place, but Anderson's bolted now with the mistake at turn 17. He's 2 seconds clear. I don't think that's going to be surmountable for these guys as they go side by side again into turn number 3. We're going to be 3 wide out of there though, because here comes Colwell on the run to turn number 5. This is absolutely bonkers.
It's going to get a bit tight down through there. Last lap too, by the way, that's confirmed. So this is it. Panovic hold off the challenge. Colwell's throwing everything at that car at the moment, trying to get up on the inside under brakes at turn 6. Nice tight apex. Got himself nice and close there underneath Brian Smith there. So we'll see when he comes down the right-handers. Panovic still holding 2nd position, starting to get away because obviously Smith there driving a little bit defensive, trying to hold on to that 3rd position. And under the gloomy skies inside the last lap, Shane Chancellor's had a crack. Hasn't been quite quick enough in this race. There's the 87 in the Lunga Auto and 4x4 entry. Pretty consistent over the weekend. This is for the flag. There's our race leader there, Kim Anderson. Well, looks like he's going to take it here at the moment, but who's going to finish up in 2nd position? Panovic just holding on here from Brian Smith. And the other people, they'll fight out the next lot of positions, but he's 2nd and 3rd.
I don't think it's over yet.
No, it's not. Not here anyway. This is a good little section of the track too for an overtake if you're close enough under brakes. Smith not close enough there, so he won't be able to get through there either. And head down towards the last couple of corners as already we saw Anderson go through that corner. He'll take the checkered flag in just a moment's time.
Oh, here
we go. Smith on the inside.
That's a huge dive. Huge dive. He's got it stopped. He's made the apex. What a pass. That's one of the passes of the weekend from Smith down there into turn
number 17. Can he hold on to it here, though? This is the thing. And, they're side by side. This is for 2nd position.
It's going to be a drag race. It's going to be a drag race. Anderson takes the win, but who's it going to be? A photo finish for 2nd. 38 thousandths. It goes the way of the 39 of Panovic, who just about holds on at the final couple of corners. Smith comes home just behind 38 thousandths of a second separating those two. incredible. And as a result of coming home in second, Panowicz just wins the round by the slimmest of margins as well. So that was an important position number 2 for the 39 machine in the end. But yeah, what a remarkable finish to that one. They threw everything at each other. It allowed Anderson to break away, but 38 thousandths at the end.
Keeps you hanging on the edge of your seat, doesn't it? Excel Racing every single time. And all cars have now gone through. And so as you mentioned there, Sean Panowicz takes the round win. So Kim Anderson will take the last victory there, with Sean Panowicz taking the round victory here. Of course, round 3 of their series. Brian Smith, Warren Cowill, Shane Chancellor, Rob Zoinetti got up into 6th position in the end.
Very good.
And then Aaron Semler, Darren Swain. Darren Matisky would be happy with that, getting himself up into 9th position in front of Alan Hawkins inside the top 10. He'll be stoked with that. Brand new car for this weekend. Adrian Gallia, Graham Hinks, Graham Hewitt a little bit further back, and Sean Berger, and unfortunately David Zolo had the old smoking pipe going there, and that was the end of his race. Nice and early. As we finish off this round, we go to Malalar Motorsport Park for the next round of this series, which will be a 2-day affair. We go back to the old historical track, and then we head back here in September for here at this very venue for the following round. And that's a wrap-up there. Dan McCarthy, thanks for having me on board here this weekend. It's been a pleasure to be up here in this little commentary booth of ours. And we do thank everybody for being on board and following Blendline TV this weekend and supporting some of our local South Australian motorsport.
No, thank you, Martin and Caro, for coming along once again. So, yes, make sure you head out to Malalar Motorsport Park in just over a month's time. But we'll be back here on Blendline TV in November for the Endurance Crown event. So looking forward to that one greatly. Got to thank yourself, Mark, Darren Smith, of course, Callum Brannigan down there in the lane, and everybody, the directors, the film crew, and all of the cameramen as well at Blendline TV, as well as all of the race officials as well. So that concludes round 5 of the Sam Champs series. We'll be back very soon in the not too distant future at the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park. Thank you for joining us. Have a safe trip home, and we'll see you soon.